Volume 2. Chapter 101, System Upgrade, Mission System Added. Chapter 101, System Upgrade, Mission System Added. At the border of Supreme Feilu Empire, in an anonymous mountain, a masked person wearing a black robe with red-colored cloud pattern suddenly appeared. The whole body of this mysterious person were blood-stained, and his clothing were tattered everywhere. It seems like he had just experienced a big battle. This mysterious person was Ren Tianyu. After finishing off both Shiman Shu and Shiman Shinbua, Ren Tianyu found Divinity Crystal formed the space ring on their body. Feeling the power contained within this Divinity Crystal, an excited smile appeared on his tired face. After that, Ren Tianyu packed up only Divinity Crystal and gold coins, and left all the remaining things, because he didn't know whether those other things could be tracked or not. As a result, he discarded all the remaining things. After that, he didn't stay there any longer. Ren Tianyu used Choju Giga, Super Beast Scroll, and sitting on the back of Ink Eagle, he flew away from there towards Supreme Feilu Empire's border. Flying for almost an hour, Ren Tianyu stopped on a nameless mountain, then get rid of Choju Giga, Super Beast Scroll, and jumped down towards this mountain. After that, he sat cross-legged at that place and gradually recovered his exhausted chakra, and made preparation of his next move. After about 2 hours, Ren Tianyu recovered his chakra to normal state. Sitting on the rock, his right hand flashed with light, and twinkling with faint blue-colored radiance, Divinity Crystal appeared in his hand. Then his consciousness sunk and entered the system interface in his mind. System, I already got Divinity Crystal, what should I do now? Host only needs to inject chakra into Divinity Crystal, then the power of system will enter this Divinity Crystal along with host's chakra. After that, the power of Divinity Crystal will be absorbed by system. The system voice was directly transmitted to the brain of Ren Tianyu. Hearing the system voice, Ren Tianyu immediately released a light blue-colored chakra and poured it inside Divinity Crystal. After the chakra entered into Divinity Crystal, Ren Tianyu suddenly fell on the ground. He sensed a boundless water system energy was flowing into his body from that Divinity Crystal. When Ren Tianyu was about to resist this, he felt another terrifying energy suddenly stirred inside his brain, and along with his chakra, that energy started to flow into Divinity Crystal. After that terrifying energy started to flow into Divinity Crystal, that boundless water system energy became smaller, and finally disappeared. Under this terrifying power, the energy of Divinity Crystal couldn't do a single thing, and was directly absorbed inside the brain of Ren Tianyu. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully completing the mission to seize the Divinity Crystal. Host got 30,000 system points as a reward. Please wait until system finished upgrading to open mission system and add a new function in store system. After the Divinity Crystal was completely absorbed inside his brain, system voice was transmitted to his brain. Then the system interference suddenly became black, just like computer screen before upgrading its software. And after that, a line appeared on the system interference. Current upgrade process is 1%. Because of this, Ren Tianyu was forced to sit on the stone with nothing to do, so in a daze, he waited for about an hour. The sky was gradually becoming bright. After waiting for a long time, finally the system upgrade was completed. System upgrade complete. Now system reached level 2, mission system is added. From now on, host can complete the missions to obtain system points. In addition, for enhancing host strength, new Kekkei Genkai, Bloodline Limit, abilities are available in store system. Host can use system points to exchange these Kekkei Genkai, Bloodline Limit, abilities. After the system upgrade was completed, the system voice was directly transmitted to the brain of Ren Tianyu. In addition, to upgrade the system to level 3, it requires Purgatory Blood Crystal. Time limit to obtain Purgatory Blood Crystal is unlimited. Hearing the content of system voice, Ren Tianyu was jumping with joy. He didn't expect that this time, with the exception of mission system, another features would also be added. Ren Tianyu was unable to hold himself back and directly opened the long-awaited mission system. After opening mission system, Ren Tianyu saw thickly dotted sentences of mission. Without losing any time, Ren Tianyu started to read from the beginning. Kill God King Laffy Rudder, and obtain his Divinity Crystal. Host reward, 150,000 system points, and three-tailed beast Isabu. Mission difficulty, 5-star. Make the wife of God Bulai Z fall in love with you and make her yours. Reward, 300,000 system points, and 5-tailed beast Kokuo. Mission difficulty 5-star. Looking at each and every abnormal mission, the corner of mouth of Ren Tianyu was unceasingly twitching, and black lines appeared on his face. F***K, there is no mistake. What kind of broken mission is this? Ren Tianyu gloomily roared loudly. Watching each and every missions on the mission system, Ren Tianyu suddenly had the impulse to beat a people. F***K, now I, your father, have to go and kill a God King. Before anything, I don't even know how high the power of this person is, and also don't know how much strength is necessary for a person to be referred as God King. But looking at the system reward, this person definitely is extremely powerful. Perhaps a single poke of his finger is enough to kill me. And also I have no hatred for him and he is not my enemy, so why should I go and kill him? And there is the second mission. Unexpectedly I have to get a hold of the wife of another person. Isn't this clearly asking him for a fight? One should not engage with another person's wife, unless one is sick. Ren Tianyu continued to browse through the missions, and discovered many 5-star difficulty level missions. All were about attacking, killing, so-and-so, and also some other missions were to steal the weapons of gods. Ren Tianyu barely managed to endure his impulse to beat a person until he finished reading this mission lists. After completely reading, he discovered that all the missions were of 5-star difficulty. Seeing this, he tightly frowned his brows. F***K, currently I cannot complete a single mission. If it is like this, then this mission system is completely useless for me. Discovering this, Ren Tianyu was disappointed in this mission system. But in his disappointment, he suddenly saw 2 flashing icons in the right corner of the mission system. He tapped first icon, then a system voice was suddenly transmitted in his brain. Congratulations to host for activating first submission, obtain your own summoning beast. Every qualified ninja has their own summoning beast, and these summoning beasts increase their strength. Please find your own summoning beast. Mission time limit, 2 days. Mission rewards, 5,000 system points. Mission failed, minus 5,000 system points. Mission difficulty, 2-star. Do you accept? Accept. Ren Tianyu accepted this mission without any hesitation. Because he was already about to exchange Tailed Beast and make it his summoning beast, so this mission was basically giving him a free system points. After that, Ren Tianyu tapped remaining flashing icon. Carefully looking, he discovered that this was the guide of mission system. After completely reading this guide, he immediately had the rough understanding about this mission system. It turned out the difficulty of the mission system was divided into 1-star, which was lowest difficulty, to 5-star, which was highest difficulty. The mission panel of 5-star difficulty missions refreshes every day, and one could choose any mission according to their requirements. In addition to 5-star missions, there were still a numbers of submissions. They also refreshes daily and could be chosen according to requirements, but the degree of difficulty of these submissions may vary after each refresh, and could also change according to his own behavior in reality. In addition to submissions, there was also main mission, and unlike submission, these main mission must be accepted, couldn't be refused. If these main missions were failed, then the penalties were extremely serious. From now on there are many ways to obtain system points. Looking at the introduction of mission system, he again became extremely happy. From now on he had many ways to earn system points. And from now on he could also upgrade his jujitsu. This news was a great help for him to find the way back home. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Second Mangekyo. Chapter 102, Second Mangekyo. After finished looking at mission system, Ren Tianyu withdrew from that system, and opened store system and to start looking at the newly added Kekei Genkai, bloodline limit, exchange function. After opening the store system, in the exchange bar of this system, he saw a blinking Kekei Genkai, bloodline limit, exchange function. Ren Tianyu opened this system, then thickly dotted Kekei Genkai, bloodline limit, abilities appeared before the eyes of Ren Tianyu. Such as Yotan, Lava Style, Shikutten, Scorch Style, Hayatan, Ice Style, Jitan, Magnet Style, and so on. Series of Kekei Genkai, Bloodline Limit, of Naruto World appeared in front of his eyes. Looking at these, Ren Tianyu was completely dazzled, and also made his mouth watery with saliva. It was not limited to these Kekei Genkai, Bloodline Limit, even Shikatsumiyaku, Macabre Bone Pulse, the Kekei Genkai, Bloodline Limit, of Kagaya Clan was also available, and Ren Tianyu even saw the Mokuton, Wood Style, Kekei Genkai, Bloodline Limit, of First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Crap, Mokutun. Wood Style. I want it ah. When Ren Tianyu saw Mokuton, Wood Style, of Senju clan, he instantly jumped down from the rock and started to dance, and roared in excitement. It is important to know that Senju Hashirama had completely suppressed the turmoil age of Naruto world, and also suppressed 5 big power with his 1 strength, and became a myth of ninja world. Even Uchiha Madara with 9 tails fox, couldn't defeat him. Although that battle was the plan of Madara to get the strength of Senju Hashirama, nevertheless this proves the strength of Senju Hashirama. And after both Madara and Hashirama was resurrected, even though Madara already possessed Rinnegan, Hashirama was able to stop him. If it was not for Madara using the Black Zetsu to control Obito and let him use Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Geto Art of Rinne Rebirth, and truly came back to life at his peak power, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Senju Hashirama. But when Ren Tianyu impatiently opened the system interference and was preparing to exchange Mokutman Wood Style, his whole body paused. Then his mouth started to twitch unceasingly. it's not that he didn't want to exchange Mokuton with style, rather when he took a glance at required amount of system points, he saw a long string of zeros. If he didn't count mistakenly, then this Mokuton, with style, required 60 million system points. There is no mistake, it really requires 60 million system points. You are toying with me, this way when can I obtain Mokuton, with style? Woo woo, my Mokuton, with style. Looking at that long strings of zeros, Ren Tianyu instantly felt extreme pain in his ass. AI. Forget about it. Temporarily I shouldn't have such extravagant hopes about Mokuton, with style. Ren Tianyu sighed helplessly, and then started to look at other Kekei Genkai, bloodline limit. As a matter of fact, just looking at it, there was no problem, but looking at the exchange price, he really wanted to curse out loud. Because Yotan, lava style, was the cheapest one among all available one, but even this required 10,000 system points to exchange. All of them required more system points to exchange compared to Mangekyo Sharingan. It really was not his counting mistake. In fact, Ren Tianyu was mistaken. For Sharingan, he had to exchange from 1 tomo to 3 tomo, then again needs to exchange Mangekyo Sharingan. After that Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and after that Rinnegan, all of them should be upgraded step by step. If calculate all the required system points, then the amount of system points will be extremely high. Forget about it, as per my previous plan, I will honestly exchange another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Ren Tianyu again sighed helplessly. Then opened the system interference of Jujutsu system, and said towards system, I want to exchange Mangekyo Sharingan of Obito. Okay, exchanging the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Obito consumes 10,000 system points, now there is 20,600 system points left. The voice of system rang out directly inside his brain. After the system voice, a powerful eye power was poured into the eyes of Ren Tianyu, and he felt extremely a sharp pain in his eyes. But Ren Tianyu already had this painful experience once before, so he just firmly clutched his hands and endured it. Blood started to flow out from his both eyes, and his nose was releasing a dull hum sound constantly. Pain continued on. Ren Tianyu was already soaked with sweats, but was still enduring the pains in his eyes. He felt like thousands of ants were nibbling his eyes. His cheeks were already covered with blood which had flown out from his eyes. Suddenly, Ren Tianyu felt a cool and refreshing sensation in his eyes. After that he opened his eyes, and inside the mask which belonged to Uchiha Upshio, that 3 spiral-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan which belonged to Uchiha Itachi started to quickly rotate, and slowly changed into 3 stretched triangles evenly spaced around the pupil that each curve at the top around the eye to form a circle, making it similar to a pinwheel. This was the shape of Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Obito. So this is Obito's Mangekyo? As expected, under these eyes, the space around me is completely different, as if it's transparent. Ren Tianyu used these new eyes and continuously scan all surrounding around him. And as he had expected, he discovered that now under these eyes, he could easily sense space around him which was incomprehensive in ordinary times. But why am I feeling as if my eye power is enhanced by a lot? Ren Tianyu sensed that compared to before, this eye power was far stronger, so he wondered about it. Congratulations to host for successfully opening Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Obito. Eye power is also enhanced. Reminder to host, before completely mastering these eye power, it is better not to exchange other Mangekyo Sharingan. At this time, the system voice appeared on his brain. Why? Hearing the system voice, Ren Tianyu subconsciously asked. Because if host cannot completely control this power, and exchanged another Mangekyo Sharingan, then the eyes of host may not be able to handle the eye power and your eyes will be thoroughly destroyed. Hearing this indifferent system voice, the whole body of Ren Tianyu shivered. Although Ren Tianyu was very excited to get new powers, nevertheless the system voice gave him a huge pressure. It seems I need to be careful when I'm increasing my power. If I only increase my power, without fully mastering it, sooner or later I may have a hidden trouble. Forget about it, temporarily I also don't want another Mangekyo. Ren Tianyu shook his head, and no longer thought about these annoying things. Still I want to feel this new power. Ren Tianyu gathered his chakra, poured it into his right eye, Kamui. After that his right eye's Taijutsu was activated, then a spiral-shaped space ripple suddenly appeared from the right eye of Ren Tianyu and spread all around him. Then along with this spiral-shaped space ripple, the body of Ren Tianyu slowly disappeared from that place. At the peak of the mountain, the sun had just rose, the morning light was shining on this hilltop, and this place looked completely silent and amiable. Suddenly, in the space above this hilltop, spiral space ripple appeared and from that, a person wearing a black robe with red cloud pattern with mask on his face appeared. This Mangekyo of Obito is really useful. Ren Tianyu just stood there, and remembered the state of space when he had used Kamui. Due to the use of his Kamui, he continuously comprehend many mysterious law of space. Now I should exchange tailed beast, I also ought to possess my own tail beast. After feeling the space power of Obito, the consciousness of Ren Tianyu again entered his mind, then look for the interface to exchange tailed beast. He was ready to exchange his first tailed beast. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Ichibi Shikaku. Chapter 103, Ichibi Shikaku. Before anything else, he first purchased the Summoning Jutsu Scroll from the store system, because only after using Summoning Jutsu Scroll, one could conclude and sign the contract with Summoning Beast. A single Summoning Scroll required 1,000 system points, and he exchanged the scroll without any hesitation. After finishing the purchase, a huge scroll suddenly appeared out of the thin air in the hands of Ren Tianyu. This was Summoning Jutsu Scroll. After that, he looked at the Tail Beast exchange system interference. After using the system points before, now he could only exchange one tailed beast, Shikaku. And it required 15,000 system points to exchange. System, I want to exchange a chibi, one-tailed, Shikaku. Ren Tianyu spoke towards the system in his mind. Ichibi Shikaku requires 15,000 system points to exchange. Checking the system points of host, at present host have 19,600 system points, exchange condition met. Now system is summoning a chibi, remaining time 10, 9, 8. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the system checked his system points, and after the exchange condition was met, the system consumed 15,000 system points and directly started to summon Ichibi Shikaku. After the countdown was ended, all of a sudden a huge raccoon dog appeared at that top of mountain. This raccoon dog was sandy brown in colored, with dark purple colored marking all over its body, and it was unceasingly swinging its huge tail. This raccoon dog was actually over 20 meters in height, and its powerful might spread all around the surroundings. Because of this powerful might, immediately the terrified roars of beasts resounded from inside the woods, and sensing the aura of Shikaku, many magical beasts were instantly so scared that they scattered and ran away in all direction. Ha, my esteemed self, or Sama, is finally able to see the light again, no need to stay in that complete dark place any longer. This huge raccoon dog opened its mouth and roared out in excitement. Being able to once more see the light, it was extremely happy. But when this raccoon dog saw the surrounding around him, it was completely surprised. Where is this? This is Divine Wind Continent. This is another world, not Naruto world you are familiar with. At this time, the voice of Ren Tianyu entered the ear of Shikaku. Kid, who are you? Looking at Ren Tianyu, Shikaku raised his guard and asked. And you are to sign a summoning contract with me. Ren Tianyu took out the summoning scroll which he had bought just a moment ago, and said toward Shikaku, you can sign this contract on your own accord with me, or I can personally make you sign it. Damned human kid, you dare to look down upon my esteemed self, you are courting death. Hearing the words of Ren Tianyu, Shikaku instantly felt greatest humiliation. Then it immediately condensed a huge amount of chakra in its mouth, and its mouth started to bulge, then opened its mouth and spit out compressed airball towards Ren Tianyu. Futon Renkuden. Wind-style air bullet. Looking at that huge airball, the right eye of Ren Tianyu under the mask firmly shrunk, and invisible eye power flowed all over his body. Hon. A loud sound of explosion resounded, the Renkuden air bullet of Shikaku hit the Ren Tianyu and a large amount of dust rose up. Oh well, my esteemed self killed this dumb idiot. Aha, now you are not arrogant. Seeing that its attack had successfully hit its target, Shikaku roared with laughter. But at this time, a weak voice came through from the midst of dusts, and this weak voice interrupted the laughter of Shikaku. Are you only this powerful, Shikaku? The voice of Ren Tianyu slowly came through from the midst of dusts. After the dusts dissipated, Ren Tianyu was still standing at the same position. He didn't even have a single scratch on his body. Seeing this, Shikaku, who was extremely excited, was completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? After taking my attack, you actually don't have a single injury. Shikaku couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes, then he roared. Nothing is impossible. Ren Tianyu would never tell that he had used Kamui of his right eye and entered his own dimension, completely dodging its attack. He suddenly placed his right hand on his mask and immediately took it off. The face of Ren Tianyu with closed eyes immediately became visible. After that, Ren Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes. And those demonic blood-red-colored Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly became visible in front of the eyes of Shikaku. Do I really have to personally make a move? You tailed beasts are always our servant under Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. How could that be? How could you have the power of Uchiha clan? In the end, who are you? The moment Shikaku saw Mangekyo Sharingan, a panic suddenly appeared inside its heart, and it roared panickingly. After separating from the 10-tailed beast, how could it not understand the terrifying power of Mangekyo Sharingan? But opening a Mangekyo Sharingan was extremely hard. In Naruto world, it knew that only very few number of people had achieved these Mangekyo eyes. Nevertheless, it had never thought that its own luck was this bad. Out of all the peoples in this world, the first person it had encountered after he was freed possessed Mangekyo Sharingan. Since you are unwilling to sign the contract on your own accord, then it is up to me to help you sign it. Ren Tianyu looked at that huge-tailed beast Shikaku, then powerful eye power suddenly poured out from his right eye, and he directly stared at the eyes of Shikaku. The moment the eyes of Shikaku and Ren Tianyu came into a contact, both of its eyes became dull, then its eyeballs slowly rotate and changed into a Sharingan shape. Actually, Ren Tianyu had directly used the power of Sharingan to control this tailed beast. After using Sharingan to control Shikaku, Ren Tianyu immediately spread out the summoning scroll, then taking the blood of Shikaku, Ren Tianyu used their blood to write the names on summoning scroll, and then he also placed the blood fingerprint. After concluding the contract, Ren Tianyu placed that summoning scroll inside High Space Ring. Then looking at dull Shikaku in front of him, Ren Tianyu removed the control of Sharingan. After that, Shikaku slowly recovered its consciousness. After its consciousness was restored, Shikaku sensed a contractual connection with Ren Tianyu, and instantly got angry. Damn Sharingan, I will kill you. Relying on your power, it's impossible. I have already stated, all of you tailed beasts can only surrender under our Sharingan. With regards to Shikaku, Ren Tianyu had an extreme disdain. In Naruto world, the bad temper of Shikaku could be said extremely irritating. It was said that Shikaku was a type of raccoon dog's incarnation, was brought up in desert, and because of the influence of alien magic, it was buried in sandstorm. And the heap of sands gave rise to this raccoon dog monster. It had died inside the sandstorm in the desert, and due to a strong hatred, it was again reborn, in the form of one-tailed beast Shikaku. It loved to play trick on others, and also loved to use sandstorm to bury all the things in front of its eyes. The dark purple-colored tattoos all over its body represents that it had the ability to control wind and sands. You? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Shikaku was speechless, because that was indeed a fact. Among the tailed beast, the strongest nine-tailed beast was also controlled again and again under the power of Sharingan. Although Shikaku itself refused to obey Nine Tails, nevertheless it really had no choice but to admit that the power of Nine Tails was strongest among all the tailed beast. And, even this Nine Tails couldn't do a thing against Sharingan, let alone itself. What do you want? Shikaku had no choice but to lower his arrogant attitude, then asked Ren Tianyu with its guard raised. Help me in looking the way to return home, and come with me in the expedition of this whole world. And also crush everyone who hinder me in finding the way back home. When I succeed in this, I will give you your freedom. Seeing this, Shikaku had admitted the defeat. Ren Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief inside his heart. Tailed beasts are extremely strong, so without doubt each and every one of them are extremely ambitious and proud. So if he used his strongest power and defeat it, then they may submit to him. But perhaps they would not follow him genuinely and sincerely, but at least he had Sharingan, and they didn't have any room to revolt. And always keeping them under control with the power of Sharingan was not possible, so at the beginning, he had displayed the power of Sharingan, only to leave a deep impression in the mind of Shikaku. Find your way home? What's that supposed to mean? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Shikaku was clearly stunned, and didn't know how to react. It was still believing that this was Naruto world. I have already stated this is not Naruto world you are familiar with, rather another parallel world. In this world there are cultivators, no shinobi. My aim is to stand at the pinnacle of this world, then break apart the restriction of this world, and return to my own world. Ren Tianyu firmly said. When he said the last sentence, Ren Tianyu nearly clutched his fist and used his whole power to roar, because he believed that these two words return home was really too far away from current him. So I need your power. I promise you, when I successfully set a foot on my hometown, I absolutely will set you free and never bother you again. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Shikaku pondered for a long time, then it opened its mouth and said to Ren Tianyu, fine, since it is like that, I promise to help you. But don't think that I have decided to help you just because I am afraid of your Sharingan, rather because it would be extremely interesting traveling in this new world. And I know that you are only shinobi here, so I will reluctantly promise you. Shikaku used its third-rate lie and forcefully explained. Hearing Shikaku, Ren Tianyu didn't expose its lie, rather said with a smile, thank you for that, my name is Ren Tianyu, from today onwards we are friends. Friends? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Shikaku fell into a long thought, friend this one, too in Chinese, word was extremely distant for tailed beasts. A tailed beast was regarded as a calamity by the peoples of Naruto world. No one had ever said this words to them. When Ren Tianyu said he was its friend from now on, Shikaku neither denied nor affirmed. But this word had already deeply imprinted inside its heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, Preparation for Promotion Assignment. Chapter 104, Preparation for Promotion Assignment. At a depopulated corner of Emperor Feilu Country's Supreme Light Academy, suddenly a spiral-shaped space ripple appeared, and a youth of about 17 or 18 years in age abruptly appeared from inside that space ripple at that place. This youth was naturally Ren Tianyu. After he had signed the summoning contract with Shikaku, Ren Tianyu gave it freedom to move around, but strictly warned it not to create chaos, so as not to provoke other extremely powerful peoples of this world. And because Ren Tianyu had signed the contract of summoning with Shikaku, naturally his first mission was also completed, and his system points was again increased by 5,000 points. After that he used 2,000 system points to remove all the blindness values which was accumulated due to constant use of Dujitsu of Mangekyo Sharingan in the previous battle. Now he had only a bit more than 7,000 system points left. And after his eyes were restored to its strongest period, Ren Tianyu directly used Kamui to return back inside Supreme Light Academy. Returning back to the academy, Ren Tianyu looked at the time, then cold sweats appeared on his forehead. How terrible, I'm already 1 hour late for the class. It seems I have missed Wang Jiafei, that little girl's class. Thinking that the class he had missed without informing was of Wang Jiafei, he immediately knew that he was going to have a tragedy next. So helplessly, Ren Tianyu forcefully walked and hurried towards his classroom. If he took other teachers' class while absenting from just her class, then his fate would be even more miserable by at least 100 times. So he at least wanted to reach the classroom before she leaves the class. Reaching the classroom, as expected he saw that Wang Jiafei had just finished her lecture, and when she saw Ren Tianyu coming in leisurely, her superb beautiful face immediately became gloomy. Then after gloomily staring at Ren Tianyu, she coldly said, "Humph, come with me." Wang Jiafei brought Ren Tianyu to the office, then locked the door. Looking at the locked door, and that gloomily staring at him face of Wang Jiafei, cold sweat started to flow out from the forehead of Ren Tianyu, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Today's weather is pretty good. So don't use this kind of expression to stare at me like that, I get embarrassed very easily. Ren Tianyu pretended not to know anything. Raised his head and was unceasingly dodging the eyes of Wang Jiafei. Humph. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Wang Jiafei only snorted with disdain. After that Wang Jiafei roared in rage at Ren Tianyu for about 2 hours. Only after that Wang Jiafei finally let him off. After he left the office, Ren Tianyu looked at the sky depressingly. They did said not to offend this woman, too frightening. After that Ren Tianyu attended the boring classes daily, and the time slowly passed. In a flash, 1 month had already passed. In one of the office of Supreme Light Academy, with a complex expression on her face, Wang Jiafei asked Ren Tianyu, "Are you really ready for this?" "Yes, teacher, I have already decided to advance to second year. Please select my trial by fire assignment. After completing this assignment, I will return back and take on Tower of Babel, then advance to second year." Ren Tianyu stood in front of Wang Jiafei and said in a firm voice. After more than a month of steady life, Ren Tianyu had successfully learned several new ninjutsus, and decided to explore this Tower of Babel. Ren Tianyu all along was very curious about this mysterious tower, and really wanted to find out what was the thing that actually awed everyone of this world, and also wanted to know why everyone keep their mouths shut about this tower after exiting this tower. Perhaps there was some great secret, or maybe there was something that could vastly increase power, so in order to become capable enough to return Earth, his hometown as early as possible, Ren Tianyu will never give up any chance to improve his strength. But Ren Tianyu didn't know where the Tower of Babel was, so the only method he had was to ascend the class. After completing the assignment of trial by fire, he would naturally be qualified to enter this mysterious tower. And at that time, he could thoroughly investigate this Tower of Babel. As a result, Ren Tianyu directly went to Wang Jiafei and purposed to get promotion to second year, and select a trial by fire assignment for him. "You have entered this academy for less than 6 months, so why are you hurrying to advance to second year? Are my classes really that unworthy for you?" Wang Jiafei with a complex face asked Ren Tianyu. After hearing that Ren Tianyu wanted to advance to second year and leave her class, she suddenly felt a kind of indescribable feeling rose inside her heart. "It's not like that, rather I really wanted to enter Tower of Babel." Hearing questions of Wang Jiafei and seeing the emotion of her face, the body of Ren Tianyu faintly quivered. After that he turned and looked towards the sky outside and sadly said, "Perhaps that place may bring me a bit closer to my dream, so I cannot help but go there. Please teacher, help me achieve this dream." Listening that sad voice of Ren Tianyu, and seeing that even more lonely silhouette of his, Wang Jiafei suddenly had a kind of illusion, as if Ren Tianyu didn't belong to this world, and she clearly felt that the distance between them was extremely large. Then Wang Jiafei forcefully resisted the feeling of her heart, then said, "Fine, teacher will help you, this is my teacher badge, you can take this to Yuan Nan Hall, at that time someone will give you an assignment." From her pocket, she took out a gold-colored badge, then she handed it over to Ren Tianyu. "Okay, you can go now, teacher is feeling a little unwell." So you can go first, teacher wishes you to have a pleasant journey. Taking the badge of Wang Jiafei, Ren Tianyu placed it inside his pocket, and just when he had reached the entrance, Ren Tianyu stopped his steps and said to Wang Jiafei, Teacher, actually I know your feelings, but currently I am not qualified enough, and also I don't have any thought to think about these things. Currently I only have a dream, which is to raise my strength. I think you will never be able to understand the feelings of a person who suddenly arrive at a completely alien land, and furthermore without a single chance to set foot on his birthplace again. Perhaps one day after I achieve my dream, and got free time, I will think about these feelings towards the woman. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu left the office. T.L. Watching the departing back of Ren Tianyu and his words still ringing inside her ears, Wang Jiafei couldn't bear anymore, and silently cried leaning on the table. Ren Tianyu felt extremely suffocated inside his heart, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his body, and he was feeling extremely unhappy now. Ren Tianyu never knew that her feeling towards him was this deep, although normally she frequently cursed him, and seemed like she had extremely bad explosive temper. Nevertheless Ren Tianyu had discovered the feeling of Wang Jiafei towards him. And it's not like he didn't have any interest on her, it's just that he didn't know that his feeling was really love or not. But just like Ren Tianyu had said, currently he was not qualified to think about the love affairs between man and woman, as his current main thought was only how to increase his strength. And now hearing that small sobbing sound from inside the office, he utterly detested himself for being this weak. Perhaps currently if he had enough strength to break through the restriction of this world, then perhaps there would not be today's this scene. After walking out of door, he walked downstairs. When walking down the stairs, Ren Tianyu saw someone unexpected, Yan Xinluo. He saw that Yan Xinluo was leaning on the wall while folding his hands and eyes closed, as if he was waiting for someone. After hearing the footsteps of Ren Tianyu, Yan Xinluo opened his eyes, looked towards Ren Tianyu and said, Are you leaving? Yes, I plan to go out and complete the assignment. After that I'll return to enter Tower of Babel. Seeing Yan Xinluo, Ren Tianyu was surprised as he had not thought that Yan Xinluo was waiting for him. I hope you come back soon, I don't want to lose a rival. After you came back, we will fight to decide who will become the head of the mercenary group that you wanted to create. Finished speaking, Yan Xinluo without looking back left. Hearing Yan Xinluo, Ren Tianyu was startled. After that he revealed a smile, finally agreed to join. Not bad, finally the Akatsuki of different world got a second member. Previously Ren Tianyu had spoken to Yan Xinluo that he planned to found a mercenary group with only 10 members. And wanted Yan Xinluo to join this mercenary group, but at that time he had replied that he would consider a little. But he had never thought that when he was about to leave the academy, he would give this big news. Now getting on a good spirit, Ren Tianyu walked downstairs and very quickly his silhouette disappeared from there. But Ren Tianyu didn't know that, at a little distant place in the same floor, a woman wearing a white-colored clothing was staring at Ren Tianyu's departing figure. Can you really return? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. Chapter 105, Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. Walking out from school building, Ren Tianyu directly went to Yuan Nan Hall to get himself a trial by fire assignment. This trial by fire assignment was divided into an individual assignment and team assignment. Students could choose to form a small team to complete the trial by fire assignments, but these assignments were more difficult compared to individual trial by fire assignments. And although the difficulty level of individual trial by fire assignment is lower compared to those team trial by fire assignments, nevertheless carrying out the assignment alone was also a bit more dangerous. But those people who possessed a high level of strengths describes that carrying out the individual assignments was more convenient. Currently Ren Tianyu didn't know many peoples inside the academy, so he had no alternative but to take individual trial by fire assignment. But when Ren Tianyu looked at his trial by fire assignment, he was greatly surprised, because his assignment unexpectedly was to find a purple gauze sky magnificent flower from Weeping God region, which was one of the 5 greatest danger spot of Divine Wind continent. Seeing the trial by fire assignment of Ren Tianyu, the person in charge of assigning the assignment to Ren Tianyu was also greatly surprised. Then on the spot, that person suggested Ren Tianyu to renounce this assignment. Hearing this, Ren Tianyu asked the reason curiously. And after the explanation of that person, Ren Tianyu clearly understood the reason. It turned out that this assignment was not issued by the academy, rather issued by the member of Mercenary Union. In order to quickly accomplish this mission, Mercenary Union allied with Magic Domain, Illusory Shrine, and they also simultaneously issued this mission. But since the issue of this mission till date, not a single person was able to complete this mission. And everyone who took this mission were powerless, so the client of this mission used various means to announce this mission. Finally this mission even reached the Supreme Light Academy. After that this mission was added in this trial by fire assignment. This Weeping God region itself was extremely dangerous place. Inside this Weeping God region there were countless ominous bones of dead beast. The sheer number of these terrifying bones could easily swallow numerous people. For countless years, only extremely few person had returned back alive after entering this place. But this place contains many valuable treasures. These treasures attract countless adventurers to go to the trouble of traveling boundless sea area and enter this isle. And this purple gauze magnificent flower was one of the extremely valuable treasure contained within this place. Purple gauze magnificent flower was a kind of mid-heaven ranked medicinal item. This medicine was purple in color and possessed 7 colored petals, namely red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. This medicine possessed incomparable medicinal power, which could cure all kinds of poisons. And after taking this medicine, the body of human would have the resistance to all kinds of poison. But at the side of this purple gauze magnificent flower, there would always be a terrifying magical beast, 7-ringed silver twisted snake. 7-ringed silver twisted snake was rank 7 magical beast. But even if the saint-ranked magical beast encounter it, they would flee without looking back. 7-ringed silver twisted snake, its body is surrounded by 7 colored ring of lights. It would appear extremely gorgeous and beautiful. But as the saying, things that are the most beautiful are the most dangerous, the 7-ringed silver twisted snake possess an extremely terrifying poison. Even the god-ranked magical beast couldn't resist its poison for more than 1 minute and meets a violent death. And the 7-ringed silver twisted snake is as fast as lightning, its speed could be easily compared to the all-out speed of saint-ranked wind system magical beast. Although its magical power only at the level of rank 7 magical beast, nevertheless not a single human in magical beast dared to have a thought to fight with it. So only very few persons are able to successfully obtain purple gauze sky magnificent flower which is guarded by this magical beast. Before speaking the terror of Weeping God region, even the boundless sea area surrounding God Weeping region contains numerous huge barriers. In this boundless sea area, there are countless terrifyingly powerful sea magical beasts. Even the god-ranked expert himself couldn't dare to say that he could smoothly pass through this terrifying sea area. Although this assignment was also one of the promotion trial by fire assignment of this academy, nevertheless basically not a single person or a team dared to accept this assignment. Basically when they saw God Weeping region and 7-ringed silver twisted snake, these 2 terrifying names, without the slightest hesitation they would immediately give up this assignment. And those few who accepted this assignment of the academy, every single one of them were buried at either boundless sea or inside God Weeping region. So when this person responsible to assign the assignment saw this terrifying assignment on Ren Tian hand, this person immediately suggested Ren Tian to give up this assignment, because he didn't want Academy to unexpectedly lose a talented student. But after Ren Tian saw this assignment, he thought for a moment, then decided to accept this assignment. Currently Ren Tian wanted to improve his strength, and the best way to improve the strength was fight and continuous fight. Because only actual combat was the best way to improve the strength. It was impossible to become a true expert only by blindly working behind the closed door, and completely concentrating on bitter cultivation. Which powerful expert hadn't successfully survived the countless life and death battles? And this God Weeping region, originally he already wanted to experience this place, now taking advantage of this assignment, without any extra effort he could investigate this place. And find out why this place had the qualification to be known as one of the 5 greatest danger spot of Divine Wind Continent. This person tried to make Ren Tian give up this task for a while, but seeing that Ren Tian was absolutely determined to accept this assignment, he couldn't help but heave a sigh. Fine, since you really insist on accepting this assignment, I will give you assignment card of this assignment. In addition, you can also go to Mercenary Union and accept this same mission. This mission is set up as an S-ranked mission by Mercenary Union, and anyone can accept this mission, without any restriction. After you successfully complete this mission, you can go to Mercenary Union to receive the rewards. When Ren Tian took the assignment card, the system voice was transmitted directly inside his brain, triggered a main mission, explore the mystery of God Weeping region, mission requirement, enter the central region of God Weeping region, and investigate what really happened in this region. Requirement for mission success, thoroughly investigate the reason behind the formation of this God Weeping region, system will automatically verify the investigation progress rate of host. And when the mission is completed, system will automatically notify the host. Mission failed, Mangekyo Sharingan sealed for 10 years, and minus 30,000 system points. Mission rewards, 10,000 system points, and Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, of Kagaya clan. Mission time limit, 3 months. This mission is forcefully accepted, cannot be refused, and also cannot give up. In addition, because hosts don't have enough system points, if the mission is failed, the system points will be deducted and remaining system points will be in negative. When Ren Tian heard the system voice, his body clearly quivered for a second. He had never thought that this system, which was quiet for a month, would suddenly pop out like this. But when he noticed the penalty for the failure of mission, a wry smile appeared on his face. Then taking the identity plate, he left Yuan Ban Hall without looking back. After accepting the assignment, Ren Tianyu bid farewell to Luo Tianqing and others. He only told them that he was going for a trial by fire assignment, but never let them know that he was going to God Weeping region for his assignment. Because Ren Tianyu didn't want them to worry. Exiting the main entrance gate of Supreme Light Academy, Ren Tianyu looked at that blue-colored sky above his head, then his eyes gradually changed into Mangekyo Sharingan. After the eye power started to slowly pour out from his right Mangekyo, then the surrounding space gradually started to twist and changed into a spiral shape ripple. Then the body of Ren Tianyu gradually disappeared from that location. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, Prototype Akatsuki Group. Chapter 106, Prototype Akatsuki Group. Sea Heaven, border town of Tianlan Kingdom. This town was right next to seashore, was an extremely beautiful seaside small town. This town have extremely rich marine resources. The residents of this town depend on the neighborhood sea area to make their living. At the Mercenary Guild branch of Sea Heaven Town, a person wearing a white Haori entered. This person was naturally Ren Tianyu. After he was fed up with the clothing of Sasuke, Ren Tianyu decided to exchange the Haori of 4th Hokage. After he wore this Haori, it seemed like Ren Tianyu gave other peoples a kind of extremely positive appearance. Ren Tianyu had inquired about how he could reach God Weeping region, and it seems he first had to arrive Sea Heaven to do so. As a result, Ren Tianyu had hurried to this Sea Heaven town. Then without much extra effort he found the mercenary branch of this town and decided to accept the mission of Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower from this branch. Arriving at this Sea Heaven town, Ren Tianyu saw a huge building at the center of this town, and the sign above it reads, Mercenary Guild. Many peoples were entering and exiting from the main entrance of this Mercenary Guild branch, and overwhelmingly majority of them were mercenaries. These mercenaries all depends on the missions of Mercenary Guild to support their family and themselves. And some portion of those peoples had come to issue the missions. Entering the Mercenary Guild, Ren Tianyu instantly felt that the world outside and inside the Mercenary Guild was different. The bustling noises, just like a swarm of flies buzzing in ears, constantly buzzed in his ears. First time entering the Mercenary Guild, and Ren Tianyu instantly felt that his mind was spinning, and he started to get agitated. Now Ren Tianyu finally clearly understood why Sun Wukong couldn't bear Tangseng. This noise really is F*****king irritating, don't you think so? Ren Tianyu raised his head and looked inside the Mercenary Guild. Then he instantly discovered the mission-taking window. After that he directly walked towards that window. The crowd of peoples in the Mercenary Guild couldn't obstruct the steps of Ren Tianyu, and it seemed like Ren Tianyu was walking in an empty street. He directly walked past the crowd of mercenaries in front of him, but it seems all those mercenaries didn't find anything strange about this. Walking all the way without stopping, Ren Tianyu arrived near the mission-taking window and lined up. Waiting for a long time, finally the turn of Ren Tianyu came. Ren Tianyu walked forward, and he said smilingly to the girl whose brows were beaded with sweat, "Hello, I'm here to accept a mission. Would you please show me your proof of mercenary?" That female replied back after hearing Ren Tianyu. Hearing this female, Ren Tianyu was clearly stunned. He had not thought that he needs the proof of mercenary to accept the mission. I don't have any proof of mercenary. If you do not have the proof of mercenary, then you are unable to take missions. First you need to get the identity of mercenary to take any mission issued by Mercenary Guild. Hearing that Ren Tianyu was just a greenhorn, this girl didn't mock him, but explained to Ren Tianyu. What should I do to get this identity of mercenary? Hearing this girl, Ren Tianyu directly asked. For identity of mercenary, you need to pay the handling fee of 10 gold coins. No need to do anything else. Then, please get me an identity of mercenary. After that help me register 10-member mercenary group. After hearing this female reply, Ren Tianyu thought for a bit, then decided to establish the prototype Akatsuki group in this different world. And when he found a suitable person, he would invite them to join this group one by one. After Ren Tianyu handed the gold coins, this girl adeptly helped Ren Tianyu to register as a mercenary and also registered his mercenary group. After about 5 minutes, this female took out a copper-colored card and handed it to Ren Tianyu. This is your mercenary identity card. Right now you are D-ranked mercenary. From now on, if you want to take or issue a mission, you have to use this card. If you lost this card, please visit any mercenary guild to reissue it. Currently you are only D-ranked mercenary, so you can only take those C-ranked or lower-ranked missions. This is the insignia of your mercenary group. The insignia for all B-ranked or lower mercenary group is same. Only A-ranked or above A-ranked mercenary group are qualified to create their own exclusive insignia on our mercenary guild. SS-ranked mercenary group will be crowned with the title of God of Mercenary Group. Now please tell me your mercenary group name. That female handed over 10 insignia to Ren Tianyu while explaining. Akatsuki Mercenary Group. Without a slightest hesitation, Ren Tianyu replied. Your Akatsuki Mercenary Group has now been formally established, and the information about your mercenary group is already spread to all other mercenary guilds too. Now please tell me the mission you wanted to take. That female inputted the information of Rentianyu's mercenary group on the magic screen, then asked Rentianyu about the mission he wanted. I want S-ranked mission of Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. Rentianyu said. Oh, S-ranked mission? What, you want that mission of Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower? Hearing that Rentianyu wanted an S-ranked mission, that girl didn't have any big reaction, but when she heard what S-ranked mission it was, she was dull for a moment and exclaimed in surprise. When other mercenaries inside the hall heard the surprise shriek of that girl, all of them looked towards their direction. And when they saw that the person accepting the mission, which was known as Death Mission, was a young person who looked only 17 or 18 years in age, and possessed only intermediate warrior rank strength, each and every one of them sneered at him. Youngster nowadays are really confident, only an intermediate ranked warrior, but daring to take this S-ranked mission, I don't know from where his confidence is coming. Seeing that Ren Tianyu was the only intermediate ranked warrior, a middle-aged mercenary couldn't help but became dumbfounded. What is happening these days, even an intermediate ranked youngster dare to take that S-ranked mission? Your father is already great swordsman, even so I don't dare to even look at this mission, although the rewards are extremely attractive. I think he is clearly courting death. I estimate that he would be swallowed by the magical beasts of boundless sea before he could even enter the God-weeping region. Rentianyu didn't care about the voices of others, but just directly replied to that girl, yes, I want to take that mission. Is something wrong, or that I can't take this mission? No. There is not any restriction for this mission, anyone can take this mission. But noble son, do you really want to take this mission? Hearing Rentianyu, that female quickly waved his hand and denied. Then asked Rentianyu. Of course. Fine, I will complete the procedure. Hearing the determined voice of Rentianyu, that female was helpless, and was forced to complete the procedure to assign this mission to Rentianyu. This is your mission identity plate. When you complete this mission, identity plate, mercenary card, and in addition the mission item, all of them is needed. If the mission fails. That female quickly registered the mission, then hand over a purple-colored identity plate to Rentianyu. And started to explain. I will not fail. Rentianyu directly interrupted the explanation of this female. Then taking that identity plate, he directly left the mercenary guild without looking back. Looking at the departing back of Rentianyu, that female seems to have an illusion that maybe this youth would really complete this task. But when she thought this, she made a self-ridiculing smile. Countless mercenary had failed this mission, so how could a mere intermediate warrior who was just a D-ranked mercenary complete this task? After leaving the mercenary guild, Rentianyu looked at the mercenary identity card, and had a smile on his face. Since Akatsuki is already established, it's time to find the member, and let everyone know this mighty name as in Naruto world. Finished speaking, Rentianyu stored his identity card inside his space ring. Then he took out a ring which was engraved with one strange word on its top from his space ring. If the people who had seen Naruto series sees this ring, they would obliviously recognize this ring. This was the ring worn by Pain, the leader of Akatsuki organization, codename Zero. T.L. Most of you may know, but still, the word engraved on the ring of Pain is Zero. In just this fashion, the Akatsuki group of another world was successfully established on this remote seashore small town. Who would have thought that the organization which would shook the whole universe of this world was created this hastily? Rentianyu walked towards the north direction of the town, and was prepared to take the ship to go to the God-weeping region. Although Rentianyu could use Kamui and directly go to God-weeping region, but Rentianyu had never rowed a ship before and also wanted to learn the sea navigation system of this world. Anyway, the time limit for this mission was 3 months, this was plenty of time, so he didn't need to urgently rush towards God-weeping region. But when Rentianyu had just left the center of the town, he suddenly saw the long queue of many peoples on the street, and each and every one of them were extremely excited. Instantly Rentianyu was very curious, so he couldn't help but walk over there. Generally Chinese peoples were full of curiosity, and even after arriving at this different world, Rentianyu was unable to change this trait. When Rentianyu walked over to that queue of peoples, he looked at the front of the line. There he saw a delicate beauty who was wearing a purple-colored clothing with skirt. Her figure was charming, and had a pitch-black pretty long hair. And she was sitting on the table. At her side, several middle-aged huge peoples who were releasing powerful aura were standing as if they were her bodyguards. And at the side of the table there was a sign that reads, SS-ranked mercenary group Jealous Heaven mercenary group is recruiting mercenary who have at least sword master rank strength to go to God Weeping region. Help Jealous Heaven mercenary group to accomplish their mission. Very good, now I no longer need to look for a ship. After seeing the content of the sign, Ren Tianyu instantly became happy. After that he also directly joined the line. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, Right Eyes Kamui. Chapter 107, Right Eyes Kamui. At the back of that long line, Ren Tianyu boringly waited for a long period of time. Only after 1 hour had passed, the turn of Ren Tianyu came. This clearly shows the influence of Jealous Heaven mercenary group. Merely recruiting members for the mission, and so many peoples were scrambling for registration. Noticing it was his turn, Ren Tianyu, who was already sleepy due to waiting for a long time, immediately stepped forward in front of that sitting little girl who was wearing a purple-colored clothing. As Ren Tianyu drew near that girl, suddenly those several experts jointly released a formidable aura and oppressed Ren Tianyu, as if they wanted to force Ren Tianyu to fall the ground. This was the first test. When a cultivator cultivates daily and increases their cultivation, their body would also forms a special force. This force doesn't count as an energy on its own, but can be understood as a kind of natural oppression. If people with low strength was exposed to this oppressing aura of people with high strength for a long time, then that oppressing force might directly break through the defense of the heart of that low strength people, turning him into a madman or even idiot. If some of the extremely high-ranked experts release their aura, then those peoples with low strength won't even be able to come near that expert, and even all the animals and birds would scramble to escape from that place. As the proverb says, a dead, starved camel is still bigger than horse. Even if high-level experts was in dire straits, those weaker peoples are not capable to take advantage of that condition. Facing the oppressing aura of 4 or 5 sword master ranked warriors, Ren Tianyu didn't even have a slightest change in his face, just slowly advanced towards them. Didn't expect that you with merely intermediate rank strength actually was able to withstand their oppressing aura. However, we are sorry, our minimum requirement is having the sword master rank strength. And it seems you do not meet our minimum requirement. Seeing that Ren Tianyu with only the strength of intermediate rank was able to withstand the oppressive aura of her guards, she exclaimed in surprise and also looked at Ren Tianyu with surprise written all over her face. But after a moment she thought that Ren Tianyu was relying on some kind of mysterious alchemy item to withstand the oppressive aura of her guards. But she absolutely would never thought that this intermediate ranked warrior in front of her had already stained his hand with the blood of 2 god-ranked experts and also a god-ranked dragon. Intermediate ranked warrior? Maybe so. But I am not interested on your commission and mission. I merely came here because you are going to God Weeping region, and by coincidence I also want to go there, so I want to ride on your boat. Hearing this young girl, Ren Tianyu helplessly shrugged his shoulder and said, Impudent, actually daring to speak like this to our family, miss. You are courting death. Hearing what Ren Tianyu had just said, before that young girl in purple dress could speak, one of those guards on her side immediately roared, and he released his oppressing aura without holding back towards Ren Tianyu. No need to use your boring oppressing aura on me again, it's useless against me. Sensing that guard was again trying to oppress his using his aura, Ren Tianyu just said dully without caring. And also when master is speaking, you small guards shouldn't interrupt. You, hearing Ren Tianyu, the face of that guard instantly become very red, then rays of light flashed on his body, and instantly changed into a cyan-colored light beam and rushed towards Ren Tianyu. Then he had already took out his weapon as he appeared in front of Ren Tianyu. Alias stop. When she felt energy fluctuation at her side, that young girl already knew that it was bad, so hastily yelled to stop that guard. But she was a step too late, the sword of that guard was already in front of Ren Tianyu. At that time, when the people around them covered their eyes, and believed that a tragic event would occur, something unexpected appeared in front of their eyes. They saw that the sword of that guard had clearly pierced the body of Ren Tianyu, and also the body of Ren Tianyu had not moved even an inch, but that guard and his sword however had directly passed Ren Tianyu. To speak clearly, this guard and his sword had directly passed through inside the body of Ren Tianyu. When everyone was being surprised seeing what had happened just a moment ago, the right hand of Ren Tianyu suddenly stretched backward, and this right hand directly grasped the neck of that guard and pulled him directly in front of him. Feeling that his neck was caught, he tried to struggle free, but he instantly felt that it was very difficult to breathe, and very quickly he was out of breath. Then he instinctively tried to struggle free, his hand and legs were constantly struggling, but he was not successful in struggling free. Ren Tianyu pulled this guard right in front of him, and his left eye, which had already turned into Mangekyo Sharingan, suddenly started to quickly rotate, then the invisible eye power unceasingly flow out from his life eye. After that the continuously struggling guard immediately stopped his struggling, and both of his eyes became lifeless. Sensing that the guard had stopped struggling, Tian smiled and released this hand. Then that fell on the ground and didn't had a single movement. Aliu. Seeing the scene in front of her, that young girl in purple clothing reaction was a bit slow. And only after that guard had fallen in the ground, that young girl exclaimed in panic and stood up, then ran towards that guard. And her remaining 4 sword master ranked guards also rushed over. They all thought that Tian had killed this Aliu, and were extremely angry. Bastard! You bastard, actually dared to kill a member of our jealous heaven mercenary group. You are courting death. After that all 4 of them pulled out their weapons in succession, and all of them had released their battle chi. And they released the oppressing aura of Swordmaster without holding back. After that these 4 guards directly jumped towards Tian. Looking at those incoming 4 guards, Tian just smiled with disdain, then he also jumped towards them. Very quickly Tian meet them in the sky. Seeing this, those 4 guards had a ruthless smile on their face. Then without holding back they poured their battle chi on their weapons, after that stabbed their weapon towards the body of Tian. But this time too, same strange thing happened. In everyone's vision, it seems the body of Tian was nothingness. The weapons of those 4 guards directly passed through the body of Tian without a bit of resistance. This is? Those 4 didn't even feel the slightest bit of the resistance, when their weapons pierced through the body of Tian. All of them didn't know what was happening before their own eyes. After that, when the body of Tian landed on the land, Tian immediately used some force in his right leg and again quickly rushed back, and immediately overtook the first guard, and hit this guard with the elbow of his right hand. Konoha Kaigansho. Leaf Rock Crush. Ping. Tian hit this guard heavily and sent him flying straight towards the ground. Then without reducing any speed he rushed towards remaining 3 guards. Seeing the miserable condition of first guard, remaining 3 guards just waved their swords towards Tian. One of the guard and Tian came in contact with each other, and his sword chopped towards Tian, but strangely Tian didn't even dodge his attack, but without reducing the speed, Tian was coming towards him. When his weapon came into contact with Tian, his sword just passed through the body of Tian without a bit of resistance, and he felt as if he was just cutting through the air. After his weapon passed through the body of Tian, the fist attack of Tian came towards him. At that time, a mystical idea suddenly appeared inside his heart. Could it be his body is nothingness, like that his attack will also not hit me? Unfortunately this guy had forgotten the condition of his 2 companions, and directly faced the attack of Tian, actually not even trying to block this attack. And the result was obvious. Ping. The fist of Tian directly landed on his nose, immediately caused his nose to bleed and directly sent him flying towards the ground with his head first. Before he lost his consciousness, his last thought was, why is it like this? When Tian hit this guy, Tian was thinking why this guy wasn't even try to block or dodge his fist. And when the attack of Tian was about to hit him, that guy had a smiling expression in his face too. Seeing this, Tian mistakenly believed that this guard had some kind of unique skill, so he was already prepared to use Right Eye's Kamui at any moment. But who would have imagined that the result was actually like this? Seeing this result, a thought flashed inside the brain of Tian. Could it be this guy was or had some kind of IQ problem? But the remaining 2 guards were already near him, so he temporarily threw away these thoughts, and prepared to deal these remaining 2 guards. Just then the voice of young girl in purple dress suddenly came, all of you stop. Hearing the voice of their miss, those 2 guard had no choice but to stop and withdrew their weapons. But when Tian saw that these 2 guards had stopped, Tian just smiled, and without reducing his speed he quickly rushed towards these 2 guards. Seeing this, there was grief and indignation on the eyes of these 2 guards, and all the onlookers had an expression as if they had seen something inconceivable. Under these gaze, Tian changed both hands into a blade hand and Ping hit the back neck of remaining 2 guards. Immediately after that both of these guards also lost their consciousness. This guy is too shameless. The familyness of jealous heaven had already commanded to stop her guards, and those guards had also already withdrawn their weapons, but this guy still directly attacked defenseless opponent. That's too shameless. Seeing the shameless act of Tian, the onlookers made a big fuss in succession. Yes, that right, this guy is too shameless. Tian didn't pay any attention to onlookers, he just turned his body and looked towards the direction of Miss of Jealous Heaven. As expected, seeing the shameless act of Tian, even she who was cultured person couldn't help but had her face twisted, her lovely body quivering, and was ferociously staring at Tian with her beautiful eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Successfully Joined. Chapter 108, Successfully Joined. That young girl in purple clothing firmly stared at Ren Tianyu, who had made such a shameless sneak attack with her beautiful eyes, and her face was completely red in anger. You shameless guy, didn't you hear me saying stop, and why did you still attack my people? Bah, I am not your subordinate, why should I listen to you? Besides, one should use any means, whether it is fair or foul, to successfully win the fight. You really are childish to think otherwise. Listening to that young girl in purple dress, Ren Tianyu sneered at her with full of disdain, then stared at her huge breast, and opened his mouth. Woman with big boobs but no brain. You bastard, what did you say? Hearing the last sentence of Ren Tianyu, woman with big boobs but no brain, in addition seeing that he was staring at her, this immediately caused her to thoroughly explode. Then roared at Ren Tianyu, which was just like the roar of the lioness from the east side of the river, which caused the ears of Ren Tianyu ringing. T.L. The roar of the lioness from the east side of the river equals roar of dominating wife in a temper. Why are you getting excited like this? How about speaking about the proper business? Now I am qualified to join you team, right? Touching his ringing ears, Ren Tianyu said towards this angry young girl. Although I belittled your strength, you are indeed qualified to join my team, but you have already injured my people. Do you really think that I will still allow you to join? Moreover, I still have yet to settle the account of the matter just now. Hearing Ren Tianyu, this young girl in purple dress furiously stared at Ren Tianyu and said, Come on, you know that the people under you were the first one to attack, and I was just passively defending. You can also ask anyone here, they could easily testify my point. Hearing this young girl, Ren Tianyu shrugged his shoulder helplessly, and then said to her while pointing the crowds of onlooker. You? This young girl instantly started to pant for breath due to extreme anger, and along with her heavy panting, her 36E breast also started to move up and down continuously, and in addition Ren Tianyu just watched it intently. And right now inside her heart, that young girl was thinking, why this strange thing was happening today. She who was born in a major family from childhood had received excellent education, and generally she would very rarely lose her temper, and also she had never before lost her temper like today. After thinking this girl instantly pushed all the blame on Ren Tianyu. It must be because this guy is too hateful, as a result my heart was thrown into disorder, and get angry. Well, didn't you want to get on our ship? This girl will let you. And after you board on the ship, look forwards to how I will get even with you. Thinking this plan inside her mind, this young girl revealed a pleased with herself smile. Afterwards she looked at Ren Tianyu with her beautiful eyes which harbored evil designs. At that time, without any reason, Ren Tianyu suddenly felt a chill running down in his body. Fine, since it is like that, I will let you allow you to join our team. You can travel on the ship of our Jealous Heaven mercenary group. This is half of your commission, and after completing the mission you will immediately get the remaining half. Now leave behind your name and your mercenary group name if any, we need to register it. After thinking her next moves, this young girl immediately changed her tone of speech and accepted the request of Ren Tianyu to ride on their ship. Then hand over the package to Ren Tianyu. Hearing that this young girl had suddenly accepted his request, Ren Tianyu felt something was wrong, but since his goal was already achieved, he didn't care about it anymore. He just took the package, opened it, and saw altogether 200 amethyst coins. An amethyst coin was equal to 100 gold coins, so it was total of 20,000 gold coins. Really deserved to be one of the 4 SS ranked mercenary groups. This Jealous Heaven really is generous. My name is Zero. I am the leader of Akatsuki mercenary group. Accepting the package, Ren Tianyu replied. Zero? Quite an odd name. My name is Ling Weiwei. After hearing the name of Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei also introduced herself. After that she looked at Ren Tianyu asked, just a moment ago, were you using illusions? Ling Weiwei had thought that the fighting circumstance of Ren Tianyu just a moment ago were illusions, because only illusions appear strange like that. Furthermore, she had inspected the very first guard called Aliu who was disposed of by Ren Tianyu, and discovered that he really was trapped in a very powerful illusion, and had remained unconscious. Hearing that Ling Weiwei had mistook his Kamui as illusion, he lightly smiled and replied, sort of. Ren Tianyu would certainly not correct her, this way it would save him trouble to explain her, and also his power will not be leaked. Although Ren Tianyu didn't care whether his ability got leaked, but it's better for him if other knew less about him. As a matter of face, after he owned Obito's eyes, Ren Tianyu could already bring out to play many kind of tactics. And now if Ren Tianyu really wanted to flee, then only a handful of people could stop him. When it comes to fleeing, the eyes of Obito were absolutely top-notch. As a nice youngster who had lived in 21st century, Ren Tianyu without doubt clearly understand that the most important things in the battle was to save one's life. Who knows what kind of abnormal super experts exists in this world, so exchanging Obito's eyes was a great choice. As expected, Ling Weiwei mistakenly believed that Ren Tianyu had given a tacit consent. Then she pointed towards Alio, who was lying on the ground motionlessly due to the illusion of Ren Tianyu, and spoke, "Can you first undo the illusion?" Ling Weiwei pointed towards constantly drooling Alio. And the other 4 guards slowly stood up from the ground while rubbing at the place where Ren Tianyu had hit them. Worst among them was the guy who got punched on the nose by Ren Tianyu, as his nose was still bleeding without end. Ren Tianyu head over to the side of that guard called Alio, then touched his forehead with left hand and made a hand seal with only right hand, Kai. After Ren Tianyu undid the illusion, that guard slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that he was already awakened, Ren Tianyu left him alone, and went to the side of Ling Weiwei and said, "Well, I undid his illusion." Seeing that Alia had really woken up, the face of Ling Weiwei became slightly better, and thanked Ren Tianyu. "Haha, you are welcome. In fact, I rather like your angry appearance, that way you looked even more beautiful." Ren Tianyu suddenly bent over and softly said in the ear of Ling Weiwei. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu stepped up and walked towards the innumerable crowds of onlookers. And these crowds immediately got out of the way of Ren Tianyu, making a path for him. The strong, wherever they go, the peoples would hold them in awe and veneration. Bastard! Hearing what Ren Tianyu had said, furthermore feeling that residual heat of Ren Tianyu's voice on her ear, she ferociously stamped on the ground. Then walked over to Ren Tianyu and said, "Remember, gather at the pier of Sea Heaven Town, tomorrow at 9 in the morning." "Got it. I will arrive there in time." Ren Tianyu replied and left. Since the issue of getting a ship was solved, now his only problem was the mission of that island. So he went to the inn for an early rest, and prepare for the boat journey tomorrow and the next battles to come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Attack of Ocean Magical Beasts, 2 and 1. Chapter 109, Attack of Ocean Magical Beasts, 2 and 1. Next morning, at the northern pier of Sea Heaven Town, anchored a huge wooden boat. This boat was more than 10 zhang in length, and 4 or 5 zhang in height. At the side of this boat's deck, it had a tunnel entrance. At this tunnel entrance, one could clearly see a pitch-black pipe-shaped thing. This was Magic Guide Cannon. Magic Guide Cannon, this was the top-tier alchemy item successfully created from the joint effort of Alchemist Master and Best Magician. The power of even one Magic Guide Cannon were said to be extremely terrifying. It is said that if the Saint-ranked magic core is loaded in this cannon, then this cannon could bring out the power comparable to the power of low god-ranked experts. This Magic Guide Cannon needs the magic core of at least rank 7 to start, so ordinary person could never afford to use this cannon. And looking at this boat, there were at least 20 such Magic Guide Cannon mounted on it. This boat could be counted as an invincible small fortress of the sea, of course with the presupposition that enough magic cores were available to use. In front of this boat, Ling Weiwei was standing still wearing the same purple-colored dress. Her curves were attracting the gaze of countless men who were just passing by, but seeing those 40 or so mercenaries standing at her side who were emitting a powerful oppressing aura, each and every one helplessly withdrew their gaze, and increased their speed and left that place as quickly as possible. And all along that beautiful face of Ling Weiwei was covered with cold frost-like expression, as if she was in extremely bad mood. At this time, a young man who was wearing strange clothing unceasingly walked over to the direction of Ling Weiwei. "Hey beautiful girl, you are quite early." Ren Tianyu stopped in front of Ling Weiwei and greeted her. "Early? It's already 10 in the morning, which far exceed the appointed time. And you actually dared to say it's quite early?" Ling Weiwei, who was already at the bursting point, hearing the leisurely tone of Ren Tianyu, she thoroughly exploded. Well, I was too busy last night, so I arrived late, don't get angry." Seeing the angry face of Ling Weiwei, and furthermore those 40 mercenaries at her side who were at least swordsmaster-ranked experts staring at him with hostile eyes, although the skin of Ren Tianyu was thick like a city wall, his face became a little bit red. As a matter of face, Ren Tianyu didn't lie, yesterday night he really was quite busy till midnight. For this mission, Ren Tianyu had to hurry over to Shikaku, who was thousands miles away, and consult the next move with it. After Shikaku let him know its space coordinate, Ren Tianyu used Kamui and hurried over to its place. But when Ren Tianyu arrived at that place and clearly looked around the surroundings of this place, cold sweats instantly started to pour out from his forehead. Because although the current location of Shikaku was still the place where he had first summoned it, but now the surrounding environment were completely and thoroughly changed. Those hills, trees, flowers and plants, and so on, all were completely engulfed by sands, turning this place into a boundless barren desert zone. When Ren Tianyu saw this desert, Ren Tianyu instantly knew that this was the work of Shikaku. So he immediately asked Shikaku that, even after he had asked him not to make any wild moves carelessly, but why had it made such a big movement? After that, who would have imagined that the reply from Shikaku could make Ren Tianyu fall directly on the ground? Is this a big move? Or Sama only created this small place to sleep smoothly, that's all. After listening to the question of Ren Tianyu, Shikaku answered Ren Tianyu with a voice full of disdain. Eh? Listening the answer, which was filled with disdain, the forehead of Ren Tianyu was immediately filled with black lines. K, never thought that one day your father would be looked down upon by a beast. Forget about it, there really is difference between the thought of beast and human. It needed to make such a big move, just to sleep smoothly. After that, Ren Tianyu explained about the dangerous place which he was about to go for training and experience, and also explained that at that time, perhaps he may need the help of its power. So Ren Tianyu advised it not to sleep too deeply for this period of time, as he might use summoning jutsu any time to summon it. After that, he discussed the next movements with Shikaku, then he used Kamui to return back to that sea heaven town, but at that time it was basically already the second half of the night. As a result, Ren Tianyu had arrived late at the gathering point. Humph. This time I will not create a fuss over your lateness, quickly board on the boat, we will set off immediately. Furthermore, since I have already paid your commission, so I hope you would help us with all your heart in this mission. Ferociously staring at Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei said to Ren Tianyu, and turning around she started to board on the boat. Everyone stepped on the huge scaling ladder which was dropped down from aboard and climbed into the boat. After that, a staff member pressed on something at one location, then the scaling ladder was slowly taken in automatically. Never thought that the mechanism design of this boat was this amazing. Seeing the scaling ladder was put away automatically, Ren Tianyu was surprised. This amazing mechanism, even if Ren Tianyu researched for a long period of time, he won't be able to figure the principle behind it. Because the base of Ren Tianyu was not in this respect. After a little while, Ren Tianyu suddenly felt a sudden vibration on the hull of this huge boat, then he saw that the cannon entrances of the boat were slowly being closed, and the mast sails slowly started to rise. And at the tail side of the deck, two huge square-shaped planks slowly folded up, then along with the mechanism sound, those two planks slanted 45 degrees. Afterwards, powerful energy was emitted out from inside this boat, and suddenly sailed forwards quickly as if the arrow which was released from a bow. Sensing this horrifying speed of the boat, Ren Tianyu was instantly stunned. He had never expected that the boat of this different world actually had this kind of horrifying fast speed. What's it like? Aren't you amazed with the ability of our jealous heaven's soaring dragon ship? At this time, suddenly a voice of a female came from behind him. He saw that Ling Weiwei had suddenly appeared from behind him and had asked him that question while walking to his side. Yes, I didn't expect that the speed of this boat was this fast. Looking at Ling Weiwei, Ren Tianyu felt somewhat strange, as he had not expected that this Ling Weiwei, who was extremely angry with him 2 times, had taken the initiative to talk with him. This really took him by surprise. That's a given. You know, this soaring dragon ship is the continent's first boat created through the joint effort of Alchemist Master and Jing Clan's magic mechanism spell. Finally, due to various reasons, this boat landed on the hand of our jealous heaven mercenary group. The speed of this boat is at least 60 to 70 times faster compared to ordinary boats, because to move our soaring dragon ship, we need to use the magic core of at least rank 6. And this soaring dragon boat have 2 modes. First mode is this running mode. This mode vastly increases the speed of the boat, and also greatly increases the defense of this boat. Storm under rank 9, sea waves, whirlpool, and so on all are ineffective. Second mode is attack mode. This mode will cause all the 26 magic guide cannon to lock onto the target and open the fire. Under that kind of attack, even if Saint-ranked ocean magical beasts would die the cruelest death. And even if God-ranked magical beast attack us, we furthermore have a super magic guide cannon on board. And if loaded with God-ranked magic core, then this super magic guide cannon would display its boundless might. But as you know that even Saint-ranked magic core is already extremely rare, let alone God-ranked magic core, so this time I have brought only one God-ranked magic core. This single God-ranked magic core can sustain at most 2 shots from super magic guide cannon. So unless it is extremely necessary, I will not use this God-ranked magic core. Ling Weiwei stood at the side of Ren Tianyu and explained slowly. Even she herself didn't know why she had explained all this to Ren Tianyu. After finished listening the explanation about this boat from Ling Weiwei, Ren Tianyu was completely surprised. He had never expected that this boat had concealed this mini mechanism. It seems the backing of your jealous heaven mercenary group is very formidable. Such an unusual boat, but you were able to get this. Of course, do you know who the leader of our jealous heaven mercenary group is? It is my grandfather. He is also known as Hellfire Disaster, Fire System Magic God, Ling Ruiqing. Listening to Ren Tianyu's question, Ling Weiwei instantly rose her head proudly, and replied back to Ren Tianyu with extreme pride. Bah, it's all your grandfather's glory, not yours. As far as I am concerned, you are just a big-breast with no brain ignorant little girl. Seeing that Ling Weiwei was extremely proud, Ren Tianyu snorted with disdain. Then he patted the head of Ling Weiwei with his right hand. After that he made a vulgar looks appear on his face and said, "Come, good child, uncle will buy you a candy." Instantly Ren Tianyu changed into a strange uncle. Bastard, you're courting death. Feeling the palm on her head, and furthermore that vulgar looks on his face and hearing those hateful words, Ling Weiwei instantly became violent. After that, fiery red-colored flame magical power immediately flashed on her body, and with the wave of her right hand, suddenly flame element quickly started to condense, then changed into a huge fireball and advanced towards Ren Tianyu. Ah! Ren Tianyu instantly cried out in alarm, and immediately tried to dodge the attack. He was successfully able to dodge the attack, but his Haori was caught on fire. Fire, quickly put out the fire, Ren Tianyu gave a horrible shriek and run all over the place, and all the people on the deck showed a disdain smile when they saw a miserable condition of Ren Tianyu. They all just looked at the misery of Ren Tianyu without doing a thing, and they were also venting their anger of this morning too, where they actually had to wait for Ren Tianyu. At ordinary times these peoples were leader of small mercenary groups or expert mercenary, so when Ren Tianyu arrived late today, they already had a grievance inside their heart. So seeing burning Ren Tianyu running all around the place, they were revealing this satisfied smile. At this time, everyone heard a pudding sound. Ren Tianyu had finally jumped into the water jar of the deck. After that smoke started to rise from inside that water jar, then Ren Tianyu, who had already changed into a drenched chicken, emerged out from inside that water jar. Looking at his Haori which was already riddled with gaping holes, immediately grief and indignation appeared on the face of Ren Tianyu. Woo, your father had just bought this cloth but now it's burned like this, you should reimburse me. Humph, this is still light. If you offend this miss again, believe or not I will burn you to ash. Looking at the miserable condition of Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei immediately smiled pleased with herself. Then waved her fair and tender fist towards Ren Tianyu and threatened. Okay, you cow lady. Ren Tianyu helplessly said, then he hobbled towards the room of the boat. After that the mocking laughter of those mercenary was heard. Ren Tianyu returned back to his room, then he instantly became serious. Just when he had placed his hand on the head of Ling Weiwei, from his mental perception, he had clearly sensed a formidable energy fluctuation in killing intent too only for an instant, then disappeared. But only from that instant intent, Ren Tianyu was able to determine that that person was at least a god-ranked expert, and he was absolutely sure on his mental perception was correct as previously he had already fought against 4 god-ranked experts. But Ren Tianyu was not able to determine who the person was or where he was hiding, as that killing intent and energy fluctuation had flashed only for an instant. And he was also powerless to grasp this aura, so he had no way to trace him even if he Kangchi no Jutsu, sensory jutsu. It seems there is an extremely formidable hidden expert on board. I don't know whether he is a friend or foe. If friend then it's tolerable, but if it's foe, then that would be troublesome. Ren Tianyu muttered to himself. Ren Tianyu had let Ling Weiwei to toss a fireball at himself and didn't dodge completely, because he wanted that hidden person to relax his guard and slowly trace out that person without his knowing. If he was enemy, then he should hurry up and find him, then quietly finish him off. I do not believe you will continuously hide yourself like mouse without showing yourself. I want to see whether I find you first or you won't be able to keep hide any longer first. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu made a series of hand seals, then closed his eyes and his mental perception quickly covered the entire boat. Just in this fashion, the 2 days of time very quickly passed. Outside of eating and sleeping, all the other time, Ren Tianyu had used his mental perception covering the whole boat from his room, and looking out for that hidden guy. Because of this guy, Ren Tianyu didn't get any time to enjoy the grand scenery of the oceans of this different world, but Ren Tianyu still persisted on. He believed that this guy would definitely show himself before they reach God Weeping Region. And when Ren Tianyu had asked Ling Weiwei at most how many days remained to reach God Weeping Region, she had answered as at most in 2 days they would reach there. On the 3rd day from the time they had sailed off, Ren Tianyu was sitting cross-legged on the bed of the room of the boat, both of his eyes were closed, and an invisible power of mental perception from his body had spread all over the boat. At this time, Ren Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes immediately changed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Not good. Ren Tianyu instantly jumped down from his bed, opened the door and rushed towards the upper deck, because with the perception ninjutsu of Ren Tianyu, he had not discovered that hidden person, but accidentally discovered a big guy from the bottom of the sea was advancing towards the soaring dragon ship which they were riding. Ren Tianyu immediately left the room, and just like a gust of wind he quickly arrived at the edge of the deck. Then firmly stared at the sea with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Zero, what happened? Seeing Ren Tianyu who had suddenly darted out as if he had gone mad, Ling Weiwei who was still watching the scenery, came over and asked Ren Tianyu curiously. Something big is coming towards our direction. Without even turning his head towards Ling Weiwei, Ren Tian replied her and was still firmly staring at the sea in front of him. Something big? Zero, did you mean to say a sea magical beasts? Hearing Ren Tianyu said a something big, the face of Ling Weiwei instantly became unsightly. Yes, and this guy is extremely powerful. You should quickly prepare for a fight. Stop the boat and go ahead to prepare the magic guide cannons too. Ren Tianyu seriously said to Ling Weiwei. Aren't you mistaken, Zero, you know? Ling Weiwei considered that Ren Tianyu may be mistaken, and wanted to again confirm and clearly know about it, but before she could finish talking, Ren Tianyu interrupted her by yelling loudly. Just shut up, you stupid woman. If you don't want all the peoples including you on the deck to get buried on this ocean, then just do as I say. Ren Tianyu didn't think that, this time Ling Weiwei would be skeptical about his words, so he instantly turned towards Ling Weiwei and roared. You? Seeing that angry look on the face of Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei instantly felt wronged. She just wanted to make sure with good intention, why did he have to erupt like this? But seeing the serious expression of Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei sensed that Ren Tianyu may not be wrong, rather terrifying sea magical beasts were really making a surprise attack on them. Although they had this many magic guide cannons, nevertheless who know whether the power of these magic guide cannon is enough to repel those magical beasts. Thinking this, Ling Weiwei instantly felt the seriousness of this matter. Then she hurriedly ran towards below the deck, and after about 10 minutes, all the mercenaries on the deck felt that the speed of the boat was gradually decreasing, and finally stopped. What's happening? Why is the boat stopping? A mercenary asked this question after he felt that the boat had stopped. Yes, that's right. Now there is only the distance of half a day to the God-weeping region. So why is it stopping? After sensing that the boat had stopped, all the mercenaries on board started to ask question. After that everyone heard a series of ka-ka mechanism gears turning sounds, and then they saw a square-shaped holes appeared on the body of the boat. And the pitch-black deep and quite cylinder of magic guide cannon was revealed from those holes. And in front of the deck, suddenly a huge tunnel entrance was revealed, then a huge magic guide cannon gradually rose from there. On the surface of this magic lead cannon, there was a mini mysterious magic formation. And after that, a sky blue colored light gradually rose from the hull of the ship, and completely surrounded boat. This was the defense barrier of this soaring dragon ship. Seeing the changes on the boat they were riding, the mercenaries on the deck suddenly had a bad feeling inside their heart. And that was confirmed by the voice of Ling Weiwei. All mercenaries, just a moment ago we discovered a sea magical beast with unknown strength approaching towards our direction, so please prepare yourself for a battle. Magicians prepare their magic, and warriors stay at the side of magicians and protect them. After the soaring dragon ship stopped, Ling Weiwei and 3 other guards who were releasing extremely formidable aura appeared at the top of the boat, and spoke towards the mercenaries below. The reason why the warriors were only required to protect magicians and no need to participate in a battle, because warriors below Saint rank were just a chicken ribs which could be easily broken in this boundless ocean. What? Sea magical beasts? Hearing Ling Weiwei, everyone were shocked. They had never thought that today they would encounter sea magical beasts. Everyone don't panic, the magic guide cannon of our soaring dragon ship is also not to be trifled. Seeing the disturbance among the mercenaries, Ling Weiwei immediately encouraged them. Right now they were about to have a fight, so how could she afford to discard any of them? At this time, everyone felt the surface of the soaring dragon ship had started to violently shake. Terrifying monstrous waves had hit the soaring dragon boat, as if this wave wanted to completely swallow this boat. But the defense of this boat was able to block, then suddenly a 9-headed huge snake-type magical beast suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea from the inside the sea, and the eyes of all 9 head were viciously staring at soaring dragon ship. Catching the sight of this magical beast, everyone on the deck including Ling Weiwei were so afraid that they looked ghastly pale, their eyes revealed deep fear. What? 9-headed Hydra. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Joining the Fight. Chapter 110, Joining the Fight. 9-headed Hydra, high god-ranked magical beast, more than 20 meters in length, had 9 head, can use fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, dark, blood system and finally curse, these 9 types of power. One might say that it was the most terrifying magical beast. In addition it could also use combination magic, and the magic formed by the combination of 2 different system magic is not simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Its power would rise exponentially and reach the level of small-scale forbidden magic. Looking at the huge snake-like body of this 9-headed Hydra, everyone on board became so scared that all of them were already deathly pale. How is this possible? Why did 9-headed Hydra appear here? Ling Weiwei didn't dare to believe what she was seeing before her eyes. For the first time she had set out in the sea and she encountered a 9-headed Hydra, her luck was extremely. At this time, Ling Weiwei heard a swish sound, and saw that Ren Tianyu had already appeared at her side. Then Ren Tianyu stretched his right and under the surprised gaze of Ling Weiwei, he held her hand. After that, just when Ling Weiwei wanted to struggle free her hand, the voice of Ren Tianyu entered her ears. Come with me, first let your people use those magic lead cannons. And we will go to that super magic lead cannon and use it. After that, Ren Tianyu just pulled Ling Weiwei and jumped towards the deck at the location of the super magic lead cannon. Inside the deck, at the cannon preparation room, when they saw that huge body of this nine-headed hydra, the complexion of all these warriors and staffs inside this room had instantly become extremely unsightly. After that, one saint-ranked warrior forcefully claimed himself down and immediately roared towards these panicked staffs. All of you, shut the F***K up, quickly aim the magic lead cannons at that nine-headed hydra. Then load magic cores and attack it. Hurry up. After hearing this voice, originally disordered peoples of this room immediately calmed down. Afterwards, each and every one started to quickly begin the preparation and got into an action according to the instruction of this saint-ranked warrior. After that, the barrier opened up and all the magic lead cannon aimed at this nine-headed hydra. Each and every cannons were completely loaded with numerous rank 7 magic core. Above the deck, Ling Weiwei also calmed down, then immediately began to adjust the firing direction of this super magic lead cannon. After the super magic lead cannon was aimed at nine-headed hydra, she placed her right hand on the opening of the barrel of the super magic lead cannon, then a groove appeared above it. After that, the space ring on her right ring flashed with radiance, and a powerful fire system magic core which was emitting a burning hot magic aura appeared on her hand. This was the magic core of Sky-Swallowing Flame Beast, who was a god-ranked magical beast. Even for Jealous Heaven Mercenary Group, they didn't have any luxury to squander god-ranked magic core. After this magic core of Sky-Swallowing Flame Beast entered inside the groove, instantly this super magic lead cannon was filled with a powerful flame magical power, and all those magic formations on its barrel began to lit up. Then at the muzzle of the barrel of this super magic lead cannon, a powerful flame magical power started to gather. At this time, the nine-headed hydra sensed a huge magical power from the magic lead cannon above the deck, then its 9 heads simultaneously opened its mouth. Ha, you puny humans, you have the audacity to intrude my territory. And also, do you really believe that you could defeat me depending on those little toy? What a pipe dream you have there. Nine-headed hydra spoke, and its sound gave a kind of extremely gloomy and cold feeling to humans. And hearing this voice, all of them felt a cold chill on their back. After it finished speaking, the 2 heads of that nine-headed hydra started to quickly chant a magic spell, then water system and fire system magical power crazily gathered inside the mouth of those 2 heads. After that, these 2 heads opened their mouths, then a golden fireball and sky blue colored water ball was shot out from their mouth. And both of these magic mutually revolved around each other and quickly shot towards soaring dragon ship. Not good. Seeing that incoming 2 huge magic balls, the pupil of all the peoples on the board shrunk, and everyone instantly knew that this was bad. But at the sea battle, all those warriors were completely useless, and only a magicians had a bit of use. But the most powerful among these magicians was only at the level of Great Magic Master, and in front of this high god-ranked nine-headed hydra, they also appeared completely useless. At this time, everyone above the deck suddenly heard a series of thunderous sound. Along with the hong, 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 thunderous sound, over 20 magic lead cannons opened fire in succession towards the nine-headed hydra. 26 huge energy balls of various system was fired towards nine-headed hydra formed those magic lead cannons, and they suddenly collided with the 2 magical balls fired by this hydra in the sky. Instantly, a horrifying fire and water system energy fluctuation spreaded in the sky, together with a loud explosion sound. All the energy cannonball of the magic lead cannon also exploded in the midair after the collision. Just after this, an even louder sound resounded from the deck of the soaring dragon ship. And a sturdy flame light beam was shot towards this nine-headed hydra from the super magic lead cannon which was on the deck. The recoil of firing the super magic lead cannon actually shook the whole soaring dragon ship. In the rout of this advancing flame light beam, the surface of the sea around it was actually split open by the speed of this light beam. Suddenly a huge sea ravine appeared around the sea surface. This shows the power of this light beam. Everyone on deck were firmly staring at that light beam. All of them were hoping that this terrifying attack would defeat this nine-headed hydra, so that they would become safe. However bigger the expectation they have, the bigger the disappointment they would feel if this attack failed. At this moment, at another 2 head of this nine-headed hydra, 1 white and 1 black radiances appeared, and innumerable elements of light and dark system insanely gathered at the mouth of these head. And then those gathered elements of light and dark system condensed into a white and black combined colored huge energy barrier. Light-dark interlock. After the energy barrier was completely formed in front of nine-headed hydra, the huge energy light beam fired from super magic lead cannon landed on that barrier. Then due to the attack from the super magic lead cannon, the light and dark element were unceasingly being consumed rapidly, and the energy of the barrier was becoming weaker in a high speed. Seeing that its light-dark interlock was unlikely to block this terrifying attack, viciousness flashed in the eyes of that nine-headed hydra. Then one of its head flashed with a blood-red-colored energy radiance, and this energy was filled with vicious aura. This was the blood system ability of this nine-headed hydra, which gave this nine-headed hydra the ability to burn its own blood and vastly increase its strength. But the backlash of this ability was extremely heavy even for this nine-headed hydra, as this could hurt its main foundation, and to recover from this, it should absorb many magical beasts or humans who were of at least saint rank in strength. And the blood system ability was not limited to this ability only. If the people or magical beasts who were weaker than itself appeared in front of it, it could easily absorb the blood of that person or magical beast out of thin air, causing them to explode and die. And the nine-headed hydra could increase its strength by absorbing the blood of other magical beasts or humans. This is a kind of extremely vicious ability. Using the ability of blood system, this nine-headed hydra burned its blood and greatly enhanced its strength rapidly. After that, the light and dark system elements also started to gather even more quickly, and the consumed energy in light-dark interlock started to recover very quickly. And the barrier in front of it, again stated to shine with greater radiances. After a while, along with the passage of time, the energy of the attack of super magic lead cannon was completely consumed. And the nine-headed hydra nevertheless didn't even have a single scratch on its body. On the soaring dragon ship, when everyone saw that even after that powerful attack, the nine-headed hydra was completely unscathed, everyone was filled with despair, as they had never thought that even with the attack form super magic lead cannon, this nine-headed hydra not only survived but also had not a single scratch on its body. Now looking at the somewhat dim magic core of sky-swallowing flame beast inside the super magic lead cannon, Ling Weiwei exposed a wry smile. In addition, seeing this nine-headed hydra which was able to block attack of this super magic lead cannon, she felt a deep powerlessness inside her heart. At this time, the cold voice of this nine-headed hydra was transmitted to the ears of everyone. You damned humans, actually forced me to use my power of blood system, now I'll change all of you into broken pieces under my magic. Then the two heads among the heads which had yet to use any magic from the beginning, started to flash with lights, one flashed with cyan color and other flashed with purple color. After that, the wind system elements started to quickly gather from the air, and suddenly changed into a tornado. Then a huge waterspout appeared above the sea surface. And simultaneously a pitch-black cloud started to gather in the sky, then a terrifying lightning appeared in those clouds. After that, countless lightning from the black cloud directly fell at this waterspout, then suddenly a powerful lightning spark appeared above this waterspout. All of you drop dead. Combination magic of wind and thunder system, divine lightning hurricane. After that, nine-headed hydra yelled. This terrifying combination magic of wind and thunder system advanced towards soaring dragon ship. Looking at this incoming terrifying magic, Tian frowned, and his left eye had already changed into the Mangekyo Sharingan of Obito. And he slowly released a Dojutsu of this eye, and just when he was about to destroy this hurricane, suddenly a huge cyan-colored barrier appeared around the soaring dragon ship. And cyan-colored mystical runes appeared at this barrier. This barrier successfully blocked this divine lightning hurricane of nine-headed hydra. Seeing the sudden appearance of this barrier, Tian was clearly stunned. Then Tian looked behind him from where this powerful cyan-colored radiance had flashed. No, to be more accurate, he was looking towards the direction Ling Weiwei. After that, Tian instantly thought that hidden expert, then immediately used the Dojutsu of left eye and instantly arrived behind Ling Weiwei with his body covered with lightning light. And this cyan-colored light beam suddenly stopped approaching Ling Weiwei after seeing Tian suddenly appeared before him. Then that cyan-colored radiance disappeared and an old man wearing a cyan magic robe and who was also holding a cyan-colored huge magic wand which was mounted with 2 magic stone became visible. Old man, you finally came out. Your father had already discovered you 2 days ago, didn't expect you were able to hide till now. Tian started at this old man who was releasing a wind system magical power, and spoke with ill tone. Tian was not at all courteous towards this god-ranked expert who had appeared before him with unknown purpose. Youngster, didn't expect your reaction speed was this fast. But I'm not your enemy, I meant no harm. Hearing the speaking tone of Tian, this old man was surprised. But also he had never thought that Tian was able to react this fast to stop him. Who's if going to believe you? Before Tian could finish speaking, the voice of Ling Weiwei, which was full of pleasant surprise, arrived from behind him, interrupting him. Qingfeng Grandpa, what are you doing here? Ling Weiwei heard the movement behind her, so she turned around to look. And when she saw this old man, she was pleasantly surprised. Weiwei, your grandfather was not able to rest assured, so I followed you to protect you secretly. Hearing Ling Weiwei, that old man replied with a smile. Do you know each other? Hearing their conversation, Tian asked with a doubt. Are you kidding? Do you know the Wang Qingfeng of our Jealous Heaven mercenary group? That's him. Hearing the question of Tian, Ling Weiwei answered snappily. Wind god Wang Qingfeng was vice leader of Jealous Heaven mercenary group, and was a mid-god rank wind system magician. Well, Weiwei, this is not the time to talk, first we must solve this problem. Wang Qingfeng said towards Ling Weiwei. Then looked at that 9-headed hydra in front of them with a serious expression. Even if he faced this horrifying magical beasts, it would be extremely troublesome. But currently he had no choice but to face this magical beast. Then along with the cool breeze, Wang Qingfeng flew in the air. Then he got rid of that already dim defense barrier he had created, and flew towards that 9-headed hydra. Fire the remaining final shot of the super magic lead cannon, only after I gave you a signal. Now I will also go to help your grandfather to deal with this 9-headed hydra. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu jumped out from soaring dragon ship, when Ling Weiwei was stunned hearing him. 0. Seeing Ren Tianyu had suddenly jumped out from soaring dragon ship, Ling Weiwei immediately exclaimed. Then bending over the railing, she looked downwards, and when she saw Ren Tianyu at that time, a fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Preparing Forbidden Magic Spell. Chapter 111, Preparing Forbidden Magic Spell. After Ren Tianyu had jumped down to the sea, he had not sunk into the sea, rather was lightly standing on the surface of the sea. After that, Ren Tianyu quickly ran on the sea surface towards the 9-headed hydra as if he was running on the earth surface. Such an extreme control and magical power, actually able to control his magical power to stand and run on the surface of the water. Looking at Ren Tianyu who was running on the surface of the water, Ling Weiwei suddenly exclaimed, and thought that this was possible due to Ren Tianyu having extremely high level of control in his magical power. Ren Tianyu firmly stared at 9-headed hydra with his Mangekyo Sharingan. As a matter of face, originally Ren Tianyu actually didn't want to join this battle, but he didn't know the exact location of this God-weeping region, and without clearly knowing the exact space coordinate, he could not directly teleport to that place using Kamui. So he had to give up his plan to reach God-weeping region with his Kamui. After that, Ren Tianyu had finally found a mercenary group which was heading towards God-weeping region, and after joining them, he had gotten a guide without paying any charge, so how could Ren Tianyu let this magical beast get in his way? As a result, he had joined this fight. When Wang Qingfeng who was flying in the sky saw that Ren Tianyu was running on the surface of the sea, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and immediately afterwards his attention was drawn by the big fireball fired by that 9-headed hydra. Wang Qingfeng immediately dodged this fireball attack, then quickly poured his magical power to his magic wand on his right hand, then a huge wind blade appeared in the sky and quickly advanced towards that 9-headed hydra. Humph, although you are also God-ranked expert, nevertheless you are much worse compared to your father. Seeing the wind blade attack, this 9-headed hydra eyes were filled with disdain. Then opened the mouths of two of its head. After that, countless wind blade and lightning pillar appeared in the sky and advanced towards the huge wind blade attack of Wang Qingfeng. In addition, seeing Ren Tianyu who was running on the surface of sea towards itself, another one of its head opened its mouth, then a wave of flame advanced towards Ren Tianyu. Seeing the incoming attack, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals with his both hands, Suitun Suryuden no Jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. After Ren Tianyu successfully casted the jutsu, the sea surface at his side started to quickly stir, then along with the loud dragon roar, a huge water dragon made up of water advanced towards the attack of that 9-headed hydra. Currently in this vast sea, Ren Tianyu didn't need to consume huge amount of chakra to use water-style jutsu. So contrary to what one might expect, this boundless sea provided huge assistance to Ren Tianyu. His Suryuden no Jutsu easily destroyed the flame magic of 9-headed hydra, then continued to advance towards its head. Humph, Dark Magic, Mystic Light Stab. Looking at this incoming Suryuden, the dark system head of 9-headed hydra opened its mouth, then the dark system magic elements quickly started to condense in the air, and this condensed dark elements changed into a long dark spear in front of this 9-headed hydra, then under its command, that long dark spear flew towards Suryuden. Mystic Light Stab smoothly flew in the sky with dark radiances, straight towards the head of Suryuden, and directly pierced through the head and then body of the Suryuden. After that, without reducing any speed, it directly advanced towards Ren Tianyu. After Suryuden was completely pierced through, suddenly up in the air, followed by the bursting of the Suryuden, innumerable drops of water trickled down. Seeing that the Mystic Light Stab was quickly flying towards him, the Ren Tianyu's Mangekyo Sharingan of right eye started to rotate. After that, the body of Ren Tianyu was completely pierced through by the Mystic Light Stab, and that Mystic Light Stab entered the sea. 0. Seeing that Ren Tianyu was completely pierced through, Ling Weiwei, who was still at the deck of soaring dragon ship, helplessly cried out in alarm. She could not believe what she had seen with her own eyes. Just a moment ago still healthy and active Ren Tianyu had suddenly like this. At this time, alongside cry of Ling Weiwei, a voice came from the surface of sea. Didn't expect that you, a mere beast, was actually this strong. Ren Tianyu, who was completely pierced through, spoke as if nothing had happened. And carefully looking, there was also not any wound in his body, and he was still alive and kicking. Hearing this voice, Ling Weiwei didn't dare to believe her own ear, so she raised her head, looked towards the sea, and saw that Ren Tianyu had not only collapsed as she had thought, but seeing the current scene, she couldn't help but remembered the strange circumstance in the battle between Ren Tianyu and her guards. How is this possible? You were undoubtedly pierced through by my mystic light stab. Seeing alive and still kicking Ren Tianyu, Nine-Headed Hydra couldn't believe what it was seeing and exclaimed. Its 18 eyes of 9 heads had clearly seen that its mystic light stab had undoubtedly pierced through the body of Ren Tianyu. But now no need to talk about being injured, there was not even a single scratch on his cloth, let alone his body. So it couldn't believe what its eyes was seeing now. Ren Tianyu completely ignored this 9-headed hydra, rather lifted up his head and looked towards the floating Wang Qingfeng and said, "Old man, do you have any magic spell that can instantly finish off this beast?" Hearing Ren Tianyu's question, Wang Qingfeng was clearly surprised. After that he opened his mouth. "My forbidden magic spell ought to kill it instantly, but there is a problem. It takes long time to chant the incantation of this forbidden magic, and in that time period, I should not be interrupted. And it is very likely that this 9-headed hydra will not give me time to chant this incantation of this forbidden magic. Although the power of forbidden magic spells were extremely strong, but it requires a very long time to chant the incantation of these forbidden magic spells. Just like last time, in the battle between him and Shiman clan, even after Shiman Shinbua had got the aid of God-ranked Frost Dragon, he had required 1 whole minute to complete the chanting of incantation of forbidden magic spell. If God-ranked magician experts got sufficient time to prepare, they could release a forbidden magic spells that could even destroy a town in an instant. But everyone knew the might of the forbidden magic spells, so no one would ever give their foe enough time to prepare the forbidden magic spells. Since you have a magic spell that can finish off this beast instantly, I will tie it down, and help you to gain enough time for chanting the incantation of forbidden magic spell." Hearing Wang Qingfeng, Ren Tianyu was relieved. Fortunately Wang Qingfeng had forbidden magic spell which was capable enough to finish off this 9-headed hydra. If Wang Qingfeng didn't have any means, then without the use of the jujutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could only use the new big jutsu which he had only learned recently but not yet mastered. "Only you?" Hearing Ren Tianyu, Wang Qingfeng was surprised. He didn't know whether he should believe in Ren Tianyu or not. After all, if he started chanting forbidden magic spell, and was interrupted in the middle, then the power of backlash was enough to cause him a serious injury. And also if he didn't fight, then it was possible that everyone in Soaring Dragon Ship may not survive. "Don't procrastinate, I'm going first." Ren Tianyu didn't give any time to Wang Qingfeng to think, and quickly made a hand seals with both hands, Suiton and Suiro no Jutsu. Water style, water prison jutsu. Then from the water of sea around the 9-headed hydra, suddenly a huge water screen quickly rose and surrounded the 9-headed hydra. T.L. Don't know which water style jutsu this is. Its literal meaning is water style, irrigated land, overflow of water, empty or hollow or void. I have been trying to search any jutsu that matched the meaning of words for hours in Naruto Wiki, but couldn't find it. And I think the description much less match water prison jutsu. If there is any good suggestion, please comment. Seeing that Ren Tianyu had already taken the action, and finally thinking the strange ways he had dodged the mystic light stab, Wang Qingfeng subconsciously believed in Ren Tianyu. Then he quickly retreated back, released a huge amount of powerful wind system magical power and started to quickly chant the incantation for forbidden magic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Raiton Kaminari Shirbari, Lightning Style, Lightning Bind. Chapter 112, Raiton Kaminari Shirbari, Lightning Style, Lightning Bind. After Ren Tianyu has used his jutsu, a huge water screen rose from the sea surface and surrounded the body of 9-headed hydra. Under the control of Ren Tianyu, that 9-headed hydra was trapped inside the barrier made up of seawater. Suiton is Suiro no Jutsu, water style, water prison jutsu. Although the power of this ninjutsu was ordinary, nevertheless one of the good point of this ninjutsu was, if this ninjutsu was used at the place with sufficient supply of water, then this ninjutsu didn't need any additional chakra to maintain for a long time. But Ren Tianyu must keep at least one arm inside the sphere at all times in order for 9-headed hydra to remain imprisoned. But this ninjutsu also let Ren Tianyu to use his free hand to deal with this 9-headed hydra. After trapping 9-headed hydra, Ren Tianyu turned around his head, and looked at Ling Weiwei and yelled, "Little girl, hastily gather all the people on the boat and leave this place at once. During the fight, we will not have any surplus energy to protect you all." Although Ling Weiwei was extremely vexed inside her heart, when she heard Ren Tianyu calling her a little girl, nevertheless she had no choice but to do what Ren Tianyu had said. Because Ren Tianyu was speaking the truth, by the time the fight really escalates, it would be hard for Ren Tianyu and Wang Qingfeng to protect themselves, so how could they spare the energy to protect them? So she decided to follow what Ren Tianyu had said and leave this place. Seeing that Soaring Dragon Ship was gradually getting farther and farther, the heart of Ren Tianyu also slowly calmed down, and then turned around to look the 9-headed hydra who was struggling to free itself. Then a cruel smile appeared on his face. Allow grandfather to prepare the food. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu started to quickly make a series of hand seals. These hand seals were not of water style, rather. Raiton, Korapansa. Lightning style, Black Panther. Along with the loud roar of Panther, the body of Ren Tianyu suddenly flashed with powerful black-colored lightning. Then the innumerable black lightning were emitted from his body, which changed into a lightning of Panther appearance and advanced towards nine-headed Hydra, which was still trapped inside water prison. Everyone should clearly know the reaction of lightning in water, then just like that you could also understand the current circumstance of nine-headed Hydra. The black lightning quickly moved around the water which was surrounding nine-headed Hydra, and this black lightning immediately spread through the whole body of this Hydra. Ah, damned bastard, your father will definitely kill you. I will swallow you alive. Nine-headed Hydra suddenly gave a horrible shriek, as it suddenly felt that its whole body was paralyzed. After that it rapidly used the magical power of its magic core which was inside its brain. And immediately afterwards, a powerful blood-colored energy rapidly surrounded its body and gradually expelled the black lightning. Only after it had used its blood system ability, it was able to force out the Korapansa of Ren Tianyu. Recovered nine-headed Hydra stared at Ren Tianyu, and the extremely brutal aura of magical beast flared up from its body, as even though it was already high god-ranked magical beast, it was still a beast. After that with the red eyes it violently roared, just drop dead, you puny human, water magic endless deep sea. After the roar of the nine-headed Hydra, the sea waters around the vicinity suddenly roll over and over violently. Then a huge foam of breaking waves after waves rose up. Sensing the movement around himself, and in addition looking at the already mad Hydra, Ren Tianyu faintly smiled, not bad, I successfully attract its hostility. Since it is like this, I will play around with you until that old man prepare his forbidden magic spell. Right now at some distance away, Wang Qingfeng was chanting the incantation of forbidden spell for 30 seconds. And according to the estimation of Ren Tianyu, he needed to delay this Hydra for at most 1 minute and the preparation of the forbidden magic of Wang Qingfeng would be complete. At this time, around the sea area, innumerable huge water whirlpools suddenly appeared. And a dreadful suction force was emitted from the inside these whirlpool. And after the sudden appearance of these whirlpool, Ren Tianyu was suddenly sucked in by this whirlpool. Not good. Looking at this whirlpool, and sensing that he was not able to control his own body, Ren Tianyu knew that this was not good. He immediately tried to resist, but due to the quick rotation, he was almost dizzy. So he immediately used the Jujutsu of Right Mangekyo Sharingan, and a spiral space ripple suddenly appeared. Hope I am able to make it in time. Along with the disappearance of the body of Ren Tianyu in the center of whirlpool, the sea surface gradually settled down, and those whirlpool also gradually disappeared. Seeing that Ren Tianyu had disappeared without a trace, that nine-headed Hydra laughed loudly. Ha, you dumb idiot, you finally died without a place for burial. Your father do not believe that you have the ability to stop yourself from becoming a meat paste with the huge pressure of the sea bottom, after you were pulled to the bottom of the sea by the whirlpool. While laughing, nine-headed Hydra suddenly felt a powerful wind system power from the sky, so it lifted its head and looked towards the sky, and saw a strong hurricane had appeared at the side of Wang Qingfeng, and a cyan-colored profound wind blade had condensed in front of him. And this wind blade was emitting an extremely sharp aura, and the space around it looked as if the space itself is crumbling. Humph, want to use a forbidden magic spell, do you think I will give you enough time to prepare? Nine-headed Hydra laughed cruelly, then it opened its mouth and a huge light system sword blade appeared in the sky. After that under the control of nine-headed Hydra, that light blade quickly flew towards Wang Qingfeng. Just go to hell, holy lightsaber blade. Seeing that light sword blade was advancing towards him, despair appeared on the face of Wang Qingfeng, because he only needed extra 20 seconds to complete the preparation of his forbidden magic. And now if he forcefully stopped this incantation, then the backlash would absolutely seriously injure him. And after that he won't be able to fight with this nine-headed Hydra, and would be killed. And if he didn't forcefully stop this magic spell, then this light blade would definitely pierce through his body and he would immediately die. No matter what option he chose, it seems the final outcome was death. Now Wang Qingfeng was feeling extreme regret for listening the advice of Ren Tianyu. If he had not listened to Ren Tianyu and fought, then he could at least protect Ling Weiwei and escape from this place, but now he knew that he himself was going to lose his life, let alone protect Ling Weiwei. At that time, an unexpected voice resounded, Suitun, Suijin Hiki. Water style, water wall. Along with this voce, a huge water wall appeared in front of Wang Qingfeng and successfully blocked the attack of nine-headed Hydra. What? Seeing its attack was blocked, nine-headed Hydra was completely stunned. Then it looked towards the source of the voice, and saw that Ren Tianyu who was still standing on the sea surface without a slightest injury, but only his clothes were wet. Actually Ren Tianyu still had fear after the even just now, he had almost fell in the trap of that nine-headed Hydra. Fortunately, his right eye's Kamui was able to suck him inside his dimension before he was completely swallowed by the whirlpool. At that time, the voice of Wang Qingfeng came from above. Haha, my forbidden magic preparation is complete, boy, quickly retreat. Hearing the voice of Wang Qingfeng, Ren Tianyu smiled with excitement, then he quickly retreated. At that time he saw that Nine-Headed Hydra was also preparing to flee, so he took out 3 kunai from his space ring and threw it towards Nine-Headed Hydra. Under the control of Rentenyu, it fell at the 3-side sea surface of Nine-Headed Hydra. Raiton, Kaminari Shirbari. Lightning style, lightning bind. And along with the voice of Rentianyu, purple-colored 3-sided wall of lightning light rose out of nowhere. The thrown 3 kunai had become fulcrum and formed a lightning barrier trapping that Nine-Headed Hydra inside it, and stopping it from fleeing. This Kaminari Shirbari was the ninjutsu of Kitane, and under the good control, this ninjutsu could easily stop Nine-Headed Hydra for some period of time without any problem. Seeing that Rentianyu had temporarily trapped Nine-Headed Hydra, Wang Qingfeng get ready to unleash his forbidden magic. A huge strong wind blade appeared in front of him and it advanced towards Nine-Headed Hydra. Go to hell, you F*** King Beast. Wind system forbidden magic spell, Blade of Nihility. Swish. Under his control, the wind system forbidden magic of Wang Qingfeng advanced towards the Nine-Headed Hydra, and in an instant the Blade of Nihility appeared in front of Nine-Headed Hydra. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, God Weeping Region. Chapter 113, God Weeping Region. Blade of Nihility instantly appeared in front of Nine-Headed Hydra, and it directly cut open the lightning barrier of Rentenyu, then directly passed through the body of Nine-Headed Hydra, who didn't even had a bit of time to prepare itself to defend this magic spell, and advanced towards the bottom of the sea. Along with the Blade of Nihility falling on the sea, immediately a huge ravine appeared in the sea surface around it. And for a long time the surface of the sea didn't settle down. After the Blade of Nihility had passed through the body of Nine-Headed Hydra, suddenly a cyan-colored light appeared on its body. And along with this light, a crack suddenly appeared on the body of Nine-Headed Hydra, then it split onto 2 from the middle. A large amount of blood poured out, completely dyeing the seawater around it red in color. Looking at Nine-Headed Hydra, who was already in 2 halves, Rentianyu and Wang Qingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. Although Rentianyu could dispose this Nine-Headed Hydra on his own, nevertheless he had to use his big moves. But since the move of this Wang Qingfeng could also deal with this Nine-Headed Hydra, why waste his effort? Wang Qingfeng, who was flying in the sky, seeing that he had finally finished off the Nine-Headed Hydra, suddenly felt powerless inside his heart, as he had consumed huge amount of magical power. He used his remaining magical power to resist falling and stood there calmly. At that time, Rentenyu suddenly walked towards the corpse of Nine-Headed Hydra. Rentianyu walked on the water and arrived near the corpse of Nine-Headed Hydra, then with his sword of Kusanagi, he stabbed on the middlemost head of the Nine-Headed Hydra. And after cutting open this head, a huge magic core appeared in front of the Rentianyu's eyes. Then he pushed up this magic core with his sword and the magic core flew in his hand. After that the sword of Kusanagi on his right hand flashed over the 9 heads of this Nine-Headed Hydra, and immediately all its eyes flew over to his hand. No need to speak about the magic core of Nine-Headed Hydra, the value of magic core of any high god-ranked magical beast was immeasurable. And the eyes of Nine-Headed Hydra had sobering, see-through fog or miasma effect, and was also a rarely seen valuable treasure. Rentenyu had known about this from the book of the Supreme Light Academy's library, which he had read. After that, seeing that there is not any things that was left which was of any use to him, Rentenyu turned around and walked back. Although the skin of this Nine-Headed Hydra was also a valuable treasure, which could be used to make an armor with extremely high magic defense, nevertheless Rentianyu was not in the mood to go through that much trouble. After that he looked towards Wang Qingfeng, who was still floating in the air, and yelled, "Old man, you can have this." Finished speaking, Rentianyu threw a thing towards Wang Qingfeng. Wang Qingfeng easily caught the thing which was thrown towards him by Rentianyu, and looked at it calmly and discovered that it was actually the magic core of Nine-Headed Hydra. Wang Qingfeng couldn't believe that Rentianyu was actually giving this extremely precious thing. So with surprise flashing in his eyes, he spoke to Rentianyu, "This is naturally your spoils of war. This is enough for me." Rentianyu showed the eyes of Nine-Headed Hydra, and said to Wang Qingfeng. In this battle Wang Qingfeng had contributed most, so Rentianyu would be ill at ease if he take the magic core of this Nine-Headed Hydra. Besides, Rentianyu could only sell this magic core for gold coins. As for exchanging it for system points, he won't get much system points, as after his mission system had opened, he didn't even need to exchange magic core for system points. And currently he felt that, in the future, this eyes of Nine-Headed Hydra would be more useful than the magic core. But this... Before Wang Qingfeng could finish speaking, Rentianyu interrupted. "What this or that, even though we're already old, why are you so long-winded? Well, this is already decided, I am leaving first. Ren Tianyu pretended to be impatient, and waved his hand. After that he ran towards the direction the soaring dragon ship that had sailed. Looking at the leaving silhouette of Ren Tianyu, Wang Qingfeng was in daze. Then a smile appeared in his exhausted face. Interesting youngster. Finished speaking, he used remaining magic power inside his body to sustain himself and flew towards soaring dragon ship. Currently he had only little bit of magic power, so if he fell on the sea, he would definitely become fish food. Returned to soaring dragon ship, Ren Tianyu clearly felt the expression in the eyes of everyone on the boat was different from before. Some of them were revering him and some were afraid of him. They had never thought that the person whom they had looked down upon because of his low strength was actually so powerful. Now they believed that Ren Tianyu was very likely the saint-ranked expert. As for being a god-ranked expert, they couldn't even think about this aspect, because up to date the record of a youngest person who able to reach the god-ranked person was at the age of 23, and that was also the record of 1,000 years ago. Are you okay, Zero? Seeing that Ren Tianyu had returned, Ling Weiwei walked over towards him and asked nervously. I'm fine. Ren Tianyu waved his hand and signaled that he was alright. And in addition he pointed towards Wang Qingfeng who had a pale face because of extreme consumption of magical power, and said, besides, you should be concerned about this old man, compared to me. Following the direction where Ren Tianyu had pointed, Ling Weiwei instantly discovered the sorry figure of Wang Qingfeng. Then she exclaimed, Qingfeng grandpa, are you alright? Is there a problem? I'm fine, just expend excessive magical power, that's all. I will be completely fine after I recover the magical power. Seeing that Ling Weiwei had only discovered him, Wang Qingfeng helplessly made a wry smile, and thought, AI, when a girl is of age, she must be married off. Poor me and that old man. Then let me support you to your room. Hearing Wang Qingfeng, Ling Weiwei hastily supported him, and walked towards his room. Now that the trouble was resolved, Ren Tianyu also walked over to his room, and was intending to rest, so that he could recover the consumed chakra. Just in this fashion, the day was over, and on the afternoon of fourth day after they had set off in the ocean, they saw a huge island appear before their eyes. Is that God Weeping Region? Looking at that island, Ren Tianyu muttered seriously. In front of them, a huge island appeared before their eyes on the surface of the sea. And this whole island was completely covered with a large amount of ash-colored clouds. And that clouds were filled with death aura. Even when they were far away from that island, they could still clearly sense that death aura. That's right, that is God Weeping Region. A paradise for adventurers, and also their graveyard. Standing next to Ren Tianyu, Wang Qingfeng answered Ren Tianyu. After that he continued to explain, throughout all the year, this island is enveloped by this ash-colored clouds, and nobody know how it is formed. Also no one dares to enter inside the clouds to examine, because till this date any person who had entered inside the clouds had never returned. Any person who enter this island will be enveloped by sad aura and they will involuntarily shed tears. This is the reason why this island got the name God Weeping Region. Ren Tianyu already knew these things after he had read the books from the library of Supreme Light Academy. So he made a determination, regardless of anything inside the God Weeping Region, they will not be able to stop my steps. I will treat this as a first challenge after I have arrived in this different world. Looking at this mysterious island, the eyes of Ren Tianyu suddenly became steadfast. Sailing all the way, soaring dragon ship very quickly arrived near God Weeping Region. After that more than 50 peoples including Ren Tianyu walked over to the front of the deck. Wang Qingfeng was in front, then 6 saint-ranked experts, then Ren Tianyu and Ling Weiwei at his side, and then all the other employed mercenaries closely followed afterwards. The entire group of people set out towards the God Weeping Region in succession. After stepping on the land of God Weeping Region, everyone suddenly felt that their mind was enveloped by sad aura, then they couldn't help but to expose a sad expression, and slowly tears started to flow out from their eyes. Even Ren Tianyu was no exception. After Ren Tianyu entered this island, he suddenly felt endless sadness were pouring inside his heart, and unknowingly became very sad, and slowly tears flow out from his eyes. Even if he opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, it was of no use. What is going on? A question appeared inside his heart. Now feeling this endless sad aura inside his heart, originally he had not believed the rumors about this God Weeping Region, but now he had no choice but to believe. Ren Tianyu sensed that this island was just like open mouth of death beast, waiting for Ren Tianyu and other to enter inside it. Ren Tianyu always trusted his sense, so he was using his Mangekyo Sharingan to examine the surroundings, and he could clearly see the whole island covered with grey-colored energies which couldn't be seen with naked eyes. Ren Tianyu discovered that all these energies were drifting from the ash-colored clouds, and slowly enveloping the whole island. And Ren Tianyu couldn't see through these ash-colored clouds. That's right, even with the power of Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't see through these ash-colored clouds. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, Going Separate Ways. Chapter 114, Going Separate Ways. After the entire group of peoples gradually entered into this island, the environment inside this island also clearly reflected in all their eyes. On their path, everyone saw layer upon layer of thick skeleton. From the appearance of those skeleton, one could know that those were the skeleton of humans, magical beasts, demons, orcs, winged peoples, and so on. These skeleton also practically includes almost all 100 clans ancestors of Divine Wind Continent. Nobody knows what had happened here, that had caused for them to die here in this island. Deep inside the island, everyone could clearly see the pile of bones which had successfully changed into a bone mountains. As a matter of fact, they couldn't even estimate how many had died in order to create so many bone mountains. In front of everyone, they saw unceasingly moving huge bones of the dead ferocious beast, and those lifeless skeletons were filled with death aura. This clearly let everyone know that they were not to be trifled with. Stepping on the layer upon layer of bones, and listening to the caca scattering into pieces sound of bones, in addition this horrible environment in front of them, even the heart of Tian was feeling a chill. Your grandfather, this place is too creepy. This eerie surrounding is giving me a very bad feeling. Looking at the eerie bone mountain and path paved with bones, Tian helplessly thought. And also I am always feeling as if an invisible pair of eyes are continuously staring at us from the dark. Although even after using Mangekyo Sharingan, Tian couldn't see through the energy of this island, nevertheless under the high and quick perception ability of his eyes, he had all along sensed a pair of invisible eyes were staring at them from the movement they had entered this island. But Tian nevertheless couldn't find the location of that person. However, inside his heart, Tian had already prepared himself for any unexpected movement. You should have heard several rumors regarding this god-weeping region. Honestly speaking, even I do not dare to enter very deep inside this island. And there are extremely few people who are able to return alive after entering deep inside this island. Wang Qingfeng, who was walking in the front, spoke. And also the strength of those bones of dead ferocious beast is extremely powerful. Before they had died, all of them were extremely powerful experts. Due to unknown reason their corpse had changed into bones of dead ferocious beast, and they only have fighting instinct. They don't have any intelligence. Once they smell strangers' smell, they would come up looking to attack the strangers. But you should not look down upon them, just because they do not have any intelligence, because all of them have their fighting instinct before death, and when fighting, all of them will fight according to those fighting instinct. Their lowest level strength is equivalent to great swordsman of human, and the maximum level strength is equivalent to god-ranked human expert. And if I were to face the god-ranked bones of dead ferocious beast, even I might be defeated. But the most important is this environment. Due to this depressing aura we could at most use only 80% of our full power. But it is different to those bones of dead ferocious beasts. You could say in this environment, they are like a stranded fish put back into water. They are not subjected to any repression. After hearing the words of Wang Qingfeng, the eyes of all the mercenaries behind him gradually became serious, and sweat started to appear on the palm which was firmly holding their weapon. Even Tian couldn't help but take things seriously, because just like Wang Qingfeng said, this environment was highly unfavorable for them to fight. Because when they fight in this environment, they had to constantly resist the sad aura which was corroding the state of their mind. This was equivalent to do two things at once. And at the time of the fighting, who would dare to divert their attention? So before he could even begin his own business, Tian was constantly being careful. While gradually stepping inside the god-weeping region, 5 bones of dead ferocious beasts in front smelled the stranger scent, then all of them turned around and stared at Tian and others. Among these 5 bones of dead ferocious beasts, 2 had the appearance of magical beast, 2 had the appearance of human, and last remaining 1 had the appearance of lofty giant. After they saw Tian and others, all of them rushed towards Tian and others. Everyone, prepare yourself. Looking at the incoming bones of dead ferocious beasts, Wang Qingfeng warned everyone. After hearing the warning of Wang Qingfeng, all the mercenaries rushed towards these 5 bones of dead ferocious beasts holding their huge swords, and initiated their attack, and very quickly they were locked in close combat with those bones of dead ferocious beasts. And the magicians quickly held their magic wand in their hand and started to prepare their magic by chant incantation of magic. Tian just watched and didn't join the fight. His eyes were firmly staring at the battle. After a while his eyes were gradually becoming solemn. The fighting experience of these bones of dead ferocious beasts is truly formidable. All the mercenaries are at least of sword master level, but these bones of dead ferocious beasts are relying on their fighting experience when they were alive, and is actually able to contend against them. Looking at the 2 sword master ranked mercenaries surrounding a human appearance bones of dead ferocious beasts and fighting, and seeing that this bones of dead ferocious beasts, who was also of sword master level, was actually able to contend against these 2 mercenaries relaying its fighting experience, Tian thought so. Just then, from behind the waves of powerful magic fluctuation suddenly appeared. It seems the preparation of the magic was successfully completed. After that, several powerful magic were shot at those bones of dead ferocious beasts. And after the magic hit them, suddenly all the bones scattered and fell to the ground. After seeing that those bones of dead ferocious beasts were finished off, the mercenaries returned back and joined the group. Little girl, I have something to do, so I am leaving. Seeing that the problem of bones of dead ferocious beast was already resolved, Ren Tianyu thought for a moment, and decided that it would be better for him to move alone. Also Ren Tianyu was not self-centered, and was also not unwilling to help Ling Weiwei, rather he didn't need to. There was already Wang Qingfeng who was a god-ranked expert as her guard, in addition there were several Sate-ranked experts too, and furthermore there were many Sword Master-ranked and Great Magic Scholar-ranked mercenaries around her side. So as long as they don't enter too deeply inside this island, basically there was not any danger for her. While his mission was different, first he had to finish off the 7-ring silver-twisted snake, which was one of the most horrifying magical beasts, then obtain Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. And if he brought them together with him, then there would be heavy casualty after they encounter this extremely poisonous 7-ring silver-twisted snake. And also after obtaining this Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, his mission will not be complete, as he should still complete the mission from Mission Store, which was to explore this God-weeping region. He had to completely explore and clarify the reason how this God-weeping region was formed, so he absolutely must enter the deeper region of this island. And Ren Tianyu was not sure what types of extremely horrifying existence is inside this island, and perhaps he may even need to use Kamui to protect himself, so he decided to go separate ways as to not cause any unnecessary trouble for them. What? Zero, you want to leave? Hearing Ren Tianyu wanted to leave, Ling Weiwei didn't even have time to care that Ren Tianyu had just called her little girl, and she just exclaimed with anxious expression on her face. Yes, I have a matter to accomplish by myself. Hearing Ling Weiwei, Ren Tianyu replied. Can't you follow and act with us? After all, it would be easy to accomplish something when everyone is together. Ling Weiwei urged Ren Tianyu to stay. No, it's better to act on my own. And I also do not want to cause trouble for you. Ren Tianyu decisively said. And seeing that Ling Weiwei still wanted to urge him to stay, he directly waved his hand and said, No need to speak, I have already made up my mind. And by the time when you complete your mission, you didn't see me, then you can return back by yourself. No need to wait for me, I will find a way back to continent. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu made a hand seal, then together with a white smoke, he disappeared from there. Seeing that Ren Tianyu had suddenly disappeared, Ling Weiwei had a complex expression in her face, as if she wanted to say something, but also didn't know how to say. Seeing this expression of Ling Weiwei, Wang Qingfeng helplessly sighed. On the other side, Ren Tianyu who had left the group was quickly running towards the west direction of God-weeping region. From the information he got from Academy and Mercenary Union, it could already be confirmed that at the side of the lake of the God-weeping region's west side, there exists Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. So after he had separated from Ling Weiwei and others, Ren Tianyu immediately accelerated towards this destination in full speed. All along the road, he encountered bones of dead ferocious beasts. Ren Tianyu basically only used taijutsu as much as possible to finish them off. Because Ren Tianyu didn't want to waste his chakra carelessly, as he didn't know what type of dangers he may encounter after he entered deeper inside the God-weeping region, so he had decided to conserve his chakra as much as possible. Along the way, Ren Tianyu used his taijutsu to directly destroy bones of dead ferocious beasts. At the periphery of this God-weeping region, the strongest among the bones of dead ferocious beasts was only at the level of Swords Master, so they simply couldn't stop even the single step of Ren Tianyu. Although they retained the battle experience of before their death, but if the gap between the strength is too high, the battle experience is useless. So Ren Tianyu just destroyed all the bones of dead ferocious beasts he encountered along his way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Extremely Poisonous. Chapter 115, Extremely Poisonous. After about half an hour, a huge lake appeared in front of Ren Tianyu. And the water of this lake was not transparent, but was actually completely black in color. And around this lake, there were many multicolored small grasses, which was emitting an enchanting aura. However, looking at these small grasses, Ren Tianyu didn't even have any excited expression, because he knew that, in reality, the more beautiful things the more dangerous. Just then, a pure and fresh fragrance assailed his nostrils, then the originally depressed heart of Ren Tianyu because of the environment of God-weeping region couldn't help but shook. After that, Ren Tianyu followed the direction of this fragrance, and saw 3 flowers whose whole body was purple in color. And when he looked at it carefully, he noticed that this was an exotic flower with 7 colored petals. Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. After he noticed that this flower was exactly same as the flower picture he had seen in the academy, Ren Tianyu exclaimed. And the unexpected thing for Ren Tianyu was, there was actually 3 Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. So Ren Tianyu was really surprised. Ren Tianyu carefully advanced towards the direction of these flowers step by step. Although Ren Tianyu was pleasantly surprised after he saw 3 purple gauze sky magnificent flower, nevertheless Ren Tianyu was also extremely vigilant as the guardian of this purple gauze sky magnificent flower had not come out yet. All the way, he didn't come across any danger, and that thing also still didn't show up. Want to take advantage of the moment I pick up and kill me in a single hit? I will do your wish. Noticing that 7-ring silver twisted snake still hadn't showed up, Ren Tianyu thought for a moment, and easily understood the intention of this magical beast. Then Ren Tianyu quickly bent towards purple gauze sky magnificent flower and stretched out his right hand. Just when the right hand of Ren Tianyu was about to reach purple gauze sky magnificent flower, he suddenly heard a peculiar movement sound, and the earth beneath his feet suddenly loosened up, and 7 colored light launched towards the body of Ren Tianyu. Actually, sensing the abnormal movement under his foot, Ren Tianyu immediately knew what was going on. Then he immediately used Kamui of right eye, and then the 7 colored light pierced through the body of Ren Tianyu. Using Kamui, Ren Tianyu successfully dodged the surprise attack of 7-ring silver twisted snake, and then he immediately opened up a distance between himself and purple gauze sky magnificent flower. After that he looked in front and saw a long snake which was more than 30 centimeters in length, and its body had the long strips of red, orange, yellow, green, and so on, 7 colored rings of light. And on its head there was also 7 colored crest which had the shape of small snake. This was the terrifying magical beasts which was the guardian of purple gauze sky magnificent flower, 7-ring silver twisted snake. 7-ring silver twisted snake coiled its body, and started in front and paid full attention at the human who wanted to take its treasure. And surprise was flashing in the pair of its eyes, it couldn't understand why was this human still able to stand after it had pierced through his body. Ren Tianyu actually was also surprised, he had never thought that this magical beast was actually this smart. It had actually concealed its presence, and attacked from unexpected place. If not for his Kamui, he would have really fallen into deep trouble. Just then, Ren Tianyu suddenly saw that this 7-ring silver twisted snake was making its move. He saw that it had opened its mouth, and exposed its long fangs, then a pitch-black venom was shot towards Ren Tianyu. After that Ren Tianyu immediately smelled a foul smell from the atmosphere, which immediately caused the body of Ren Tianyu numb, and immediately felt powerless throughout his body. Not good, the smell of this venom is also poisonous. Feeling the unusual condition of his body, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but exclaimed inside his heart. He really had never thought that the venom of this 7-ring silver twisted snake was actually this toxicity, just the smell was extremely poisonous. Ren Tianyu hastily closed his nose, he used his chakra to temporarily slow down the spread of the poison inside his body, then an eye power gushed out from his right Mangekyo Sharingan, and the incoming venoms directly passed through his body. Just at that time, from the corner of his eyes he saw a 7-colored light beam advancing towards himself, so he immediately used Kamui again and dodged 7-ring silver twisted snake. And the venoms that had passed through the body of Ren Tianyu fell in the ground behind him, and the ground was immediately corroded, and a green smoke started to rise from that place. F***K, I can't continue to drag on. And this guy is too fast. Seeing the speed of 7-ring silver twisted snake, Ren Tianyu made a wry smile. Its speed was basically comparable to his own speed after he opened his 6th gate, really too fast, and also, he was feeling the gradual loss of his strength inside his body. The poison inside his body was gradually showing its effect, but fortunately, he had only smelled a trace of the venom smell. The venom of this 7-ring silver twisted snake was really powerful, and even the trace of its venom should not be underestimated. Due to this trace of the venom, Ren Tianyu had fallen in disadvantageous position. Now he had no choice but to think of a way to finish off this 7-ring silver twisted snake as quickly as possible. First I need to lure this guy far away, or else careless use fire-style ninjutsu may destroy purple gauze sky magnificent flower. That would make me even more miserable. Ren Tianyu thought for a moment, then prepared his next move. That was to lure this magical beast away from here. Seeing that Ren Tianyu was running away, that 7-ring silver twisted snake had a little bit of hesitation on its eyes, after that it changed into a light beam and rushed after Ren Tianyu. Sensing that 7-ring silver twisted snake was chasing after him, Ren Tianyu was delighted. Then he accelerated his speed even further and ran forward. After running for more than 500 meters, thanks to the poison, the 7-ring silver twisted snake was already catching up to him. Just then, extremely thin light flew from the hand of Ren Tianyu towards 7-ring silver twisted snake. Carefully looking, this was Nuabari, needle sword, which was one of the 7 sword of the mist, which Ren Tianyu had exchanged previously. But 7-ring silver twisted snake's speed was as fast as lightning, and as a high rank 7 magical beast, it used the minimum movement to easily dodge the attack of Ren Tianyu. Humph! Do you think it is this easy to dodge? Seeing that his attack was easily dodged, Ren Tianyu snorted, then he stopped running. Then he moved the string on his right hand which was tied to the end of the needle sword, then under the control of Ren Tianyu, the needle sword suddenly changed its direction, and continued towards Seven Rings Silver Twisted Snake. Seven Rings Silver Twisted Snake displayed its nimble movements, it quickly twisted its body and the needle sword just lightly touched the body of Seven Rings Silver Twisted Snake and flew past it. Humph! Ren Tianyu again snorted, then moved the string again. Then needle sword again changed its direction and the strong thread attached to the end of needle sword suddenly coiled around the body of Seven Rings Silver Twisted Snake, and its body was tightly tied. Success! Seeing that he had already caught this Seven Rings Silver Twisted Snake, Ren Tianyu exclaimed with excitement. But the next scene completely froze his excitement. From the surface of the scale of this snake, a liquid was spilling over, then under the lubrication of this liquid, this snake quickly slipped through its binding. Then it suddenly changed into a light beam and quickly rushed towards Ren Tianyu. Swish! The body of this snake again penetrated through the body of Ren Tianyu. Suitun, Baku Sui Showa. Water style, exploding water shock wave. After dodging the attack of that snake by using Kamui, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, then he spit out a great volume of water from his mouth, which gradually formed into a small-sized lake, and the Seven Rings Silver Twisted Snake was completely inside this water. But without even the hint of obstruction, the snake swam inside this water towards Ren Tianyu who was standing on the surface of water. But Ren Tianyu didn't use this ninjutsu to finish off this snake, rather as a humph. Since you are coming, you won't be able to escape. Riton Jabashi. Lightning style Earth Flash. Looking at the incoming Seven Rings Silver Twisted Snake, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly. Although the water didn't have any effect on its combat abilities, but inside the water, its speed was clearly somewhat reduced. Inside the water, its speed was still fast, but due to the resistance of water its speed had clearly dropped, and was nowhere near to its previous speed. After that Ren Tianyu inserted his hand which was sparked with lightning inside the water, and the lightning immediately spread throughout the water, and also reached the body of the snake, which paralyzed its body. Seeing the paralyzed body of that snake sinking down to the bottom of the water, Ren Tianyu didn't waste this chance, and immediately took advantage of this moment and attacked. Suitun, Suiten Hofatsu. Water style, liquid memory, dot. Under the water, a huge water ball was suddenly formed, and surrounded the body of that snake, completely trapping this snake inside it. And this water ball with the Seven Rings Silver Twisted Snake inside it started to rise towards the surface of water. Under the control of Ren Tianyu, the water ball floated on the surface of the water and appeared before the eyes of Ren Tianyu. Time to die, UF*** King Beast. Lightning style, Prison Light Gun Array. Because of poison his body was already getting numb, so Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals. Then a strong lightning sparks appeared and numerous lightning immediately advanced towards the water ball with Seven Rings Silver Twisted Snake. Then this lightning split open the water and finished off the life of this snake. Lightning style, Prison Light Gun Array, was the original lightning style ninjutsu created by Ren Tianyu. This ninjutsu can create lightning guns to shoot lightning, and as long as he had sufficient chakra, theoretically numerous lightning guns could be formed. And also according to will of Ren Tianyu, these lightning guns could be differently lined up. It was a pretty good ninjutsu. After he had finished off the Seven Rings Silver Twisted Snake, Ren Tianyu relaxed. But at that time, the poison of that snake inside his body had already spread all over his body, and gradually his whole body was paralyzed. Pang! Ren Tianyu's body fell into the water, and gradually sunk towards the bottom of the water. He felt completely powerless and couldn't even move his finger. Ren Tianyu helplessly closed his eyes. Am I going to die? But the image of his father, mother, little sister, and all the loved ones started to appear in his mind. In addition, the panic he felt when he first appeared on this divine wind continent, excitement he felt when he first discovered Naruto's system inside his body, as well as the desire to find the way back home, appeared in his brain in succession. No, I absolutely can't give up here. I have yet to find the way back home, and see my parents and sister. I absolutely must not die here. Ren Tianyu constantly yelled inside his heart. After that he, exerting all of his strength, with great difficulty he barely gathered a little bit of chakra. Then his eyes suddenly transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and suddenly a space ripple started to appear around him and Ren Tianyu disappeared from that place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, in the process of nurturing a new eye. Chapter 116, in the process of nurturing a new eye. At the lakeside where the purple gauze sky magnificent flower was growing, suddenly a spiral-shaped space ripple appeared at that place. Then a man wearing a white haori suddenly appeared at that place out of a thin air, and fell down on the ground. Feeling a pain, Ren Tianyu slowly opened his eyes. And he noticed that he was only 20 meters away from Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. That fresh and fragrant smell of that flower caused his body, which had already become deep cyan in color, to tremble, and he felt that the paralysis of his body had weakened a little bit. After that he exerted all the remaining strength and crawled towards that Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. In ordinary times, Ren Tianyu could travel this much distance in a blink of an eye, but now this small distance seems exceedingly distant. Gathering all the strength in his shoulders, Ren Tianyu slowly crawled towards Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower with great difficulty. The Haori, which was originally extremely dashing, was already utterly tattered due to friction. In addition, there was the trace of blood in his chin, shoulder, and multiple other part of the body. And there was a long dragging trail of blood on the ground behind him. If Ren Tianyu's classmates of Supreme Light Academy saw the current miserable appearance of Ren Tianyu, all of them would certainly be greatly surprised, and they would not dare to believe that the person who had dominated the ranking competition and become the champion was on his death door. Feeling lack of power in his body, in addition sensing that he was about to lose his consciousness, Ren Tianyu gritted his teeth and strongly tried to raise his spirit. Persist, I must press on. I still haven't seen my family, I still haven't stepped on the pinnacle of this world, so how can I die like this? Along with the gathering of powerful spirit, Ren Tianyu didn't notice the slow changes occurring in his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan, which had the shape of Obito's Mangekyo, was in the process of changing into a new shape, but the speed of this change was extremely slow. If one was not extremely attentive, no one would absolutely discover this process of changes. After slowly crawling with great difficulty, the distance between him and Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower was getting smaller and smaller. Right now Ren Tianyu was crawling basically only through his seer willpower. Finally Ren Tianyu had reached near the one Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, so he just opened his mouth, then directly bite off the Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, and slowly chewed this flower and swallowed it. After swallowing it, he felt warmth form his throat, and gradually that warmth spread all over his body. And the pain and the paralysis of his body gradually weakened. This really is effective. It seems all the things of this world is not necessarily useless. Feeling the gradual recovery of his body, Ren Tianyu gradually smiled. Along with the passage of the time, the poison inside his body was finally eliminated by Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, and in addition to that, this Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower had also transformed his body so that he would be able to resist any kind of poison from now on. After that his sensation was back up, and the control over his body also returned back. Then he slowly got up from the ground, sat cross-legged, and immersed his mind within his body. After a while, Ren Tianyu opened his eyes with surprise on his face, because he clearly felt that his chakra had increased by a huge amount. This amount of chakra had already exceeded normal elite ninja, and already took the step into Kage level. What is going on? How could the amount of chakra inside my body increase by this amount without rhyme or reason? Ren Tianyu couldn't help but wonder about it. Then after he noticed the remaining two Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower on the ground, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be because of it? If so, then this is a blessing in disguise. After that he stood up, picked up those remaining two Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, and placed them inside his space ring. And, finally, the assignment of Academy is complete. Now I should explore this island. After he had collected the flowers, he looked towards the depth of this island. Then he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. But just when he was about to use Kamui to leave from this place, he immediately felt some changes in his eyes, so he stopped himself from using Kamui. What is happening to my eyes? Why am I feeling as if my eye power is increased by many times? Ren Tianyu clearly felt that his eye power was enhanced by many times compared to before. So he couldn't help but wonder about it. Now he could clearly feel that it was more flexible than ever to use his eye power, as if his eyes were changing according to circumstance. After thinking for a while, Ren Tianyu didn't understand the cause of this, so he thought that this might also be caused by the Purple Gauze Magnificent Flower. So he no longer thought about it and used Kamui, and along with the spiral-shaped space ripple, he disappeared from that place. And what Ren Tianyu didn't know was, inside his sea of consciousness, inside the space of system, the voice of system suddenly sounded. Finally this boy started to nurture his own eyes before he upgrade to eternal eyes. Like this he is no longer walking on the path of other people's, rather opened the path that only belonged to himself. But Ren Tianyu was completely unaware about these things. Inside the God Weeping region, Ren Tianyu was slowly walking towards its interior region. After entering the interior region, the number of dead of bones ferocious beasts were clearly decreased by a lot. But their strength was also clearly increasing. The more he walked towards the center region, the sad aura of this island was also increasing significantly. After walking for about more than 2 hours, and after fighting with no less than 50 bones of dead ferocious beasts, Ren Tianyu finally entered the center region of this God-weeping region. And seeing the situation in this place, Ren Tianyu was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Ren Tianyu saw a huge magic circle in front of him on the ground. This magic circle was completely formed from ash-colored energy, and successfully took the shape of mysterious six-edged star appearance. At the edge of the six-edged star magic circle, there were 6 stone pillars with mysterious rune carved on its surface standing at that location. And the ash-colored clouds which made all the people sense a stifling feeling, was also caused by this magic circle. Ren Tianyu knew about this, because he could clearly see that the ash-colored clouds were gradually floating out from this magic circle, and then rose towards the sky. And at the periphery of this magic circle, there were 2 completely blood-red-colored bones of dead ferocious beasts. And a horrifying aura was being emitted from their body which was spreading all around them. Seeing these 2 blood-red-colored bones of dead ferocious beasts, in addition sensing that horrifying aura from their body, Ren Tianyu gradually became extremely serious, and his right hand gradually grasped the hilt of his sword of Kusanagi. Because the aura of these 2 bones of dead ferocious beasts were extremely powerful, as it was at least comparable to the aura of those 2 old men of Shiman clan and as well as their 2 dragons. At this time, these 2 bones of dead ferocious beasts also discovered Ren Tianyu, and then they turned around their blood-red-colored skull to the direction of Ren Tianyu. But they didn't launch the attack towards Ren Tianyu. Just then, a gloomy voice floated out from inside from that magic circle, and entered the ears of Ren Tianyu. I didn't expect someone, furthermore a human could actually able to reach here. It seems those things outside are still not strong enough. After I finish you off, from your bones, I can create even more stronger bones of dead ferocious beasts. After the voice, a silhouette suddenly came out from inside the magic circle, and an extremely horrifying aura spread all around with this silhouette as a center. And sensing this aura of this person, those 2 blood-red-colored bones of dead ferocious beasts slowly kneel towards this person. Who are you? Sensing the aura of this mysterious person, the body of Ren Tianyu quivered involuntarily. Even though he had just advanced to Kage level, sensing this aura, he couldn't help but felt an extremely huge pressure. This person was too powerful. You don't need to know who I am, you should just know that your soul will be directly added to my ghost sea. And I will create a powerful bones of dead ferocious beast from your body. Both of you get up and kill this intruder. That mysterious person didn't answer the question of Ren Tianyu, rather ordered those 2 blood-red-colored bones of dead ferocious beast. And then those 2 bones of dead ferocious beast immediately rushed towards Ren Tianyu, and it seemed he was somewhat anxious. Looking at these 2 incoming bones of dead ferocious beast, in addition that even more powerful mysterious person behind them who was glaring him like a tiger eyeing its prey, Ren Tianyu helplessly made a wry smile. Now I have no choice but to get help from that fellow. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu bit the index finger of his right hand, and quickly made a series of hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu, come out Shikaku. After Ren Tianyu made a series of hand seals, he slammed his right hand on the ground. After that, with a pang sound, a huge amount of white smoke appeared throughout the island. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Resentment Power. Chapter 117, Resentment Power. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, a huge amount of white smoke appeared in front of him, which was followed by a huge shock wave. And the first one to be affected by this shockwaves were those 2 blood-red-colored bones of dead ferocious beasts. Due to this huge shockwave, these 2 bones of dead ferocious beasts were forced to retreat back, and return back to the side of that mysterious person. After the white smoke dissipated, all of a sudden a raccoon dog who was more than 20 meters tall appeared at that place. This raccoon dog was earth yellow in color, and there were violent colored tattoos all over its body. This was one of the 9-tailed beast of Naruto world, one-tailed Shikaku, who had the power to control wind and sand. And right now Ren Tianyu was standing on its head. Kid, where is this? After looking around its surroundings, Shikaku asked Ren Tianyu, who was standing on its head. This is the place which I have told you before. This is the isolated island I have come for experience and training. Shikaku, you must be a bit more careful, that mysterious person wearing black clothes is strange. Standing on the top of Shikaku, Ren Tianyu answered with serious expression. Before speaking about the strength of this mysterious person, from the speech of this person just a moment ago, Ren Tianyu believed that this environment of this god-weeping region was probably created by this mysterious person. And even the eyes of Ren Tianyu couldn't see through the ash-colored clouds above his head, so he couldn't help but to be extremely careful against such enemy. A large amount of resentment power. At this time, Shikaku suddenly let out a startled voice. Then it lifted its head and carefully swept all around its surroundings with its eyes. And when he saw the ash-colored clouds in the sky, it immediately exclaimed loudly, "What? Someone is gathering resentment power, . What is this resentment power?" Hearing the words of Shikaku, Ren Tianyu instantly asked, and thought, could it be Shikaku know what is going on with the energy around here? But it's not possible. This guy was exchanged not a long time ago, so how could Shikaku clearly know the energy of this different world? But after the explanation of Shikaku, Tian understood what resentment power was. According to the explanation of Shikaku, resentment was a kind of special energy that was naturally radiated by the body of everyone including beasts after their death. This energy was extremely faint, the naked eyes of ordinary person could never see this energy, and this energy also would not cause any damage to human body. But if it is on the huge battlefield or someone used a special method to artificially gather a large amount of this resentment power, then that should be regarded as a different matter. Once a huge amount of resentment power was gathered, that would create a powerful oppression sensation on the minds of the peoples, making peoples feel very uncomfortable and depression. And if anyone is exposed in this energy for a long period of time, then that would cause extremely huge damage to the body. And according to Shikaku's explanation, this resentment power was gathered by this fellow by making use of this ancient battlefield as a base. He had used a special method to ruthlessly summon these dead spirits of the brave departed, and they were stranded inside these bones of the dead. This was the cause for the appearance of the bones of dead ferocious beast in this god-weeping region. And the trapped spirits of brave departed in the body of bones of dead ferocious beast at all times emits a kind of resentment, which also increased the power of gathered resentment power. And those bones mountains and the bones on surface of the ground all over this island which were seen by Tian were very probably the failed items during the creation of bones of dead ferocious beast by this fellow or the skeleton's bones of dead ferocious beast which were killed by the mercenaries who had come here for exploration. It seems the rumor that Shikaku was born from the resentment of the dead souls of those who died because of sandstorms was not necessarily false. No wonder it could able to recognize this resentment power only with a single glance. Tian looked at Shikaku who was beneath him and thought inside his heart. Then when he looked in front towards that mysterious person, a powerful killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his eyes slowly transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Now his body was releasing a thick killing intention without any reservation. This was the first time that Tian really wanted to kill someone, you bastard. Then he directly rushed towards that mysterious person, without even taking a single glance at those two blood-red bones of dead ferocious beasts. Shikaku, you take care of these two bones of death ferocious beast. As for this fellow, I will personally kill him with my own hand. This guy dared to insult the spirits of the brave departed. No problem. Hearing Tian, Shikaku answered. Then suddenly innumerable yellow-colored sands closely follow Tian and advance towards those two blood-red bones of dead ferocious beasts. On the another edge of God-weeping region, the group of Ling Weiwei had just finished off the saint-ranked bones of dead ferocious beast, and after that pick up the precious medical herbs at the side. But just when they were about to take a rest, they suddenly felt the violent tremor of the ground. Afterwards suddenly a powerful shockwave advanced towards them. Fortunately this shockwaves was not that powerful when it arrived at their location, it just scattered their groups. Many of them had unstably fell on the ground due to this shockwave, but no one was injured. What was that just now? What is going on here? Guarding Ling Weiwei, Wang Qingfeng thought inside his heart, after the shockwave dissipated. Wang Qingfeng spread his magical power to support Ling Weiwei to stand up. After that Ling Weiwei looked towards the interior of this island, and then her brows instantly shrunk, and was greatly surprised. She saw a huge earth-yellow-colored raccoon dog had appeared at the center of the island. Even when they were far away, Wang Qingfeng and others was still able to sense its powerful oppressing pressure. What is this terrifying magical beast? Seeing this huge raccoon dog, the beautiful face of Ling Weiwei was filled with surprise. What is that? Not good. We need to quickly get off this island. Run, everyone hurry. Wang Qingfeng seems to think about something, and his complexion immediately became ghastly pale. Then he roared towards his group of mercenaries. But Zero is not back yet. If we return now, then he won't have any boat to return to the continent. Hearing Wang Qingfeng, Ling Weiwei immediately worriedly thought about Tian who had separated from their group. So she spoke anxiously. There is not time to wait for him. Besides, that boy has already stated that he would find another method to return to the continent. We should leave this island at once. No, I will go to look for Zero. Ling Weiwei shook her head, then turned around towards the interior region of this island, and started to run to search for Tian. But she suddenly felt a pain on the back of her head, and instantly lost her consciousness. Wang Qingfeng supported the body of Ling Weiwei. After that, looking at the fainted Ling Weiwei, he shook his head and sighed. Weiwei, this time your grandpa Qingfeng really am sorry. We really do not have any more time to consider about that boy, and if we do so then we also won't be able to leave this island. After that he turned around and roared towards the group of mercenaries, we are leaving this god-weeping region at once, everyone keep up the pace with me. Finished speaking, Wang Qingfeng quickly hurried back towards their boat, and all the mercenaries also hurriedly followed after him. Somewhere in the endless sea, there were mysterious islands, and in one of the cave of the island, a middle-aged person who was wearing golden-colored battle armor suddenly opened his eyes, and a horrifying aura spread all over the surroundings, and then he yelled towards the outside of the cave, "Tell Apolese, the murderer of Adelaide is already at the endless sea. Now he is in God-weeping region, that ghost place. Let him have several more people, and tell him that he must kill that bastard human." "Yes." Another voice came from outside the cave, and then slowly faded away. After that middle-aged person again closed his eyes. After a while, several shadow flew from this islands towards the direction of God-weeping region. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Sabako Soteso Fuan, Grand San Mausoleum Seal. Chapter 118, Sabako Soteso Fuan, Grand San Mausoleum Seal. Seeing incoming Ren Tianyu, suddenly an energy fluctuation sprang out from the body of that mysterious person. Then this mysterious person waved his right hand, and a magic wand which was made up of bone with a human-shaped skull embedded on its top appeared in his hand. After that, along with the flash of black radiance from his body, suddenly innumerable thickly dotted pitch-black energy arrows appeared in front of him, and those arrows shot towards Ren Tianyu. Also those two bones of dead ferocious beasts at his side released a blood-red colored radiances, then they changed into a two-light beam, and advanced perfectly straight towards Ren Tianyu behind those arrows. Confronting the attack of this mysterious man and bones of dead ferocious beast, Ren Tianyu didn't try to dodge or block these attacks, he just released a powerful eye power from his right Mangekyo Sharingan. After advancing to the Kage level, and in addition with vastly increase in eye power of his Sharingan, now Ren Tianyu could control his Sharingan with even more high proficiency. Swish! As if the body of Ren Tianyu was transparent, the energy arrows of that mysterious person and those two bones of dead ferocious beast directly penetrated through the body Ren Tianyu, and without decreasing his speed, Ren Tianyu continued to advance towards that mysterious person. And just after Ren Tianyu passed those two bones of dead ferocious beast, boundless amount of sands appeared out of nowhere directly burying those two bones of dead ferocious beast. "You too, skeleton, allow Orsama to temporarily play with you." Seeing that its yellow sand had buried both bones of dead ferocious beasts, Shikaku spoke with disdain. But at this time, suddenly two craters appeared on the surface of sand, then with pang, pang sound, two blood-red colored radiance came out from inside the sand, and continued to advance towards Shikaku. On the other side, when that mysterious man saw the move of Ren Tianyu, he couldn't help but to stare blankly. He couldn't even understand how Ren Tianyu had dodged his attack and in addition the surprise attack of two bones of dead ferocious beast just a moment ago. But he knew that now was not the time to hesitate or to ponder about it, as Ren Tianyu was already about to arrive in front of him. His body suddenly released a huge amount of black-colored light, then his body immediately changed into a black-colored shadow, after that he instantly reached 50 meters away. But just when he come to stop at that location, his mind suddenly felt extreme sense of danger, so without slightest bit of hesitation, he immediately released huge amount of energy and completely covered his entire body. Just after he had finished casting his magic, he immediately sensed numerous sharp stabs on his energy cover. And when he carefully looked, he suddenly discovered thin needles made up of lightning energy were continuously attacking him. This was Ren Tianyu's ninjutsu, Chidori Senbon. Seeing that his Chidori Senbon was blocked, Ren Tianyu thought, this guy is highly alert. Again looking at that cloak that was completely covering the head of that mysterious man, Ren Tianyu hatefully cursed inside his mind, F***K, why the hell is he covering his head? Could it be that he knows about my Dojutsu of Sharingan, but this is clearly the first meeting between us, so how could he know about my Dojutsu? Because he felt extremely powerful pressure from this guy, plus Shikaku had said that this guy was gathering resentment power, Ren Tianyu had directly wanted to use Tsukuyami, and directly knock him out, so as to avoid many troubles. But this fellow had covered his head with that headgear, so Ren Tianyu had no choice but to give up that plan. Since I can't use Tsukuyami, I can only try other methods. I must capture this guy alive, then use illusion to get the information out of him, about the secrets of this god-weeping region. Ren Tianyu tightly clutched his hands and firmly stared at this mysterious man. At that time, that mysterious person suddenly made a move, around his body suddenly a green-colored bits and pieces of flames just as will-o'-the-wisp appeared. Then these bits and pieces of flame combined in the air to take the form of huge green-colored flame ball. Go to hell! The Netherworld Wildfire Ball. That mysterious man roared loudly, then under the command of this man, that huge green-colored wildfire ball quickly advanced towards Ren Tianyu. Looking at the wildfire ball and again looking at the Shikaku who was fighting against those two bones of dead ferocious beasts behind him, Ren Tianyu instantly made a decision. After that Ren Tianyu firmly locked onto the wildfire ball with his left eye, and gradually powerful eye power poured out from his left eye, after that a black hole suddenly appeared in the space in front of this wildfire ball. Then this black hole gradually enlarged, and this wildfire ball was absorbed inside it. Although Ren Tianyu knew that even if he let this wildfire ball hit Shikaku, this flame ball would absolutely cause no damage to Shikaku, who had the strongest absolute defense. Nevertheless, even if this attack couldn't cause any damage, it absolutely would disrupt the battle moves of Shikaku, so he decided to use Kamui of Left Eye to get rid of it. After getting rid of the attack, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals with both of his hands. Futon Atsugai. Wind style, pressure damage. Ping. Suddenly a compressed to the very high-density wind quickly advanced towards that mysterious man. This wind attack covered extremely large area, and that mysterious man was completely swallowed by the blast of this attack. After that long continuous sound of explosion rang out. Ren Tianyu was not concerned about that mysterious person, rather he quickly jumped back, and landed on the head of Shikaku. Shikaku, why didn't you finish this battle till now? It's because these two skeleton is too nimble, so it's hard for me to catch them. Shikaku was also little helpless, he didn't expect that he would feel this vexed in his first fight in this different world. So Shikaku, who already had a bad temper, was almost about to blow up. It is also quite hard for me alone to deal with that guy over there, so when that guy over there is defending against my Futon Atsugai, wind style, pressure damage, let's join force and quickly deal with these two bones of dead ferocious beasts first. Looking at those two bones of dead ferocious beasts, Ren Tianyu said to Shikaku. Fine. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Shikaku agreed. Now Shikaku's only desire was to use its sand to completely crush these two ants. You make sandstorm to pin them down, and I will seize the chance to catch both of them. Ren Tianyu said to Shikaku. And after hearing Ren Tianyu, Shikaku immediately caused towering sands waves to appear and press down those two bones of dead ferocious beasts. But these two bones of dead ferocious beasts was after all at least God-ranked expert level, so they were able to easily dodge these sand waves by flying in the sky. But this time, from beneath the sands, several huge hands made up of sands appeared and directly caught the ankles of these two bones of dead ferocious beasts, and then they were pulled down from the sky. From the head of Shikaku, Ren Tianyu had used Sabaka Hando, desert hands, and these desert hands had caught both bones of dead ferocious beasts. Seal them. Shikaku, act quickly. Seeing that he had already caught the targets, Ren Tianyu immediately yelled towards Shikaku. No problem. Let me turn these two flies into bone dregs. Before Ren Tianyu had reminded him, after seeing that Ren Tianyu had caught the targets, Shikaku had already made his preparation. Suddenly the sands at the side of these two bones of dead ferocious beasts violently stirred, and gradually the sands started to surround their bodies, and after completely surrounding the bodies of these two bones of dead ferocious beasts, the sands took the form of two huge desert pyramids. After that, numerous mysterious runes unceasingly appeared on the surface and covered the whole pyramid. Sabako Soteso Fuan. Grand Sand Mausoleum Seal. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Group Brawl? That is just a joke. Chapter 119, Group Brawl? That is just a joke. Group Brawl? That is just a joke. Along with the voice of Shikaku, two pyramids were instantly formed, and those two skeleton ferocious beasts were permanently sealed inside it. Just then, a huge dim green-colored fireball came towards the direction of Ren Tianyu, who was standing on the top of the head of Shikaku. But just before this fireball could hit Ren Tianyu, under the control of Shikaku, huge amount of sands which took the form of sturdy sand shield appeared in front of Ren Tianyu to block this fireball. After blocking this fireball, endless sands surrounded this fireball, and buried that fireball inside the endless sands. Shikaku felt that this green-colored fireball was troublesome, so it had directly used its sands and buried it. Seeing that mysterious person had already escaped and also had suddenly made a surprise attack, Ren Tianyu and Shikaku stared in front of them. They saw that this mysterious man was able to escape completely unscathed from the Atsugai, pressure damage, attack of Ren Tianyu. On the other hand, seeing these two pyramids in front of him, the energy of this mysterious person ceaselessly rolled over and over, and his aura suddenly rose sharply. This aura was many times more powerful than the aura just a moment ago, as if he had completely released his shackles. This is... Sensing the extremely horrifying aura of this mysterious person, the expression of Ren Tianyu gradually became solemn. Before, Ren Tianyu had only sensed a little bit of danger from this guy, but now Ren Tianyu could sense real danger from this guy. Bastards, don't even think about returning alive from here. The aura of this mysterious person was still continuously increasing. Then, looking at the huge body of Shikaku and also to Ren Tianyu, who was at the top of its head, he coldly spoke towards them. Then that mysterious person opened his mouth, and a shrill sound came out from his mouth which spread widely all over the God-weeping region. Hearing this ear-piercing shrill of that mysterious person, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but to cover his both ears, and his body was covered with a layer of goosebumps. F***K, if you are unable to defeat, then just surrender, why are you yelling like this? Ren Tianyu cursed inside his heart. This sound was just like the unpleasant sound which he had heard on the earth when the students used their nails to scrape the blackboard. This sound could drive someone to his death. But after the sound was over, Ren Tianyu suddenly felt something was wrong, because inside his mental perception, innumerable powerful energies were continuously rushing towards his direction in a high speed. Very soon, innumerable skeleton ferocious beasts having human, magical beasts, demons, and so on appearance appeared in Ren Tianyu's line of sight. At the very least there were several thousand strong skeleton ferocious beasts, and they had already surrounded both Ren Tianyu and Shikaku. The number was still continuously increasing. Furthermore, it seems these innumerable skeleton ferocious beasts were summoned by this mysterious person. F***Ku, resorting to group brawl. Looking at those countless skeleton ferocious beasts around his surroundings, instantly large amount of cold sweat started to flow out from Ren Tianyu's forehead. But there was not even a slight trace of fear on his face. As far as he believed, if strength was insufficient, only the high quantity of numbers were not the least effective against someone extremely strong. Just like Uchiha Madara in the Naruto world, he alone faced the allied forces of this ninja world, but he didn't even have a single trace of fear, and he alone completely eliminated the whole division of allied forces. Even two Kage-level experts were almost dead in that battle. Although the current strength of Ren Tianyu was still far from having reached the point of Uchiha Madara, nevertheless sooner or later he would he would surpass him, and become the person who was able to confront against the whole world. At that time, who would dare to block his steps? So many little ants came. Shikaku also looked around the ever-growing number of skeleton ferocious beasts, then burst into loud laughter and said, "For tailed beasts, group brawl was even more of a joke. Shikaku, let's see who can kill more between us?" Hearing the laughter of Shikaku, Ren Tianyu faintly smiled. Then looking at those skeleton ferocious beasts, he slowly said to Shikaku, "Interesting. Boy, we are on." Hearing Ren Tianyu's proposal, Shikaku was excited, and then happily replied Ren Tianyu, "Then I will begin the countdown." Hearing Shikaku, Ren Tianyu prepared himself, and started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Swish. After the final countdown, Ren Tianyu instantly changed into a blur and directly jumped down from the head of Shikaku, and landed on the ground. He was already holding his sword of Kusanagi on his right hand, then he suddenly released powerful lightning system chakra, and immediately entered Raiten Shikuramoto, lightning-style armor. After that, Ren Tianyu changed into a purple lightning and his silhouette instantly disappeared from that place, and had already appeared in the crowd of skeleton ferocious beasts. "All of you, stop him, and try to buy time for me." Seeing that Ren Tianyu had jumped on the crowd of skeleton ferocious beasts, that mysterious person immediately issued the order. After hearing the command of this mysterious person, all the skeleton ferocious beasts immediately get into action. Just like a huge tide of ghosts, all these skeleton ferocious beasts pounced towards Ren Tianyu and Shikaku, as if they wanted to completely devour both of them. After issuing the command, an ash-colored crystal ball suddenly appeared on the right hand of that mysterious person, then he started to release energy on his right hand. After that, this mysterious man threw this crystal ball towards ash-colored energy clouds in the sky. After this crystal ball entered inside the ash-colored clouds in the sky, the magic circle behind this mysterious person suddenly started to release powerful ash-colored energy light. And then the ash-colored energy clouds in the sky suddenly started to violently roll over and over, as if something was about to wake up. And at that time, that mysterious person raised his magic wand, and started to chant the incantation, and his energies were also continuously entering inside the ash-colored clouds in the sky. On the other side, Ren Tianyu had entered the crowd of skeleton ferocious beasts, and he was just like a wolf in the middle of sheepflock. A series of hong, 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 colliding sounds were ringing out. Ren Tianyu had turned into a spear of lightning and was knocking down all the skeleton ferocious beasts in front of him. Ren Tianyu was wielding the sword of Kusanagi, which was cladded with lightning, with his right hand, and with the continuous flash of lightning sword light, all the skeleton ferocious beasts around him were directly cut down to dregs. At this time, he heard a sound, and Ren Tianyu immediately used the eye power of his right eye, and the bone swords directly passed through the body of Ren Tianyu. And after this bone sword of the skeleton ferocious beasts had passed through his body, he threw his sword of Kusanagi to his left hand, and his right hand changed into lightning sword and advanced towards the skeleton ferocious beast. Reigyaku Suehei. Lateral bolt of pain. Hon. An explosion sound rang out. The right hand of Ren Tianyu hit the skeleton ferocious beast, and its body was immediately scattered and disappeared in the air. At this time, from the corner of his left eyes, Ren Tianyu saw an attack was advancing towards him, so he slightly inclined and successfully dodged this attack. And his right hand, he directly grasped the skeleton ferocious beast, then used his both hand to held it and lifted its body over his head. After that, he poured lightning chakra in his hands, and he looked at the skeleton ferocious beasts all around him. The skeleton ferocious beast which was raised over his head was crying and struggling, but in the face of Ren Tianyu, there was only a cruel smile. Then he heavily pounded that skeleton ferocious beast which was lifted over his head by his both hand to the ground. Riga Bomu. Liger Bomb. Ka-cha. Along with the loud sound of lightning, huge amount of lightning were spread all around from the location where Ren Tianyu had heavily pounded skeleton ferocious beast, which was followed by the continuous explosion sound. And all the surrounding skeleton ferocious beasts were sent flying backwards. Now there was not even a single skeleton ferocious beasts in the surroundings of Ren Tianyu. Ah, boy, your speed is quite fast, now it's Osama's turn. Seeing the violent move of Ren Tianyu, Shikaka laughed. Then his eyes swept all the skeleton ferocious beasts who were advancing towards it, and quickly gathered huge amount of chakra which it had as a tailed beast. Then the sand around it which was under its command changed into terrifying boundless sand waves, and this boundless sand waves instantly buried all the skeleton ferocious beasts in his front. Tailed beast was indeed worthy to be called the tailed beast, one move and instantly swept away large number of skeleton ferocious beasts. Afterwards the month of Shikaku bulged, and then huge air cannonball was fired towards the crowd of skeleton ferocious beasts. Futon Renkuden. Wind-style air bullet. Hon. A loud sound of explosion rang out, and the skeleton ferocious beasts around it were directly blown into pieces. Seeing the violent moves of both Ren Tianyu and Shikaku, as well as seeing the continuous death of skeleton ferocious beasts which he had created, that mysterious man was greatly distressed, because these skeleton ferocious beasts were the creation of his painstaking effort. But this man had no choice but to calm down his state of mind. He increased the speed of chanting, and the energy fluctuation on the ash-colored clouds in the sky also quickened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Beast of Resentment. Chapter 120, Beast of Resentment. Doton Retsudo Tensho. Earth Style, Earthquake Slam. Ren Tianyu yelled loudly, and heavily slammed his right hand on the surface of the ground. Suddenly the ground surrounding the bones of the dead ferocious beasts quickly split open, and these cracks on the ground completely swallowed all of them. Futon Atsugai. Wind style, pressure damage. Immediately after using this powerful earth system ninjutsu, Ren Tianyu used wind system ninjutsu to blow other enemies away, along with the series of explosion sound. After that Ren Tianyu firmly stood on the ground, the strong lightning chakra around his body also slowly died down. Around him there were only scattered pieces of bones, there was not a single bones of dead ferocious beasts capable of standing around him. On the other side, Shikaku had also completed its cleanup work. Under the attack of one man and one beast, over 10,000 bones of dead ferocious beasts were completely annihilated, as if fierce winds sweeping away the fallen leaves. After seeing that all the bones of ferocious beasts were already disposed, Ren Tianyu and Shikaku looked towards the direction of that mysterious person who was in the middle of chanting the incantation. Now it's time to capture you alive. Looking at the mysterious man who was still in the process of chanting, Ren Tianyu smiled, then quickly rushed towards this mysterious man. Ren Tianyu intended to interrupt the magic spell and capture him. Along with the reduce in distance between them, Ren Tianyu could see the overflowing energy of that mysterious person. Just when Ren Tianyu was about to arrive at the sight of this person, a huge change suddenly occurred around them. That mysterious man calmly looked at incoming Ren Tianyu, and in his face which was hidden by a cloak, he had a big smile. Then his voice slowly spread out, "Awaken, beast of resentment." After that mysterious man spoke, a terrifying aura spread all around from the clouds in the sky, then the clouds quickly gathered in a single place forming a ball shape, after that directly advanced towards Ren Tianyu. Hon! A loud sound of explosion rang out. That ash-colored gloomy light ball instantly arrived in front of Ren Tianyu, and it hit the place where Ren Tianyu was standing just a moment ago. This instantly released a huge shockwaves, which quickly spread in all direction. And the ground around it had clearly lost a layer in an instant. Humph! Seeing that Ren Tianyu was hit, that mysterious man coldly snorted, and he had a cruel pleased with himself smile on his face. Dumb idiot, let's see how you will survive this time. Even after seeing that Ren Tianyu was hit, Shikaku didn't even have a slightest bit of tension, because it could still clearly feel the summoning contract with Ren Tianyu in its brain, and it also believed that the member of Uchiha clan was not this easy to deal with. At the same time, Shikaku couldn't help but suddenly remember that even after hitting Ren Tianyu with its Renkuden air bullet on their first meeting, Ren Tianyu was completely unscathed. After that ash-colored light ball dropped on the ground, this light ball continuously rolled over and over, and elongated. After that, along with the soul-shaking roar, a strange giant beast appeared at that location. This strange giant beast had dog head with one long sharp-looking horn in its forehead, lion body with a pair of long wings. This was a strange magical beast. This strange beast gradually came out from that energy ball, then it raised its head towards the heaven and roared a noiseless roar, but when it opened its mouth, invisible energies spread all around from its body. Even being a tailed beast, the body of Shikaku involuntarily quivered, and it also sensed that its own sea of consciousness was also continuously quivering. This is? Soul attack? Feeling that its spirit or soul was continuously quivering, Shikaku suddenly exclaimed. It had never expected that it would actually encounter the opponent with most difficult to deal soul attack. Soul attack was one of the most difficult type of attack, because this attack directly affect the soul of the opponent, and there were no means of defense. Except using one's own soul power to resist the attack, there was no other way to protect themselves from this attack. While Shikaku was feeling sour, at the same time, under the command of that mysterious person, that beast of resentment slowly advanced towards Shikaku, actually forcing me to revive the beast of resentment at an earlier date. This caused this beast to seriously lack sufficient energy. Since I already revive it, how can I let you have an easy time? Standing behind that beast of resentment, that mysterious man slowly though inside his heart. According to original plan, the time for reviving this beast of resentment was still far in the future. For reviving this beast of resentment, his clan had prepared for a long time. In order to complete this mission, every year innumerable clansmen of his clan die in this island. In order to capture the experts of 100 major clans, his clan had already flowed too much of blood. But he had never expected that the destructive power of this magical beast and its master was this powerful. So he was forced to revive this beast of resentment at an earlier time. At that time, soft voice came from the sky, right on, John. Lightning style, false darkness. Ka-cha. Along with the light of lightning, a clap of thunder rang out. Then a huge lightning spear fall from the sky towards the body of beast of resentment. Useless. Seeing the lightning spear falling towards the body of beast of resentment, that mysterious person didn't even have a slight trace of worry. He just opened his mouth and softly said, because. Just like the strike of lightning, the lightning spear from the sky directly hit body of beast of resentment, but this lightning spear just passed through the body of this beast of resentment. With the exception of little energy fading away from its body where it was hit by the lightning spear, there was nothing else wrong with its body. It was similar to the effect of Rin Tianyo's Kamui. Because beast of resentment is just a collection of power of resentment between heaven and earth, so it goes without saying that it doesn't have substance. All the attack it received will just pass through its body, and the damaged part of its body will automatically recover by consuming little bit of its resentment power. Unless you can instantly exterminate its whole resentment power, you won't be able to do a single thing against it. Looking at his beast of resentment, that mysterious person lightly spoke to himself. Feeling that it was hit, that beast of resentment immediately issued a roar with anger. After that, an invisible energy spread in front of it towards the sky, then suddenly blood was visible in the middle of the air, and Ren Tianyu, who had blood in the corner of his mouth, became visible in that place. Feeling that his soul was continuously quivering, Ren Tianyu was completely surprised. Then he jumped back, and landed on the top of the Shikaku's head. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ren Tianyu asked Shikaku, Shikaku, what's with the attack just a moment ago? It seems there is not any method to block that attack. It was soul attack. Soul attack? Ren Tianyu asked as he didn't know what soul attack was. After that, Shikaku explained Ren Tianyu what it know about soul attacks. After hearing the explanation, Ren Tianyu became solemn. It seems Kamui and other moves are powerless to resist this soul attack. Ren Tianyu thought for a moment, oh, that's right, there is still Susanoo. But before this I will test whether this move is effective or not. Finished thinking, the eyes of Ren Tianyu gradually morphed into Uchiha Itachi's eye. Then he released huge amount of eye power from his right eye towards that beast of resentment. Amaterasu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, suddenly a deep black colored flame appeared in the air above the body of beast of resentment, and this black flame dropped on the body of this beast of resentment. And the body of this beast was immediately burned by this black flame. Effective. Seeing that Amaterasu was already burning, and in addition hearing the painful roar of that beast of resentment, Ren Tianyu revealed a smile on his face. But just when a smile had appeared on his face, the next scene in front of him froze his smile. From the beast of resentment which was being burned by Amaterasu, suddenly an ash-colored energy floated out, then this energy surrounded Amaterasu and separated it from its body, and Amaterasu just fell on the ground. And there was not any changes on beast of resentment except its energy becoming a little bit weaker and its build becoming little bit smaller. Ren Tianyu had not thought that his Amaterasu would also lose its effect, and now he was covering his eye, which was little painful as he had just released Amaterasu. After that he jumped down from the head of Shikaku, and gradually purple-colored energy appeared around his body, then a huge energy giant surrounded Ren Tianyu which had grown from the ground, and now he was emitting a terrifying aura. Since Amaterasu was useless, what about my Susanoo? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, Raiton, Karen. Chapter 121, Raiton, Karen. After seeing that his Amaterasu had lost its effect, Tian decisively used Susanoo. He intended to use the ability of Susanoo's Sword of Tatsuka to completely seal it. Seeing the huge giant that had surrounded the body of Tian, the face hidden behind the headgear of that mysterious man who was standing behind the beast of resentment was filled with shock. From this body of huge giant, extremely powerful pressure was spreading in all direction. So this is the ultimate Jujutsu of Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Shikaku, who was nearest to the Susanoo of Tian, could clearly feel powerful pressure. Previously in the Naruto world, it had only heard about the terrible might of Susanoo, but it had never personally seen it, and had never thought that he would be able to see this Susanoo in another world. Sensing the strong power of Susanoo all around his body, Tian was full of self-confidence inside his heart. Then he waved his right hand, and from inside the bottle gourd, suddenly a powerful fiery red sword blade came out. This was one of the 3 magic treasure, Sword of Tatsuka, which had the powerful ability to seal anything it cuts. After that, Tian walked towards that beast of resentment step by step, and then Susanoo, who was emitting a powerful pressure, waved its right hand, which was holding Sword of Tatsuka, and the Sword of Tatsuka directly stabbed the body of that beast of resentment. Just when Tian wanted to use the sealing ability of Sword of Tatsuka, he discovered that there was no movement in his Sword of Tatsuka. Then Tian calmly looked in front, and discovered that although Sword of Tatsuka had entered the body of beast of resentment, nevertheless it was basically powerless to seal it. What's going on? Seeing that the ability of his Sword of Tatsuka was also failure, Tian was greatly surprised. Just then a terrifying roar directly resounded inside his mind. This violently shook his mind, and he suddenly threw up a mouthful of blood. Due to the violent shaking of his mind, he could no longer maintain Susanoo, and the Susanoo gradually disappeared. And just at this time, Beast of Resentment attacked Tian with its right hand. Not good. Seeing that the Susanoo of Tian had disappeared, furthermore that Beast of Resentment was attacking at that time, Shikaku exclaimed loudly. Then it instantly made its move. It released a huge amount of chakra and instantly controlled the sand underneath Tian. This sand quickly warped Tian and retreated along with Tian. Under the control of Shikaku, Tian, who was surrounded by sand, flew back on the head of Shikaku. Boy, are you alright? I'm fine. Sorry for the trouble. Slowly calming down his state of mind, Tian wiped out the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he answered Shikaku. So what are we going to do now? Your Susanoo is also of no use here. Now should I use Baijidama, Tailed Beast Bomb? Even though it is just a huge collection of energy, after I use my Baijidama, it would not be completely unscathed. Shikaku said to Tian. Hearing the suggestion of Shikaku, Tian thought for a while. He had seen this Baijidama, Tailed Beast Bomb, only in anime, so he was not certain about the true might of this attack. So after a careful thought, Tian decided to let Shikaku use Baijidama, Tailed Beast Bomb, and see its true might. But Tian carefully thought once again, and decided to not let Shikaku use Baijidama, Tailed Beast Bomb, because it was still not time for using that move. No need to use Baijidama, Tailed Beast Bomb. For now, I want to use one ninjutsu to see whether this will have any effect or not. But how about this, Shikaku? If my ninjutsu didn't work, then you can use Baijidama, Tailed Beast Bomb. Tian said to Shikaku. After that he suppressed his internal injury and jumped down from the head of Shikaku. Looking at the huge body of Beast of Resentment, Tian he quickly made a series of hand seals. Katun, Goryoka no Jutsu. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Roar, dot. After the voice of Tian, a huge fiery dragon was spit out from the mouth of Tian. This flame flew over the head of that beast. This huge fiery dragon flew towards the sky and rapidly dissipated, and huge quantity of heat appeared in the sky. Haha, dumb idiot, can it be that the condition of your injury is so serious that you can't even control your own magic spell? You are actually attacking the empty sky, haha. Seeing that powerful fiery dragon actually dissipated in this way, that mysterious person burst into a loud laughter, and ridiculed Tian. Even Shikaku was wondering what was wrong with Tian, and whether the injury of Tian was really that serious. No, of course not. Tian had missed this ninjutsu on a purpose. Now above all of them in the sky, suddenly dark clouds were gathering, and lightning were unceasingly moving inside these dark clouds. And rain started to slowly fall from these clouds. Shikaku, you move back a little. I am not that good in controlling this ninjutsu. I fear this ninjutsu may accidentally hit you if you are there. Looking at the thunder clouds that was gathering in the sky, Tian warned Shikaku. After that he made a series of hand seals. Dotun, Shidakaku. Earth Style, Mobile Core. Ren Tianyu yelled and slammed his right hand on the ground, then the ground underneath Ren Tianyu suddenly started to shake, after that the ground around him suddenly started to rise towards the sky. Now Ren Tianyu was high in the air, he had almost reached those dark clouds in the sky. After Shikaku heard Ren Tianyu, it looked at the movement of Ren Tianyu, and immediately retreated back. And seeing this scene, that mysterious man also stopped laughing, he didn't know what Ren Tianyu was up to now. At this time, a sharp bird cry suddenly resounded from above, as a strong lightning light sprang out from the right hand of Ren Tianyu. This was his Chidori. After that he raised his right hand towards the sky, and from the middle of this dark clouds, huge natural lightning power were drawn towards his right hand's Chidori, and started to gather in the space above him in succession. Ren Tianyu was continuously waving his right hand, and these lightning were continuously drawing above him, and under his control, this gathered lightning were slowly taking the form of huge creature. If any of the Chinese had seen this huge creature's form, then they would absolutely cry out in alarm, Qilin. Yes, the lightning that was continuously rolling over and over inside the dark cloud was precisely Qilin made up of lightning. After Ren Tianyu had mastered the nature change of lightning system, all along he had made a great effort to learn lightning style, Kirin, the super-level ninjutsu. Finally, not too long ago, Ren Tianyu had managed to learn this move with great difficulty. And in this trip to the God Weeping region, he had reached the Kage level, also had his Jujutsu enhanced significantly. This made the chakra control of Ren Tianyu even more precise. And after discovering even his Susanoo was useless against this enemy, Ren Tianyu instantly thought of Sasuke's Kirin. He thought that due to the ultra-large attack range of this ninjutsu, he could instantly destroy this terrifying ferocious beast. Ren Tianyu indifferently looked at this beast of resentment and mysterious man. Now he didn't care about capturing this man alive, he just wanted to settle this fight. Ren Tianyu waved his right hand and pointed towards the beast of resentment. Suddenly the Qilin in the sky instantly advanced towards the ground with overbearing aura in a very high speed. It was so fast that Shikaku could only see a flash of bright light, and it immediately heard an extremely loud sound of explosion. Lightning style, Kirin, dot. Hon. An extremely loud sound spread all over the surroundings, and this powerful explosion soon spread to the whole island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Flee. Chapter 122, Flee. Along with the thunderous roar, under the control of Ren Tianyu, the lightning Qilin which was in the middle of the sky instantly shot down towards the ground. The eyes of Shikaku were instantly temporarily blinded by this light, and this loud explosion sound caused it to lose the sense of hearing temporarily. When its sight was restored, and after the loud explosion sound had stopped, Shikaku opened its eyes and looked in front of itself. Seeing the scene in front of it, even as a tailed beast with extremely long life and experience, it couldn't help but to inhale a mouthful of cold air. In front at the location where that beast of resentment was standing just a moment ago, the ground around was completely disintegrated as if the giant creatures of primeval times had ran rampage on this place. One couldn't even see a single intact ground in that location. And the beast of resentment who was standing at that location had disappeared without a single trace. And at the place not far from that location, Ren Tianyu had his one knee on the ground, cold sweats were pouring out from his forehead, and his mouth was continuously gasping for breath. I didn't expect that drawing the power of natural lightning and using Kirin consumed this huge amount of chakra. Even after advancing to Kage level, the consumption of chakra is little bit too much. While gasping for breath, Ren Tianyu sensed that the chakra inside his body was almost empty, so he helplessly made a wry smile. If I want to fully depend on my own power to use Kirin, then I cannot even imagine how much chakra is required. At this time, Ren Tianyu suddenly felt a sudden movement beneath him. After that, innumerable sand suddenly surrounded his body and his body was pulled back. The body of Ren Tianyu, which was surrounded by the sand, landed on the head of the Shikaku. "Hey, boy, are you okay?" "Hee, I am fine." Ren Tianyu replied. After that he looked at Shikaku beneath himself and said, "Shikaku, I didn't expect you were actually worried about me." "Bastard, as if Warsame is worried about you. If it were not for both you and me are the only people of the same world in this different world, Warsame would not care about your life or death." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Shikaku immediately started to curse at Ren Tianyu, just like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Fine, stop jumping around, Shikaku, my bones are going to fall apart." Because he had exhausted extreme amount of chakra, he felt like his body was going to scatter soon, due to the violent movement of Shikaku. "Humph, you damned brat." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Shikaku still cursed but stopped its violent movement. After that, Shikaku's body suddenly released a huge amount of chakra which poured into the body of Ren Tianyu, and this helped Ren Tianyu to quickly recover his chakra. Sensing that his chakra within his body was quickly restoring, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but stare blankly. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes looking at Shikaku beneath him, and a warmth suddenly appeared inside his heart. When Ren Tianyu was recovering his chakra, he suddenly sensed an unusual change on the piece of the earth at the place which was completely disintegrated by his Kirin. After that, a huge piece of ground opened up, then a figure emerged out from inside. Looking at this figure, both Ren Tianyu and Shikaku were stunned simultaneously, and at the same time, same thought appeared inside their brains: this guy actually survived. This figure was precisely that mysterious man. They saw that he was using both of his hands to open the cover of earth plank, and now was violently panting while sitting on the ground. Now the original powerful aura of his body had also become feeble. Ren Tianyu didn't know what type of secret skill he had used to survive his Kirin. Just right, since this fellow is still alive, let's catch him, then I can use Sharingan to control him, and get the information about this island. Looking at this mysterious man, Ren Tianyu instantly decided to capture this man as 1/3 of his chakra was already recovered. So he jumped down from the head of Shikaku and rushed towards that mysterious man. Looking at Ren Tianyu, who was advancing towards him, extreme hatred had appeared on his face, which was hidden behind his cloth. You wretched guy, all because of you, all the sacrifice of many years till now made by my clan had thus went down the drain. I will definitely kill you. Dark Fire Blast. Looking at Ren Tianyu, who had almost reached him, he gloomily yelled. Then a huge gloomy green-colored fireball manifested from his body. After that, along with the loud explosion sound, innumerable gloomy green-colored flames spread all around in a high speed. This flame stuck on the ground all around, just like a maggot of tarsal bones. And it continuously corroded the ground it was burning, immediately making a pothole on the ground. But Ren Tianyu continued to advance towards that mysterious man, passing through those flames as if he transparent. After he arrived near this mysterious man, Ren Tianyu instantly clutched the neck of this mysterious man and picked him up. Just quiet down for a while, until I have time to properly interrogate you. Seeing that this mysterious person was still struggling, Ren Tianyu said with disdain. Then his right eye suddenly released a huge amount of eye power, then huge spiral-shaped space ripple suddenly appeared in the space in front of him, and that mysterious man in his hand was gradually sucked inside this space ripple. Finished sucking this mysterious man, the body of Ren Tianyu immediately felt tense, and a solemn appearance appeared on his face while staring at the west sky direction of God Weeping region. In the mental perception of Ren Tianyu, several huge energies were rushing towards this direction. And their speed was extremely fast, and it could be estimated that they would arrive here very soon. Shikaku, several huge energies are rushing towards us, be careful, we still don't know whether they are friend or not. Ren Tianyu jumped on the head of Shikaku, and said to Shikaku. Got it. Or same hope they are coming here to pick a fight, or Sama haven't played enough yet. Shikaku answered nonchalantly. Don't be violent now, currently my chakra is still not recovered completely yet. And am powerless to sustain another round of battle, so it's best if we don't. In the middle of talking, Ren Tianyu stopped talking, because at this time he could see the several figures who were flying in the high seep towards them. And Ren Tianyu instantly saw the appearance of those figures. These several figures were huge dragons. F*** Kami, Shikaku, you and your big mouth, does it really has to be this effective? They are your father's mortal enemies, let's flee without wasting any time. Seeing the figure of several huge dragons, the complexion of Ren Tianyu instantly became dark, and cursed loudly at the inauspicious remarks of Shikaku. They are just several little lizards, nothing more. Why are you panicking like this? Seeing the exaggerated reaction of Ren Tianyu, Shikaku said with disdain. F*** K, what do you know? Your father do not have time to explain this, just flee for now. Ren Tianyu didn't care about the disdain tone of Shikaku. At his current state, he didn't dare to fight against these several huge dragons at this sea area. And even if he fight this fight, he would be in great disadvantage and he would get himself into a big trouble. Kai. Ren Tianyu instantly made a series of hand seals, and released summoning jutsu. After that, huge body of Shikaku suddenly changed into white smoke and disappeared from that place. Then looking at the gradually approaching several huge dragons, eye power of his right eye poured out, then the spiral-shaped space ripple appeared in the space around him. This space ripple surrounded the body of Ren Tianyu, and he gradually disappeared from that place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Demon Clan. Chapter 123, Demon Clan. In one of the pup of Sea Heaven City, Ren Tianyu was staying in the upstairs room, and had a complex expression on his face. After fleeing from those several huge dragons, Ren Tianyu had used Kamui to return to the continent, and came to the Sea Heaven City. After that, Ren Tianyu didn't go to hand over the mission item, rather found an undisturbed place, and released that mysterious person from inside his Kamui space. When Ren Tianyu released this person from inside his Kamui space, he was instantly greatly surprised. Because this guy in front of him was clearly not a human. The body of this fellow was covered with dark red-colored skin, eyes were also thoroughly blood-red in color, and there were also two sharp-pointed horns on his head. In a single glance, anyone could determine that he was not a human. Next, Ren Tianyu used illusion on this fellow, and directly controlling this mysterious man, Ren Tianyu got all the information he wanted to know from the mouth of that mysterious person. And after finished listening to the narration of this man, Ren Tianyu was thoroughly stupefied. According to the explanation from this guy, his name was Lyman Anla of D. Lizi. He belongs to the member of Demon Clan's D. Lizi clan. In those years, when the master of Devildom's demon clan commanded the members of Devildom, including 3 demon god, 7 great demon commander, 12 demon guardian including 20 peak experts of Devildom, altogether 3,000 had joined the force and break through the space restriction of Devildom. And created a space transfer passage on the space barrier of Divine Wind Continent, then the army of Devildom had instantly attacked the whole continent. The strength of the master of Devildom was monstrous, and 3 demon god, 7 great demon commander, and 12 demon guardian who were under his command, were also super high level experts. So they easily swept all the way across the whole continent. One may well say they didn't ran across any worthy opponent in their invasion. So soon afterwards the master of Devildom ordered all of his men to disperse, and capture the whole divine continent as soon as possible. But exactly this decision of the master of the Devildom led to the failure of Divine Wind Continent invasion operation. Just after the master of Demon Clan dispersed his men, instantly innumerable experts of 100 clans appeared. And they created a multiple teams and jointly attacked the experts of Demon Clan. When the Demon Clan had invaded, the experts of 100 clans had already gathered together, and were waiting for an opportunity to strike back all along. Because although the number of the experts of 100 clans were not that small, nevertheless compared to top-level experts of Demon Clan, many of them were still not up to standard. If the master of Demon Clan had not separated his forces, then they would have successfully taken over this continent. But even like that, many experts of 100 clans lost their life, and were finally able to seal or kill Demon Clan's 3 demon god, 7 great demon commander, and 12 demon guardian. And with the joint effort of all the experts of 100 clans, they were finally able to force Master of Devildom to retreat to his own Devildom, and after that sealed the space transmission passage which was opened by the members of Demon Clan. After this great battle, many experts of Divine Wind Continents were dead. The members of 100 clans also went and lived in seclusion, and entered into a long recovery period. After the failure in this fight, the Master of Devildom also fell into nothingness, but was always preparing himself to again invade this Divine Wind Continent. And finally he recalled one of the clan of his demon clan, D. Lizi clan. The clansmen of D. Lizi clan had a unique power of blood lineage, and if they used this power of blood lineage, their strength will be decreased by 3 level as a cost. Using this power, they could change their body into Void Phantom, and could pass through any barriers. So the Master of Devildom made them use this power of D. Lizi's blood lineage, and had them lie low and lurk there in Divine Wind Continent. And ordered them to secretly take over an ancient battlefield, and create a Devildom's soul-snatching dark prison magic formation. This magic formation collects the resentment power from that ancient battlefield, and give birth to the Beast of Resentment. Because the Beast of Resentment had the peculiar trait of having their body made up of energies, ordinary sealing method would be of no use, and also this Beast of Resentment also had the soul attack which couldn't be defended by any means. So the Master of Devildom thought to use these trait of this Beast of Resentment, and finally break all the seals. Under the order of Master of Devildom, finally the members of D. Lizi clan carefully selected this God-weeping region. Because on one hand, this place was far away in the sea. Since it was extremely far away from the continent, this could avoid the gaze of majority of the peoples, and it is less likely for their plans to get leaked. And also on the other hand, this place happened to be one of the battlefield during Devildom invasion. In this place, large amount of experts of 100 clans in Demon Clan had fallen, so the resentment power was also extremely high. After selecting this place, the peoples of D. Lizi clan created Devildom's soul-snatching dark prison magic formation as per the order of Master of Devildom. And finally they used a secret magic spell to change the souls of deceased into bones of dead ferocious beasts, making their body to continuously emit powerful resentment power. And this soul-snatching dark prison magic formation collected these resentment power. After thousands of years of preparation, the Beast of Resentment had almost completely formed, but Lyman Anla of D. Lizi had never thought that the little ant who had infiltrated in this island would unexpectedly destroy this thousands years plans of their clan. Along with these, Ren Tianyu also got the information on the location of the place where space transfer passage which was used by Demon Clan to invade Divine Wind Continent was. And Ren Tianyu was also able to get every necessary information about that passage. So the opening of this transfer passage is located at that place. Interesting. After getting all the information, Ren Tianyu directly crushed the throat of Lyman Anla, and put the end to his life. Didn't expect the ambition of Demon Clan is actually this big. 3 Demon God, 7 Great Demon Commander, in addition 12 Demon Guardian, as well as Strongest Master of Devildom. It seems I am going to be busy. Ren Tianyu thought little by little inside his heart. From the narration of Lyman Anla, Ren Tianyu had also got the information on the location of the place where experts of the Demon Clan were sealed. Ren Tianyu decided that after he awakened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would go and see these locations. Because if he went to those places with his current strength, he would die instantly or he would be forced to use Kamui to escape. Just at this time, the prompt sound of system rang out in the brain of Ren Tianyu. Congratulations to host for completing main mission. Explore the reason for the formation of the mysterious place. Host is rewarded with 10,000 system points, and Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, of Kagaya Clan. Along with the system voice, the system points of Ren Tianyu was immediately increased by 10,000 points, and Ren Tianyu couldn't help but became dazed. No wonder I didn't hear the prompt of mission completion when I left God Weeping region. As it turned out, as long as Ren Tianyu only examined the cause of the formation of this mysterious region, this mission would be completed. In other words, even if Ren Tianyu didn't destroy soul-snatching dark prison magic formation and eliminate Beast of Resentment, as long as he had gotten the information from this mysterious person, his mission would be completed. Because this mission was not asking Ren Tianyu to have a battle or to destroy anything, merely he had taken the wrong road. At this time, the system prompt again, Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, is being bestowed. Because this Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, belongs to Kekei Genkai, the host will feel some pain. Hope host will exercise patience. After the voice of system, a gold-colored light beam surrounded the body of Ren Tianyu. Then Ren Tianyu suddenly felt pain in the bones all over his body. Even with the fortitude of Ren Tianyu, he couldn't help but cry out loud in pain. Ah! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse. Chapter 124, Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse. Along with the sudden rise of the gold-colored light beam, Ren Tianyu immediately felt as if all of his bones were being thoroughly pulverized with a huge power. No other people could imagine how much pain he was feeling now. Even Ren Tianyu with his willpower was unable to bear this unbearable pain and helplessly roared in pain. Feeling that boundless pain inside his whole body, Ren Tianyu continuously tried to move his body, but this gold-colored light beam had thoroughly sealed all the chakra inside his body, and also firmly bind his body. So, now even if Ren Tianyu wanted to move his finger, he was not able to do so. And his Sharingan were also completely sealed by this strong power, so currently Ren Tianyu was without any power to resist anything, just like a lamb to be slaughtered. In the ordinary course of even, others people at the pub should have already attracted over due to the loud roar of pain of Ren Tianyu, but currently all the peoples inside the pub were just doing their own things. People eating meals were eating, sleeping were sleeping, drinking were drinking, and so on, as if they didn't hear the painful roar of Ren Tianyu. It seems this mysterious light beam not only sealed the power and movement of Ren Tianyu, even his voice was also isolated. Along with the passage of time, all the bones inside the body of Ren Tianyu were crushed into powder by this powerful force. Now his body no longer had the support of skeleton, and his body was just floating in the middle of the air due to this gold-colored light beam. After all the bones inside his body were crushed, new power started to appear inside the body of Ren Tianyu. This power slowly condensed, and took the form of brand new skeleton and support the body of Ren Tianyu. This new skeleton was many times more powerful compared to the previous skeleton of Ren Tianyu. And this new skeleton granted a special ability to Ren Tianyu. Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, was Kekei Genkai, bloodline limit, of Kagaya Clan i.e. Otsutsuki Clan. User of this Kekei Genkai, bloodline limit, could control the horrifying power of bones. They could easily control the quantity of bones and also the skeletal structure of their body, and could freely change their bone shape and size, in order to defend or attack. And the number of bones inside their body were also indefinite. Normal person had 200 or so bones. In the Naruto world, the last person inheriting this Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, Kekei Genkai, bloodline limit, was Kagaya Kimimaro. And in his final battle against Rock Lee of Hidden Leaf and Gara of the Desert, he had used 5 dance of Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse. Dance of Camellia, Dance of Clematis, Dance of Larch, Dance of Bracken, and Dance of Willow. Kimimaro came from the ninja clan with the strongest body and possessed the genuine Kekei Genkai, bloodline limit, of Kagaya clan. Due to this Kekei Genkai, bloodline limit, Kimimaro could freely manipulate his osteoblast and osteoclast, even to the extent that he could manipulate the calcium density to form a bone. Due to his tough bones, he didn't even need to defend against any physical attack, and just counterattack. His bones could also be changed into strongest spear to use it as a weapon. Even Orochimaru felt regret when he couldn't take over his body. When I think about having lost such a specimen, I still can't accept it. I can't get him out of my head, the man best suited for my spirit, the body I wanted the most, Kimimaro. From this you could see that the value of Kimimaro was even more higher than the Sasuke who was successor of Sharingan in the eyes of Orochimaru. If Kimimaro had joined the war regardless of his sick body, then it would have been even more easier to kill Hokage. This meaning of this sentence did not mean that Kimimaro could defeated Hokage, rather if there was the help of Kimimaro, then Orochimaru did not have lose both of his hands to kill Hokage. Also Kimimaro possessed the strongest curse seal of Orochimaru, and he could also enter curse seal stage 2 and become human not human, demon not demon form. He would also grow a tail in that form, and the attack of this could even break through the defense of Gaara. Kimimaro was the only survivor possessing this Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, Kekkai Genkai, bloodline limit. Nevertheless he died after battling with Rock Lee and Gaara despite his serious illness, causing this terrifying Kekkai Genkai, bloodline limit, to extinct forever. But now Ren Tianyu possessed this heaven-defying power. From now on the abilities of this already extinct Kekkai Genkai, bloodline limit, of original Naruto world, would unfold in this different world. After a long time, when the light beam disappeared, Ren Tianyu whose whole body was covered with sweat fell to the floor of the room from the air, and then he just lied there motionlessly as he was entirely lacking in energy. Ren Tianyu was violently gasping for breath, although the pain all over his body had already disappeared, nevertheless he still felt as if the sensation of that endless pain were still present at the moment. He forcefully calmed down his state of mind, then entered his mind and roar with rage, "You broken system, is this a little bit of pain? Your father almost died due to pain. If I were to die, where would you find another host like me?" But hearing the answer of this system, Ren Tianyu almost looked for a hole in the earth to bury himself. First, I do not have parents. Second, there is no sense of pain in my consciousness, so it is meaningless to talk about sense of pain with me. Third, if you die, I will immediately find another host. Hearing Ren Tianyu, system answered without the slightest hesitation. Hearing the reply of system, Ren Tianyu was speechless. "You bull, you system is not my boss." Ren Tianyu roared with rage with gloomy face. T.L, bull equals stubborn. After that sitting cross-legged, Ren Tianyu started to recover his strength. After a long time, the strength gradually recovered inside his body. After his strength was completely recovered, Ren Tianyu opened his eyes, and looked as if he was lost in thought. He took a quick glance at the system within his body, then slowly stand up. Suddenly the successive sounds of crackling rang out. These sounds had come from the bones of Ren Tianyu. Shaking his neck once, immediately two sound of bone cracking rang out. Hey, Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, now I am even more powerful. Regarding to the effect and might of Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, Ren Tianyu was perfectly clear. It was no exaggeration to say that, the final dance of Bracken of Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, had almost killed Gaara of Desert. That proves the strength of Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse. Ren Tianyu clenched his fists, and sensed his different powerful strength, and felt that he was a step closer to return back to his world. After that he opened the door of room, leave this pub and walked towards the mercenary guild of this town. Now he wanted to hand over that purple gauze sky magnificent flower and complete the mission. After completing this mission, Ren Tianyu still had extremely important work that needs to be done. He wanted to go to the place where space transmission passage of Demon Clan was sealed, i.e. Mysterious Tower of Babel. He wanted to completely explore this place, then increase the member of Akatsuki, and after that. Ren Tianyu looked up towards the sky, and a cruel ominous glint flashed in his eyes. After that it's time to proclaim revenge against Shiman Clan for the sake of Shiman Tianlong. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Heaven-Ranked Warrior Skill. Chapter 125, Heaven-Ranked Warrior Skill. Ren Tianyu arrived at Mercenary Guild, then without pausing he directly walked towards mission assigning window. Arriving at that window, he saw that the staff standing there was the same one who had originally assigned him the mission. "Hello, may I ask if you are here for taking a mission or to complete a mission?" It seems the staff had already forgotten about him. It had already been many days, and every day she had to deal with many mercenaries, so how could she still remember Ren Tianyu? Complete a mission. Ren Tianyu didn't care much about that, and now he just wanted to complete this task quickly. "May I ask which mission do you want to complete? Can you give me your mission card? I will check the mission information." That girl said to Ren Tianyu with a professional smile on her face. "This is mission card, you don't need to check. I want to complete the mission of obtain the purple gauze sky magnificent flower, S-rank mission." Ren Tianyu directly came straight to the point towards that girl. S-rank mission. Hearing Ren Tianyu, this girl suddenly exclaimed with surprise, then immediately afterwards covered her sexy lips. After hearing Ren Tianyu wanted to obtain the Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower mission, she took a closer look at that familiar figure of Ren Tianyu, and suddenly yelled, "It's you, dot." Not bad. After this girl heard that he wanted to complete this mission, this girl clearly recognized Ren Tianyu. Now she remembered that several days ago, this person in front of her had accepted the mission obtain the Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, which was also known as Death Mission. But she didn't have that much confidence in Ren Tianyu for completing this task, because as a staff of Mercenary Guild, she knew that all the mercenaries who had accepted this mission since its release, no one had ever returned back here again. But what was unexpected to her was that the person whom she didn't have any confidence on had unexpectedly returned back alive and kicking only after several days. Furthermore, he was claiming that he had completed this mission. So how could she not be shocked? Little Miss finally recognized me. Hearing the surprised voice of this girl, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled and said, "You actually come back alive." This girl still looked very surprised and couldn't believe what she was seeing. Of course, previously I had already stated that I will absolutely complete this mission. The space ring on the finger of Ren Tianyu's right hand flashed, then a wooden box appeared in his hand. After that he extended his hand and gave it to that girl. "Here, this is Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. Please wait for a moment." Taking over that wooden box with Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, that girl said to Ren Tianyu, and under the strange gaze of Ren Tianyu, she hurriedly ran inside the room. A moment later, that girl brought a white-bearded old man wearing a loose and comfortable magnificent clothes, from inside that passage. "Master Huayun, this is the person that I was speaking about who had completed that mission," that girl said to that old man while pointing towards Ren Tianyu. "Oh." Heeding this girl, from the eyes of that old man called Master Huayun, a sharp light suddenly flashed and swept the whole body of Ren Tianyu. And Ren Tianyu felt as if his whole body was completely seen through by this old man. This was the Inspecting Eye skill, one kind of supplementary nature power of blood lineage. This blood lineage didn't have any attack ability, and there is also no increase in strength after activating this blood lineage. But this power of blood lineage could make the user to see several things that couldn't be seen with naked eyes of ordinary people. If this skill had reached to highest achievement, then the user could even clearly see Theoug, the essence of things. Many peoples possess this blood lineage, and if these people couldn't success in warriors' paths, they would choose to work at some big auction houses as an inspecting master. And using this Inspecting Eye skill, they could easily distinguish the genuine or fake items. "Youngster, your strength is pretty good." The power of blood lineage Inspecting Eye skill of this Master Huayun had already reached the highest attainment. So he was not confused by the outer strength intermediate warrior of Ren Tianyu. As under his eyes, he could clearly see the powerful strength inside the body of Ren Tianyu. When this Master Huayun used his Inspecting Eye spell, Ren Tianyu felt cold from head to toe, and felt as if his whole body was seen through. After that he looked at his sharp light eyes. It seems this guy also possessed a pair of nice eyes. After that Master Huayun picked up that wooden box, and opened it. Suddenly extremely dense delicate fragrance came out from inside. This fragrance not only shook their body, but also filled their body with vitality. After looking at the shape of this herb inside the wooden box for a while, and comparing it with the description on the books, and under the skill of his eyes, he could clearly determine that this was the true Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. "This is indeed Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower," Master Huayun confirmed. After completely determining that this was the mission item, he said towards that girl, "Now you can complete all the procedure and give him his mission reward. Now I will take this Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower." Finished speaking, this Master Huayun immediately packed up this Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower and returned inside. Hearing the command of Master Huayun, that girl walked towards Ren Tianyu and said, "Congratulations, you have completed the S-rank mission, obtained the Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. Now your mercenary rank is directly promoted to rank Asterisk, and your mercenary group is also promoted to rank B. I have already updated your mercenary information. T.L. Asterisk is written in raw. Furthermore, these are your mission rewards. 50 million gold coins, and a mid-heaven rank combat skill, Violent Cloud Mutation." This girl took out a magic crystal card, and also old-looking book, then handed over to Ren Tianyu. When Ren Tianyu heard the words mid-heaven ranked combat skill, his body obviously quivered, and surprise flashed in his eyes. He had never expected that the rewards of this mission was actually a heaven-ranked combat skill which was yearned by all the people of this continent for day and night. You should know that heaven-ranked combat skills were extremely difficult to find. Even many of the god-ranked experts couldn't get any chance to learn heaven-ranked combat skills. Every time this heaven-ranked combat skills appear, it would basically trigger a bloodbath. Honestly speaking, although the rewards of S-ranked mission were extremely big, nevertheless this heaven-ranked combat skill had clearly increased the scope of mission rewards. From this one could easily guess how much the issuer of this mission wanted this Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. Inside the grand house at the imperial capital of Light Empire, a tall middle-aged man with a domineering aura was continuously moving back and forth, and his brows were firmly wrinkled. It seems he was worrying about something, and was in a very bad mood. "Yun Lu, how is it? Is the mission issued still not completed?" At that time, a pleasant-to-listen voice of a female rang inside the hall, then a middle-aged beautiful woman wearing purple gown came out from inside. Seeing this woman, the firmly wrinkled brows of this middle-aged man called Yun Lu loosen a bit. Then replied, "AI, it's already been a long time since I issued this mission, but no one had successfully accomplished it. I have already done my best, and issued this mission to each and every powerful forces, but there is not any positive result. I have also dispatched a large number of experts from the clan to this God-weeping region, but I didn't get any news from them, as if a stone thrown into the sea and disappeared forever. It seems they were also bowed ill rather than well. Then what should we do? The body of Qing'er won't be able to hold on much longer. We requested several Bishop of Light Palace to join force, and made them use forbidden magic spell of Light System Angel's Tear to temporarily suppress the poison inside the body of Qing'er. But this poison contusion Sky Rainbow is already suppressed for 3 years, now even with the Angel's Tear magic spell, it is very difficult to suppress this poison of contusion Sky Rainbow. A moment ago, Archbishop Wang Lifeng said that her body could hold on for at most 1 month, and if we don't find purple gauze Sky Magnificent flower within this month, then Qing'er, she will," hearing Yun Lu, this middle-aged beautiful woman said with broken-hearted face. And she was unable to finish what she was speaking, and wanted to cry aloud. "If there is no other way, then I will be forced to move myself. At that moment, I will personally go to God-weeping region, and for the sake of Qing'er, even 7-ring silver twisted snake won't be able to stop my steps." Saying this, he suddenly released a powerful aura. But hearing Yun Lu would personally go to God-weeping region, this middle-aged beautiful woman immediately wanted to dissuade Yun Lu, but at that time, an excited voice from outside the hall interrupted her. "Haha, mother, joyous occasion, big joyous occasion." An extremely excited voice came from outside the hall, then a young man wearing expensive clothes hurriedly entered this hall. His face was covered by a big happy smile. "Yun Xin, you are already grown up and no longer a child, you should stay composed a bit more. And currently your younger sister is like this, so what else is there which is worth our happiness?" Yun Lu frowned and reprimanded that young man who had entered hurriedly. "No, father, I am talking about the matter of Qing'er. Someone completed the mission we had issued at Mercenary Guild. Just now Mercenary Guild sent someone to notify us. And Master Huayun from faraway Sea Heaven City had used miniature space transfer formation to send purple gauze Sky Magnificent flower." That person called Yun Xin said excitedly. Then from the space ring of his right hand, he took out wooden box, and opened it. Suddenly a strange 7-colored flower appeared before their eyes, and delicate fragrance spread all over the hall from that wooden box. Purple gauze Sky Magnificent flower. Seeing this purple gauze Sky Magnificent flower which they were longing for in front of their eyes, both Yun Lu and that middle-aged beautiful woman roared in surprise. Then Yun Lu rushed over, and took that purple gauze Sky Magnificent flower from the hand of Yun Xin. After that he immediately disappeared from that hall. Only after that both Yun Xin and that middle-aged beautiful woman also reacted, both of them hurriedly ran towards the rear of this hall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Murder. Chapter 126, Murder. Far away in Sea Heaven City, Ren Tianyu naturally didn't know anything about the matter of Light Empire. He also didn't know that the purple gauze Sky Magnificent flower which he had just handed over was already delivered to the hand of the person who had issued this mission. After completing the mission, Ren Tianyu just put away his new mercenary card and insignia, Haven-ranked combat skill and magic crystal card inside his space ring. After that he walked out from this mercenary guild. He cultivate Chakra, so this heaven-ranked combat skill of different world was useless to him. Although it didn't have any use, nevertheless he could research it and create his own taijutsu. Perhaps one day he might be able to create powerful forbidden taijutsu like Morning Peacock, Afternoon Tiger, or so. Standing on the street, and watching the bustling of crowds, Ren Tianyu relaxed. Now he had completed his assignment of academy, next step was to explore this so-called Tower of Babel. Now I will see for myself what this space transfer passage of Demon Clan look like, which frightened countless people of this continent. Taking a deep breath, Ren Tianyu walked outside the city and prepared himself to return to the Supreme Light Academy. Just at that time, Ren Tianyu suddenly sensed a powerful killing intent with the mental perception. But this killing intent was not directed towards him, and was also not directed towards any other people, rather automatically being emitted. Ren Tianyu looked towards the location from where this killing intent was coming from with surprise. And a young man with a long silver hair wearing an old robe appeared in the line of sight of Ren Tianyu. This young man had an angular face, a pair of eyebrows just like a scimitar's, a white-colored diamond-shaped mark at his forehead, and he had a wine gourd hung on his waist. And what was most peculiar to Ren Tianyu about this man was, he was carrying 3 swords, a rapier, a dagger and a huge sword, and his body was automatically emitting a powerful killing intent. Each and every pedestrians were getting out of his way as if they were avoiding a primeval times savage beast. Pretty good killing intent, as if he had just killed a human. And it seems the number of people who had died from his hand is absolutely not a small number. Looking at this youngster, Ren Tianyu thought inside his heart. Then he looked at the ring which had 0 carved on it, and furthermore remembered remaining 9 similar rings and 9 black cloak with red clouds imprinted in it. Hey, really sleepy for a long time and someone delivered a pillow. This fellow is best choice for White Tiger seed of my group. God of Slaughterer, White Tiger. After thinking about this, Ren Tianyu cancelled the plan to immediately return to Supreme Light Academy, rather turned around and followed this guy. But at this time, Ren Tianyu clearly discovered that several peoples were also stealthy following this guy. And all of them were not ordinary. F***K, who is this guy, actually having hatred of so many peoples? It seems I am not the only thinking about him. Discovering that several peoples were following the tracks of this guy, Ren Tianyu helplessly thought. That guy unexpectedly walked towards the exit of the city. Ren Tianyu and several peoples tailed behind this white-haired youngster all the way outside the city. After walking for about 20 minutes after leaving the city, this youngster entered a small forest and stopped, then turning around, he coldly yelled, "All of you get your ass out!" After this youngster yelled, along with several swish, swish sounds, 7 experts with the power level of at least Swordsmaster appeared and surrounded this youngster. "Humph, you bastard, we finally found you. This time we will see where you will be running." One of the middle-aged man holding a huge sword and wearing a suit of armor spoke towards this guy with his voice full of hatred. "Yes, that's right. We 7 brothers were looking for you for 3 months, and we finally found you here. Now we will avenge our boss." Yet another man who had surrounded this youngster roared. After hearing the words of these 7 swordsmaster which was filled with hatred, this youngster replied them as if he didn't felt any pressure even after they had already surrounded him. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" After this youngster spoke, all 7 swordsmaster instantly became quiet for a moment. Then each and every one quivered, their forehead were filled with black lines. After that they thoroughly exploded towards this youngster. "You bastard, you killed our boss and now you are actually pretending to be ignorant. I am going to kill this dumb idiot." Ren Tianyu, who was hiding behind a tree not far from this place, hearing the conversation of these peoples, he helplessly used his right hand to cover his face. I have to say that this guy really is too terrible. With this type of unmatched taunting skill, I don't know whether it will be good or bad for him to join my group. But Ren Tianyu didn't have any time to sigh, because the brawl had already started, so he restrained himself from thinking useless things and had a look. After hearing the unmatched taunting of this youngster, all of them erupted with extreme rage. They immediately released battle chi, and holding huge swords in their hands, they dashed towards him. Ding, ding. 7 sound of metal colliding rang out. Just when the swords of those 7 men were about to hit the body of this youngster immediately reached towards his waist, then rapier immediately appeared in his hand, and waving this rapier with his right hand, he firmly blocked the attack of these 7 men. After that this youngster placed his left hand on the ground, while his right hand blocked the attack of these men, and used his legs to kick these men. Along with pang, pang sounds, all 7 were immediately sent flying by this kick. After that, firmly standing, this youngster looked at those men lying on the ground, and said indifferently, "Although I do not know who you are, but since you initiated to attack me, you are my enemy. Since you are my enemy." The rapier in his hand suddenly released a towering sword intent, which was accompanied by boundless white-colored battle chi. "Since you are my enemy, you must die." Swish. This youngster immediately turned into a white light beam and arrived in front of a man who had just stood up. 9 swords style, first style, flowing light style. Swish. This light beam directly pierced through the body of this man. And behind his body the silhouette of that youngster who was holding a rapier appeared. And that man whose body was pierced through felt that his body was stiff, and he slowly looked down at his own body, and saw a big sword blade pattern wound on his body. "Good speed, good sword." These were the final words that was flashed in the mind of this man, then he lost his consciousness forever and fell to the ground. One move and one swordsmaster instantly got killed. Seeing this, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Under his Mangekyo Sharingan, the move of this silver-haired youngster was extremely slow, so he could clearly see all the movement of that youngster. Old 5. Seeing the man lying on the ground, other 6 individuals roared with sorrow. The old 5 who was chatting and laughing with them just a few minutes ago, was now instantly changed into corpse. How could this not cause them grief and indignation? But even after killing a person, this youngster didn't have a slightest change in expression on his face, as if he had not murdered person. Even Ren Tianyu, who was hiding not far from his place, had not a single change in expression, because this was Divine Wind Continent. Every day many people are killed. This place was not a peaceful society like the original world Earth of Rentenyu. Since coming to this world, Ren Tianyu had already seen a great quantity of bloodbath, and this had caused him to throw up many times previously, but now it's already more than 2 years in this world, so his heart was already hardened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, Disagree? Then I'll beat until you agree. Chapter 127, Disagree? Then I'll beat until you agree. That silver-haired man ignored the roar of indignation of those 6 men, and just slowly walked towards them step by step while holding that rapier in his hand. The light sound of his steps brought a huge pressure on their heart, as if their hearts were being trampled on. Everyone, we must kill this bastard. One of the middle-aged man, who might be the leader of those remaining 6 men, gritted his teeth and roared towards his companions. Right. The remaining 5 replied, then 3 of them directly charged, and other 3 held their weapons and released a huge amount of their battle chi. And those 3 at the back attacked with their respective big moves. Flame Dance Break. Wind Spirit Stir. Earth Splitting Strike, ... Along with the 3 loud yell, a huge flame slash, a tornado sword blade, and earth-colored sword slash suddenly appeared. And these attacks advanced towards that silver-haired man. Boring. Looking at 3 incoming peoples in front of him and 3 attacks which was advancing towards him from his right side, this silver-haired youth coldly snorted with disdain. After that, he rapier on his right hand release a powerful sword intent, and the aura around him suddenly changed, as if a fierce wind was blowing around him. But this was merely an illusion, because there was not any fierce wind at the moment. Swordway of the ends of the earth, first form, mountain peak severing fierce wind. Along with the voice of this silver-haired youth, a loud sound of explosion rang out. And countless white-colored sword blade gushed out from his body and spread in all direction. Immediately after that, these countless sword blade hit the surface of the ground all around him, making numerous small holes. And those 3 incoming individuals were first to be affected by this attack. Before they could even had a slightest chance to react, these sword blades had already pierced through their bodies, and their body were riddled with numerous gaping wounds. A large amount of blood were dripping down to the ground from those wounds. And those 3 energy attack were also directly hit by these countless sword blades and were successfully destroyed without leaving a trace. Seeing the fate of those 3 individuals and the unmatched power of that silver-haired youth, all of the remaining attacker put away their weapons and fled at the same time without prior consultation. At the beginning there were 7 peoples, now after only a moment, 4 of them had already died a tragic death, now only 3 remained and they could do nothing in this situation, so all of them decided to flee from this place. But did they really have the ability to flee from this place? Still not coming out? This silver-haired man suddenly raised his head and looked towards one of the tree that was not far away from that place, then coldly roared. After that he changed into a light beam and started to chase one of the fleeing people. Flowing light style. Did he discover me? Seeing that silver-haired man had looked towards his direction and yelled, Ren Tianyu talked to himself. Then looked at one of the fleeing individual, and he displayed a cruel smile. Then his body flashed, and suddenly appeared in front of that fleeing man. Seeing that Ren Tianyu had suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of him, this person was clearly terrified. And when he wanted to use his weapon to attack, even faster than him, Ren Tianyu quickly extended his right hand and firmly grabbed him by his throat, and put him up. Feeling a tight grip of palm on his neck, and feeling a suffocation, this man discarded the weapon in his hand and tried to struggle free using both of his hands. He was continuously flapping his hands and there was extreme fear in his face. Bye-bye. Looking at the face of this man, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled and immediately increased the strength in the grip of his right hand, then along with clear sound of broken bone, the throat of this man was crushed. After that the man stopped his struggling, and became motionless, he was already dead. On the other side, that silver-haired man had also already disposed off another person, now there was only single person left. That silver-haired man took out dagger and placed his rapier back to its sheath, after that he poured his battle chi to his dagger and threw it straight towards that fleeing man. That dagger instantly pierced through the fleeing man, and that man who was fleeing suddenly stopped any movement, after that powerlessly fell on the ground. Seeing all of the peoples were disposed off, that silver-haired man turned towards Ren Tianyu. Who are you? It seems you are not with them. Seeing that the corpse of one of the 7 people who would attack him, lying beside Ren Tianyu, that silver-haired youth stared at Ren Tianyu, and asked. I am certainly not with them. Ren Tianyu answered with a slight smile. Then took few steps forwards, and said, before anything else, I'll introduce myself. My name is Ren Tianyu, am the leader of Akatsuki Organization, codename Zero. I just wanted to invite you to join my organization. Can you also tell me your name? Organization? Hearing Ren Tianyu, that silver-haired youth was clearly stunned. Then he said, "My name is Li Jianrong. As for joining your organization, I'm sorry, I am not interested, and I hope you will stop following me." Saying that silver-haired man, i.e. Li Jianrong, turned around and walked towards the corpse of the man who was stabbed his dagger, then retrieved his dagger from that corpse. After that, without looking back, he continued to leave this place. "Do you think you can leave just like this?" The faint voice of Ren Tianyu that came from behind him instantly made him to stop his steps. "So what do you think?" Turning around, Li Jianrong stared at Ren Tianyu and said, "Not much, it's just that I have finally met a person who is suitable to become the member of my organization, so how can I let him slip by?" A lightning system Chakra slowly emerged out from the body of Ren Tianyu and slowly took the form of lightning armor. "Since you didn't agree, I am forced to beat until you agree, but..." "What a big mouth, okay, since this is the case, if you are able to defeat me, then I'll join your organization." Hearing the arrogant words of Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong sneered, then his rapier appeared at his right hand again, and he started to emit boundless battle chi from his body. "Haha, this is what you said, oh boy, I hope you don't regret in the future." Hearing Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu burst into loud laughter. This was going exactly according to his plan. Now Ren Tianyu could not only test the strength of Li Jianrong, he could also test out his new strength. This was really killing two birds with one stone. As for what would happen as he lost this fight, Ren Tianyu had never even considered about this nonsense. Currently he had already entered Kage level, possessed 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, so he didn't fear anyone of younger generation. Even if there were hidden guardians of the younger generation people, Ren Tianyu was still unlikely to fear anyone else. "I never regret my decision," Li Jianrong said. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 128, Sword. Chapter 128, Sword. Along with swish, swish sounds, Ren Tianyu changed into lightning light beam and Li Jianrong changed into white-colored sword chi light beam, and advanced towards each other and attacked. Powerful lightning chakra and that all-conquering sword chi of Li Jianrong collided with each other. The right hand of Ren Tianyu, which was surrounded by powerful lightning, and the sword chi of Li Jianrong were firmly deadlocked with each other. From this single move, Ren Tianyu clearly knew that engaging in a close combat with this fellow Li Jianrong with his sword chi was very troublesome. This fellow could actually transform all of his battle chi inside his body into sword chi, which was difficult to see with naked eyes with ease. Although his Mangekyo Sharingan could easily see these sword chi, nevertheless seeing was one thing and able to avoid or not was another thing. These numerous tiny sword chi were completely under the control of Li Jianrong. He could use these sword chi for executing all kinds of attacks, which were extremely hard to guard against. And once these sword chi invades the body of another person, then that would be extremely troublesome. So Ren Tianyu had no choice but to use huge amount of strength to guard against it. Although the Raitan Chakura Moto, lightning-style armor, of Reikage possessed powerful ability to resist any direct attacks, nevertheless the ability to resist against these types of miniature indiscriminate attacks were a little bit pale by comparison. Since it is like this, I have to use the power of Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse. Ren Tianyu muttered to himself, then a slight change happened on the surface of Ren Tianyu's body, but the naked eyes couldn't see any difference. Use the power of Shikatsu Miyako, Macabre Bone Pulse, to control the bones inside the body and form a protective membrane on the surface of body. Like this I could easily withstand this type of sword chi attack. After that he stretched his left hand and aimed at Li Jianrong. Suddenly the fingertips of 5 fingers of his left hand quickly swell out, then 5 tiny bones of his fingertips were shot towards Li Jianrong. Teshi Sendan. 10-fingered drilling bullets. Pang, pang, pang. 5 sound rang out. And the 5 tiny bones of fingertips advanced towards the head of Li Jianrong. Seeing this unusual attack of Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong was clearly surprised, but in this current circumstance, he didn't have long time to be surprised. He heavily stepped on the ground with his right foot, and immediately opened a small distance between them. Then waved his rapier with this right hand. After that, along with dang, dang, several parrying sound, Li Jianrong narrowly blocked those 5 bones. After that, calming down the state of his mind, Li Jianrong tightly held his rapier with his right hand, and directly pointed towards Ren Tianyu, swordway of the ends of the earth, mountain peak severing fierce wind. Along with the yell of Li Jianrong, the aura of his body suddenly changed, as if living in a rainstorm with fierce wind environment. Then countless tiny white-colored sword chi emerge out from his body, and under the control of Li Jianrong, these sword chi immediately gathered together and changed into a huge white-colored light sword, and this huge sword swept towards Ren Tianyu with an irresistible force. This was the attack of Li Jianrong which he had put together to deal with Ren Tianyu. Looking at the incoming huge sword, Ren Tianyu wrinkled his brows. Always using Kamui is not an option, so I must train other skills too. and now is precisely a good opportunity to train. After thinking this, the fingers of his right hand shrunk, then he curled 4 fingers, leaving behind only index finger. After that, he poured his lightning system chakra towards his right hand. Jigakuzuki, Ippon Nukite. Hell stab, 1 finger hand. Swish. The body of Rin Tianyu immediately changed into a huge lightning spear, and straightly advanced towards that incoming huge sword. And in an instant these two came into contact with each other. There was no explosion, it's just that Rin Tianyu and that huge sword of sword chi firmly attack each other, and wanted to break through the other party. The right hand of Rin Tianyu firmly withstood this huge sword of sword chi, and from the feeling coming through his right hand, he could clearly sense that these countless tiny sword chi from that huge sword wanted to invade his body through his right hand. But due to the protective membrane of bone on the surface of Rin Tianyu's body, these tiny sword chi couldn't invade his body. Break! After Rin Tianyu yelled this one word from his mouth, the powerful lightning chakra which was surrounding the body of Rin Tianyu suddenly rose and smashed this huge sword into pieces, and the scattered pieces changed into energies and dissipated in the air. Swish! And with the remaining energy of the attack, Ren Tianyu continued to advance towards Li Jianrong. Turmoil situation, 1-step turmoil change. Looking at the incoming Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong slowly opened his mouth, then both of his legs staggered, and his body, just like a sudden change in the situation, suddenly flashed around and countless afterimages of Li Jianrong appeared in that place. Now it was extremely hard to determine which was his true body. Humph! This trick is of no use against me. Seeing the appearance of countless afterimages, Ren Tianyu just coldly snorted with disdain. After that he quickly stirred his eye power, and quickly looked around with his blood-red-colored Mangekyo Sharingan, and Ren Tianyu suddenly started at upper right location. Find you. After that Ren Tianyu accelerated, and instantly arrived at that location, then he waved his right hand and stabbed in front of him. With the powerful eye power of Ren Tianyu's Mangekyo Sharingan, how could these silly illusion confuse him? Not good. Li Jianrong had never thought that even after hiding among the illusions, Ren Tianyu could easily find him and directly attack his real body among these many illusions. Gritting his teeth, he waved his right hand, and his body immediately changed into flowing light and assimilated into his rapier. After that it changed into a towering sword blade and welcomed the attack of Ren Tianyu. 9-sword style, second style, cloud-destroying style. Li Jianrong didn't try to defend the attack of Ren Tianyu. It was so because he basically didn't have any defensive moves, because as a person who was walking on the martial way of sword, he firmly pursued mastering the attacking moves. It is so because, for him, the best defense was attack. This was also the most basic and most powerful means as a swordsman. And he was born at the clan where mastering the sword was the most important thing above anything else. Compared to the previous attack, this aura of this attack of Li Jianrong was completely different. Ren Tianyu was shocked seeing this move. Let's say if the huge sword attack of just a moment ago gave the people a kind of sensation of displaying one's full ability, then the aura of current sword attack was completely restrained. And also this sword attack was even more flexible compared to the previous attack. Feeling the remaining energy in his right hand, Ren Tianyu secretly knew that this was bad, because with the current level of chakra in his right hand, he was basically powerless to withstand this huge sword attack. Looking at the incoming sword attack, Ren Tianyu quickly used the Dojutsu of his right eye. Kamui. This huge sword directly pierced through the body of Ren Tianyu, but Li Jianrong, who had changed into a sword and pierced through Ren Tianyu, became puzzled. First, it was not this easy to hit Ren Tianyu. Second, when he had pierced through the body of Ren Tianyu, he hadn't felt any kind of resistance. After he turned around, he saw that even after he had pierced through the body of Ren Tianyu, he was standing there as if that was just a trifling matter. Although he didn't know what method Ren Tianyu had used to dodge his attack, nevertheless without giving any buffer time to Ren Tianyu, he immediately dashed towards Ren Tianyu again in a high speed. Humph, this time I will try this ninjutsu which I have learned just some time ago. Seeing that Li Jianrong, who had changed into a huge sword, was again rushing towards him, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, and immediately put both of his palms together. After that the ground beneath his foot quickly started to change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Weakness of Kamui. Chapter 129, Weakness of Kamui. Psycho Zetai Bogyo, Shikaku no Tate. Ultimate Defense, Shikaku's Shield. After Ren Tianyu yelled loudly, countless sands suddenly emerged from the ground in front of him, and under the control of powerful chakra of Ren Tianyu, these sands quickly gathered in front of him and take the form of sand shield with the shape of Ichibi Shikaku. This was precisely absolute defense of Shikaku. Since the time after he had signed the summoning contact with Shikaku, Ren Tianyu had obtained some of the power of Shikaku, and now he could freely and easily control sands. He no longer needed to use huge amount of chakra like before to make sands. Now Ren Tianyu could create sands anytime and anywhere without any difficulty. Li Jianrong, who had turned into a huge light sword, slashed at the surface of the Shikaku's shield, and an unpleasant to hear sound of friction rang out immediately. And due to the powerful impact of this huge light sword, a big crater appeared on this sand shield. But this Shikaku's shield was known as the absolute defense, not for nothing. Even the strongest bone spear of Kimimaro was not able to break through it. So how could this attack of Li Jianrong break through this defense of Ren Tianyu? The attack of Li Jianrong was not even able to pass through 1/3 of the thickness of the defense. After that, this huge light sword slowly started to disappear, and the body of Li Jianrong appeared from inside it. After his body became visible, one could see surprise on the face of Li Jianrong, but he immediately retracted it. After Ren Tianyu blocked the attack of Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu no longer wasted his chakra, he just removed his control from Shikaku's shield. Immediately after that, the huge Shikaku's shield in front of him scattered, and became a pile of sands on the ground. Ability to control the sands? Looking at that pile of sands, Li Jianrong thought inside his heart. And he thought about his battle till now with Ren Tianyu, beside that there is still lightning system power, and furthermore that ability to control his bones. This guy is really hard to deal with. Since it is like this, I have to get a little bit more serious now. After thinking these, the eyes of Li Jianrong firmly shrunk, and the aura of his body suddenly changed. Countless sword blades suddenly sprang out from inside his body, and started to float around his body. And the boundless white-colored battle chi around his body were immediately replaced by these sword blade. His silver-colored long hair were floating in all direction along with his aura around his body, and now his body had changed into huge sword blade column. Heaven Sword Blood Lineage, open. This is... Looking at Li Jianrong, who had a big change in his appearance and was not that far away from him, a serious expression appeared in the face of Ren Tianyu. Seeing the current appearance of Li Jianrong, even Ren Tianyu felt formidable pressure. This guy is even more powerful than that face-paralyzed Yen Xinluo. Now from the body of this guy, Ren Tianyu could sense the aura that didn't lose to the aura of several god-ranked experts he had encountered before. And although he knew that Yen Xinluo was always suppressing his power, but during the finals of that competition, he had all-out battle against Yen Xinluo. So according to the estimation of Ren Tianyu, being the member of Sishen clan of ancient 100 clans, although his strength would be very high, nevertheless he estimated that the strength of Yen Xinluo won't be higher than mid-god rank. But this Li Jianrong in front of him, however. As the saying goes, strike first and gain the upper hand. I should not wait any longer. Without hesitating any longer, Ren Tianyu stretched his right hand and aimed at Li Jianrong. Suddenly huge clouds of sands gathered above his head, and countless sands fell towards Li Jianrong. Suna Shigyur. Sand shower. And seeing that sands were falling down upon him, Li Jianrong stretched his right hand and caught some of it, and sensed that there was nothing unusual on it. Boring tricks. After that, Li Jianrong looked towards the direction of Ren Tianyu, and wanted to rush towards his direction. But his complexion immediately changed. He had the expression as if he had seen something unbelievable. He looked towards his legs and he immediately saw that two huge palms of sands had firmly caught both of his legs, rendering him immobile. Caught. Next is, seeing that he had successfully caught Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu became excited. After that he quickly made a series of hand seals with both of his hands, and immediately poured his chakra towards the ground. Gokusa Maiso. Sand Burial Prison. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the ground around Li Jianrong suddenly loosened up and changed into innumerable sands. After that the body of Li Jianrong started to slowly sink down. You will sink down up to 200 meters underground, and due to the huge pressure underground, you won't be able to twitch even your single finger. Looking at the gradually sinking Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu lightly spoke. Listening to Ren Tianyu, and looking at his body which was slowly sinking underground, Li Jianrong didn't even have a single change in his expression. After that he lifted up his head and just calmly looked at Ren Tianyu, then slowly disappeared into the ground. After the body of Li Jianrong completely sunk inside the ground, Ren Tianyu immediately controlled the sands and gathered the sands to form a firm ground. Only after completing this, Ren Tianyu relaxed and heaved a sigh, finally resolved this matter. Now I only need to wait until that fellow exhausts his battle chi. After that I will let him out. Just when Ren Tianyu wanted to relax a bit, he suddenly sensed that the ground beneath him started to shake violently, and the earth around him started to slowly crack, as if something terrifying was trying to break out from underground. After that the voice of Li Jianrong which came from underground, entered the ears of Ren Tianyu. Dark Lightning Secret Sword Art, First Form, Heaven and Earth Wave. Hearing the voice of Li Jianrong, the complexion of Ren Tianyu suddenly changed. Not good, Kamui. His right eye immediately released a powerful eye power. At this time, innumerable powerful sword chi were shot up from underground towards the sky. These sword chi immediately covered the ground around the radius of 100 meters. Even the body of Ren Tianyu was naturally enveloped by these sword chi. But even after these sword chi shot through the body of Ren Tianyu, there was not even a single drop of blood on the body of Ren Tianyu, and furthermore there was also not even a single wound in his body. Relying on the power of right eye's Kamui, Ren Tianyu was able to protect himself from these terrifying sword chi formation. But after several tens of seconds, Ren Tianyu discovered something was wrong, because the sword chi were continuously shooting out from underground without any intention of stopping, as if it was endless. Even after a minute, the sword chi were continuously shooting out from underground. After this, Ren Tianyu could no longer remain calm. It's better to run for it. Ren Tianyu instantly realized that the current circumstance was bad, so without losing any time he began to quickly run out from the formation of sword chi. If he stayed here for a long time, then he would definitely become a Swiss cheese. Because although the Kamui of right eye of Ren Tianyu could let anything pass through his body as if his body was transparent, nevertheless there was also a weakness to this jutsu. That weakness was the time limit of 5 minutes. In other words, after he activate Kamui, the power of Kamui can last for only 5 minutes if used continuously, and after that it would lose its effect. Ren Tianyu naturally was clearly aware of this weakness, so Ren Tianyu naturally didn't dare to stay in this sword chi formation for the extended period of time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Fall into Disadvantageous Position. Chapter 130, Fall into Disadvantageous Position. Ren Tianyu increased his speed, and immediately ran towards the outside area of sword chi formation. With the current speed of Ren Tianyu, he traveled 100 meters distance in an instant. After running out from the sword chi formation, Ren Tianyu was obviously relaxed. If he had continued to stay inside that formation, then perhaps he would be in real trouble. Just then, a loud exploding sound rang out from the ground in front of him. And along with the stones and debris flying everywhere, a deep hole appeared on the surface of the ground. After that, a white-colored silhouette flew out from inside that hole, and landed on the ground. This person was Li Jianrong. The clothing of Li Jianrong had big holes due to the friction with the sand, and one could see his bronze-colored skin from these holes. And his right hand was no longer holding his rapier, it was replaced by that huge sword which was on his back. The sword blade of this huge sword was very large, and this sword blade was releasing a cold light, which could make any people shiver all over though not cold. And one would easily know that this sword was an exceptional weapon in a single glance. And at the hilt of this sword, a long iron chain was attached to it, and the other end of this iron chain was firmly wrapped around the body of Li Jianrong. At this time, the body of Li Jianrong suddenly shook, and the clothing which was riddled with gaping holes immediately changed into debris and slowly fall on the ground. After that, his whole body was filled with sharp sword intent. This sword intent was extremely powerful, it felt as if it could easily pierce through the space around him. After that, a powerful sword chi slowly overflowed from inside his body, and covered his whole body, changing his whole body into a broken sword of heaven. This sword intent. Feeling as if he was being pricked by needle from this sword intent, Ren Tianyu, who was standing far off, frowned. And Ren Tianyu also felt a strong dangerous sensation from this sword intent. This was the sensation he had never felt before since the time he left the magical beast's forest. Your strength really surprised me. Li Jianrong looked at completely unscathed Ren Tianyu, and exposed a surprised expression on his face. I didn't expect that you could actually escape unscathed from this concentrated sword chi wave. I had thought that even if this move failed to kill you, this move is at least capable to injure you a bit. Nevertheless, the actual result is quite unexpected. Furthermore, you can actually control your bones, sands, and moreover lightning system, these three kind of power. But... Saying this, Li Jianrong paused, and waved his huge heavy sword with his right hand, as if it was weightless. Under the control of Li Jianrong, the powerful sword chi on his body started to flow towards this huge sword. Then he hit the ground with this sword, and a huge crack was suddenly split open on the ground, and several trees were also broken by this single attack. Under my dark god sword and dark lightning secret sword art, you don't stand a chance. Hearing Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu took a deep breath, opened a little bit of space between his legs, and quickly made a series of hand seals. After that, several mouth of springs suddenly appeared in the ground in front of him, but from this, instead of water, endless sands sprang out. Ryusa Bakuryu. Sand Tsunami. A huge towering sand wave suddenly sprung out from the ground. These sand waves, which looked like it could cover everything, advanced towards Li Jianrong. Seeing this towering sand waves, Li Jianrong was extremely shocked. After that, he wanted to fly in the sky to avoid this, but endless sands had already caught his legs, making him immobile. Get buried inside these boundless sand. Seeing that Li Jianrong was caught by his sands, without a single emotion on his face, Ren Tianyu controlled these boundless sand waves and swallowed Li Jianrong. After advancing to Kage level, Tian had larger amount of chakra compared to before, so using this Ryusa Bakuryu, Sand Tsunami, caused sands to cover larger surroundings. A radius of 3 li was completely covered with boundless sands. And the landscape around him was completely changed after using this move. The power of only a single man had successfully created a miniature desert in this place. Just when Tian wanted to use Sabako Taiso, giant sand burial, a towering sword light suddenly appeared in the middle of this small desert. And this towering sword light changed into a 30-meter light sword and fall directly towards the direction of Tian. Not good. Seeing this light sword, the pupils of Tian firmly shrunk. Under the Majikyo Sharingan of Tian, the speed of this light sword was slow, so he used the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, of Reikage and changed into a lightning light, narrowly dodging this attack. Hon! A loud sound of explosion rang out. That huge light sword chopped the surface of the earth and directly created long chasm which was more than 30 meters in length. Only after that the light sword slowly dissipated in the air. Firmly standing at the other side, Tian looked towards the middle of the small desert, and saw that Li Jianrong had already come out from inside the sand. He was floating in the air while holding his huge sword. At this time, Li Jianrong again swung his right hand which was holding his huge sword, and his huge sword directly flew towards Tian. Now the right hand of Li Jianrong was holding the chain which was connected to the hilt of the Dark God sword, and he himself was also rushing towards Tian behind his own sword. Looking at huge sword which was flying towards him, Tian didn't retreat, rather immediately accelerated towards Li Jianrong. The speed of both of them were very fast, so in a blink of an eye, Tian and the huge sword come into contact with each other in the sky. Tian relied on the ability to see things clearly of Mangekyo Sharingan, directly dodged the stab of Dark God sword, and continued to advance towards Li Jianrong. But seeing Tian had successfully dodged his attack and was still rushing towards him, Li Jianrong actually had a strange smile on his face. He just lightly waved his right hand which was holding the iron chain which was connected to the sword hilt, and the Dark God sword which Tian had already dodged immediately changed its direction and continued to chase Tian. Hearing the sound from behind him, furthermore seeing the movement of iron chain on the hand of Li Jianrong, Tian instantly understood what was going on. So making a bow-shaped posture with his body, he narrowly dodged this attack. Pang! Li Jianrong caught that huge sword, then pouring all the sword chi in his body in the sword blade of this Dark God sword, he immediately swung it towards Tian. And this sword blade of Dark God sword immediately gave out a light roaring sound. Dark Lightning Secret Sword Art 2ND form, Lightning Thunder Clouds. Along with the voice of Li Jianrong, a deafening roar suddenly sounded out of a thin air. And when this deafening roar suddenly sounded out, the Dark God sword in the right hand of Li Jianrong suddenly disappeared without a trace. And when that deafening roaring sound disappeared, Tian suddenly felt as if something was about to stab his head from above, so when he looked up, the sight he saw immediately caused the complexion of Tian to turn ghastly pale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Bakufu Ranbu, Bomb Blast Dance. Chapter 131, Bakufu Ranbu, Bomb Blast Dance. He saw that the huge sword which was in the hand of Li Jianrong just a moment before had suddenly appeared directly above his head, and was directly stabbing towards his head. Dark Lightning Secret Sword Art 2ND form, Lightning Thunderclouds. The main principle of this attack was to distract the opponent with the soul-shaking sound of thunder which was created with his sword intent, then using a mysterious method to instantly transfer his weapon right above the head of his enemy. And while the enemy was being distracted due to the loud sound of thunder, using this weapon to suddenly attack and land a fatal blow to enemy. Kamui. Just after Tian used Kamui of his right eye, that huge sword directly stabbed through the body of Tian and stabbed the ground. Suddenly a loud deafening sound of explosion rang out, and the ground around was directly split open, creating a deep crater. Swish! Tian jumped out from the clouds of dust and landed on the ground in front of the cloud of dust. Then looking at Li Jianrong in front of him, Tian helplessly said, "You are really ruthless, directly using such killing move. Do you really want to kill me? Aren't you still alive and kicking, and also?" Hearing Tian, Li Jianrong pulled the iron chain with his right hand, and the Dark God sword quickly flew back to his hand from the middle of the deep crater. "And also I don't believe that you will die this easily. Thank you for your trust. Since it is like this, I will also get serious." Hearing Li Jianrong, Tian slightly smiled, then released a huge amount of eye power from his right Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. Along with the voice of Tian, the space in front of him suddenly started to distort, and a spiral-shaped space ripple appeared and spread in all direction. This is space magic? Seeing the space around were distorting, the complexion of Li Jianrong suddenly changed. Among all the elements, space was the most mysterious and hard to deal with element. He didn't have any time to think why Ren Tianyu possessed this most mysterious space magic. He immediately held his huge sword tightly and carefully prepared himself to guard against any attack. Ketan Bakufu Ranbu. Fire Style Bomb Blast Dance. Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, then expelled out a powerful flame from his mouth. Next he quickly used Kamui of his right eye, and created a space ripple towards Li Jianrong. And because of this space ripple, these flames covered extremely large area, and the speed of these flames were also extremely fast. After using this ninjutsu, Ren Tianyu heavily stamped on the ground with his right foot, and immediately jumped up just like the arrow that was fired from the bow inside the center of the flame vortex, and he quickly advanced towards Li Jianrong who was in the air along with this flame vortex. Furthermore, he was continuously releasing huge amount of eye power from his right eye, to maintain the space ripple around him. Looking at that boundless flame, and furthermore Ren Tianyu in the middle of that incoming flame vortex, the complexion of Li Jianrong changed greatly, and he firmly waved his huge sword with his right hand. Then he immediately crazily poured his battle chi towards his Dark God sword. After that the sword blade of Dark God sword flashed with dazzling white-colored powerful sword chi. Dark Lightning Secret Sword Art 3RD Form Myriad Sword Form. Along with the voice of Li Jianrong, suddenly innumerable energy sword blade flew out from the blade of Dark God sword, and these tens upon thousands of energy sword blade shot towards the incoming giant flame vortex. After that Li Jianrong threw the Dark God sword towards front, then heavily kicked the hilt of this Dark God sword with his right leg, which caused it to change into a light and directly advance towards Ren Tianyu. Looking at those innumerous energy sword blades, furthermore the Dark God sword which was in the middle of those energy sword blade, Ren Tianyu frowned. Right now he was using the power of his right eye to maintain the space ripple of Bakufu Ranbu, Bomb Blast Dance, so he couldn't use Kamui to transfer his body to Kamui dimension. But even in this case, Ren Tianyu didn't have any fearful expression on his face. At that time the space ring in his right hand flashed, then 10 kunai appeared in both hands of Ren Tianyu. After that he firmly started at those incoming sword blades with his Sharingan, and when the flame of Bakufu Ranbu, Bomb Blast Dance, made a contact with these sword blades, many of those sword blades were immediately swallowed by the flames. But there were also many sword blades that passed through the center of the flame vortex without making any contact with the flame. And that Dark God sword was also one of them, and was still advancing to Ren Tianyu. The Sharingan of Ren Tianyu slowly rotated, and the path of these attacks slowly appeared on the brain of Ren Tianyu through Sharingan. After that he waved his right hand, and the 5 kunai on his right hand immediately shot towards the sword blade attack of Dark God sword. But if one looked carefully, one would discover that the distance between these 5 kunai were more than 10 centimeters, and the shooting angles were also different. Dang! The first kunai hit the sword blade side of Dark God sword, then the sword blade of the Dark God sword slightly inclined to the side. After hitting the blade of the Dark God sword, this first kunai was immediately bounced back by the rebound force of this sword. And after bouncing back by chance, the flying angle of this first kunai was in the way of second kunai, so the second kunai bumped against this first kunai, and this first kunai again flew towards Dark God sword, then again bumped against its blade, changing its angle by a bit. In just this fashion, the 5 kunai successively hit the blade of the Dark God sword, and successfully deviated its flying direction. After that Ren Tianyu tossed the kunai in his left hand in front of him, then lightly stepping on those kunai, and he immediately borrowed the power of 5 kunai and depending the ability to see everything clearly of Sharingan, he narrowly dodged all the other energy sword blade that had successfully passed through the center of flame vortex. And seeing that his attack had failed, Li Jianrong immediately started to fly towards the sky. After that he pulled the iron chain with his right hand, and the Dark God sword flew back and arrived in his right hand. After that he flew around in the sky, then he waved his right hand which was holding Dark God sword and slashed towards the direction of Ren Tianyu. Immediately a huge sword blade flew out from the Dark God sword, and this sword blade quickly elongated, and become the sword blade which was more than 10 meters in length, and advanced towards Ren Tianyu. Landing on the ground, he looked towards the quickly advancing energy sword blade. Ren Tianyu slightly smiled, "Too late for you." After that he heavily stepped on the ground with his right leg, and facing the direction of incoming sword blade, he rushed towards Li Jianrong. Swish! The huge energy sword blade directly chopped through the body of Ren Tianyu and landed on the ground. After that a deafening sound of explosion rang out. When Li Jianrong in the air saw that his attack had successfully cut Ren Tianyu, he frowned. Because from the expression of Ren Tianyu, it looked like getting cut through the body was a trifling matter to him. He didn't even have a change in expression even after getting cut, then his body gradually released a green-colored energy, and a terrifying aura slowly spread to all direction from his body. Hashiman Tonko Daroku Kamon, Kai. The 8 inner gates, 6th gate of joy, open, Ren Tianyu yelled, a green-colored aura appeared all around him, and blue nerves appeared on his forehead. After that he instantly flew above Li Jianrong, then started to quickly punch numerous punches. And along with every punch, flames rose in the air, and these flames shot in all direction with Ren Tianyu as the center. All these fists and flames advanced towards Li Jianrong, and this sight looked extremely gorgeous. Asa Kujaku. Morning Peacock. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Hiradora, Afternoon Tiger. Chapter 132, Hiradora, Afternoon Tiger. In the sky, Ren Tianyu quickly swung his fists repetitively. After opening the sixth gate of joy, the chakra inside his body suddenly rose sharply, and a layer of crimson-colored aura covered the surface of his body. Due to the extreme speed of punching, they were set ablaze due to the friction with the air, so countless flame balls appeared in the air, which advanced towards Li Jianrong. This was one of the powerful move of the 8th inner gate of Ren Tianyu Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock. Seeing the sudden appearance of countless flame balls, Li Jianrong was completely startled. After that he immediately calmed down the state of his mind, and immediately released a powerful strength from deep inside his body. This powerful strength seeped out from his body and wrapped his whole body with a gold-colored layer. Blood Lineage Secret Skill, Heaven Sword Third Form Myriad Heaven Sword. Swish! Along with the voice of Li Jianrong, from the body of Li Jianrong, a gold-colored sword blade was suddenly released which surrounded his whole body, and his body slowly disappeared. After that this gold-colored sword blade directly entered inside the Dark God Sword. After this gold-colored energy merged with Dark God Sword, suddenly countless essence of huge swords whose appearance was same to the Dark God Sword separated from the Dark God Sword. And these countless huge swords were densely distributed in the air. With a single glance one could easily estimate that there were at least several thousands of these huge swords. Swish, 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 these huge swords immediately streak across in the sky with the gold-colored radiance towards flame balls from the Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock, attack of Ren Tianyu. Hon, hon, hon. A series of loud explosion sound rang out in the air, the flame balls and huge swords continuously collided with each other. And along with this continuous crashing, a series of loud explosion sound rang out. After about a minute, the Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock, of Ren Tianyu disappeared. And only few of those densely distributed huge swords remained in the sky. Ren Tianyu slowly descended from the air, firmly landed on the ground and lifted his head to look towards the sky. He saw that those few remaining huge swords which was dazzling with gold-colored light slowly gathered in a single place in the sky, then Li Jianrong who was holding the Dark God Sword appeared from this gold-colored light. Although Li Jianrong was able to block the Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock, of Ren Tianyu, nevertheless his present condition did not seem to be that good. Cold sweats were continuously flowing out from his forehead, and on the top of that his body was constantly twitching, but even in this condition, he had an extremely excited smile on his face. A moment ago, Li Jianrong had used the secret skill of his blood lineage to block the Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock, of Ren Tianyu. Li Jianrong was the member of Ancient 100 Clan's Holy Sword Clan. And all the members of this clan indulged themselves in the ways of sword for all their lives. Holy Sword Clan, one of the Ancient 100 Clan, possess high saint-ranked power of blood lineage, Heaven Sword blood lineage. But their power of blood lineage was different from other blood lineage. The possessor of this Heaven Sword blood lineage could only use sword as a weapon. If they use any other weapons, their fighting capacity would immediately decrease by a lot. And this Heaven Sword blood lineage completely depend on power of comprehension of the possessor of this blood lineage. If one's power of comprehension on swords is extremely deep, and had extremely high innate talent on ways of swords, then that person could bring out to play the real power of this Heaven Sword blood lineage, and the strength of that person would quickly increase. If one had extremely high talent on ways of sword, and possessed this Heaven Sword blood lineage, then the strength of that person would increase several times faster compared to ordinary person, even to the extent of 10 times. But if one had inadequate talent in ways of swords, then this high saint-ranked blood lineage Heaven Sword would only become a burden for him. And his cultivation speed would be very slow, even to the extent that his cultivation speed would very probably be slower than ordinary person with ordinary blood lineage. And in this Holy Sword Clan from long time ago, the strength of youngster of 20 to 30 years old outdo the strength of some old codger of 50 to 60 years old. Li Jianrong was the leader of the current younger generation of Holy Sword Clan. His talent on ways of sword could be said to be the highest talent that had appeared within Holy Sword Clan in several thousands of years. Till now not only had he completely mastered and merged all the sword skills of his clan, he had also created his own ways of sword, such as 9 Sword Secret Art, the End of the Earth Way of Sword, Dark Lightning Sword Secret Art, and so on. He also took the advantage of the specific characteristic of his power of blood lineage, and before the age of 20, he had already cultivated to the level of high sword god rank, almost breaking through the limits of the body and step into a new domain of martial way. And just a moment ago, he had used the third form of the secret skill of his Holy Sword Clan's Heaven Sword power of blood lineage. This Heaven Sword's third form was one of the form of Ultimate 3 form of secret sword art created by combining all the comprehension of ways of sword comprehend by the ancestor of Holy Sword Clan and their power of blood lineage. Every form of this secret sword art had enough strength to destroy heaven and exterminate the earth. But this secret sword art demanded huge amount of energy to use. Even Li Jianrong, who was already a high sword god-ranked expert, had a big burden on his body after he used this myriad heaven sword and still could show the full power of this move. On the other side, Ren Tianyu was extremely shocked inside his heart while standing on the ground. Originally he had intended to end this match with Asa Kujako, Morning Peacock, but his Asa Kujako, Morning Peacock, attack was completely blocked by Li Jianrong. Looking at the unscathed Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu thought, don't tell me I really have to use Dujitsu, but I can't always depend on Dujitsu. Although the power of Mangekyo could easily deal most of the opponent, nevertheless the most important is still body itself. Since it is like this, I will use this new move. I hope this fellow is able to resist this attack without dying. Don't disappoint me. Staring at Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu made his decision to use this final move to determine the winner. As if he sensed the determination of Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong also slowly looked towards Ren Tianyu from the sky. After that his eyes suddenly met with the eyes of Ren Tianyu, and the intense fighting intent sparked in the air. It seems I have to use Heaven Sword Cleave to end this fight. Looking at Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong thought inside his heart. Then he opened a little bit distance between his legs, and the battle chi of his whole body violently rolled over and over. This was so because at this moment, he had activated one of the form of secret sword skill of Heaven Sword bloodline lineage. As if some kind of invisible power was pulling, the dark god sword in his right hand slowly separated from his hand and slowly rose in the sky. And this made other to feel gloomy as if the originally fine weather become gloomy all of a sudden. But looking carefully, the sky was still fine just like before, and that misconception was caused by the power of Li Jianrong itself. After that, gold-colored energy clouds started to gather quickly in the sky, and countless terrifying energy storms spread in all directions from these clouds. Then the dark god sword which was floating in the sky immediately shot inside these gold-colored energy clouds. Li Jianrong floating in the sky thought inside his heart while looking at Ren Tianyu on the ground, I hope you are able to withstand this attack. Finished thinking, he waved his right hand, and the light beam of his battle chi from his body suddenly shot towards the clouds and entered inside the clouds. After the battle chi of Li Jianrong entered inside these gold-colored clouds, these clouds started to violently roll over and stirred. After that boundless energy fluctuation spread in all direction. Then this boundless cloud was split open in the middle all of a sudden by a huge power, and a huge sword with large amount of energies appeared from inside these clouds. The length of this gold-colored energy huge sword was more than 20 meters, and the huge sword blade of this huge sword was emitting a terrifying energy, as if these energy could easily split open the surrounding space. And under the control of Li Jianrong, this huge energy sword was firmly locked on to Ren Tianyu. After that, under his command, this huge sword fell towards Ren Tianyu. Heaven Sword Secret Skill, 2ND Form, Heaven Sword Cleave. Looking at the huge energy sword, Ren Tianyu took a deep breath, then the chakra surrounding him started to surge even more violently, and all the clothes he was wearing started to slowly tear apart, and blue veins started to appear in his body and forehead, which looked very frightening. Hashiman Tonko Dainana Kayaman, Kai. The 8 inner gates, 7th gate of shock, open. Ren Tianyu yelled loudly, and the green-colored airsteam became even more violent, and his body became even redder. After opening 7th gate, Ren Tianyu looked towards the falling huge sword. After that, placed both of his hand in front of him and waved towards the sky, then a terrifying amount of chakras spread in all direction. Hiradora. Afternoon Tiger. Roar. Along with the loud roar of tiger, a huge white-colored illusory energy white tiger appeared in front of him and issued a loud roar. Then under the command of Ren Tianyu, it rushed towards the incoming huge sword and Li Jianrong. Very soon, the white tiger and that gold-colored energy huge sword collided with each other. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, White Tiger of Akatsuki. Chapter 133, White Tiger of Akatsuki. Along with the loud tiger roar, a huge white tiger shot out from the fists of Ren Tianyu, and advanced towards that falling huge sword in Li Jianrong. One needs to open the 7th gate of shock to use this Hiradora, afternoon tiger, taijutsu. This jutsu launch an extremely compressed air pressure at the opponent which takes the shape of tiger, and this jutsu explodes on the command of the user. In the world of Naruto, Madogai had used this move, and had easily destroyed Suetana Dekoden no Jutsu, water-style, super shark bomb jutsu, of Kisame, furthermore seriously injured him, and was able to successfully capture him alive. And the shockwave created by this taijutsu was so strong that, it was spread throughout the whole Turtle Island. This shows the might of Hiradora, afternoon tiger. Before, when Ren Tianyu was only at the level of elite ninja, his body was unable to sustain the formidable pressure of 7th gate state. But now after he had advanced to Kage level, his strength had been further improved, and was now able to sustain the formidable pressure of 7th gate state. Currently, as long as he don't stay in the state of 7th gate for a long time, there was less likely to be any big after effects. Switching back, the Hiradora, afternoon tiger, of Ren Tianyu and the heaven sword cleave of Li Jianrong collided with each other. Immediately after that, a loud sound of explosion rang out, and a huge energy shockwave appeared in that place, which quickly spread in all directions, sweeping everything away with it. Even Li Jianrong floating in the sky and Ren Tianyu standing on the ground were affected by this powerful shockwave. This energy shockwave covered the radius of more than 5 li, even to the extent that it even affected Sea Heaven Town, which was not too far from that location. T.L. 1 li equals approximate 500 m. At the entrance of Sea Heaven Town, many peoples were continuously going in and out. At that time, suddenly a terrifying energy shockwave arrived there. All the pedestrians and the guards standing at the entrance of the town were blown off. None of them were able to stably stand on the ground. What's going on? After balancing themselves, the same question appeared in their mind. Then they raised their heads and looked towards the direction of shockwave's source. Then after a single glance, the pupils of all these peoples firmly shrunk. They saw a gold and blue mixed-colored tempest in the middle of the woods, which was a bit far off in the distance, and even when they were this far from that energy tempest, they could clearly sense a terrifying energy fluctuation. Swish, swish, swish. At that time, 5 to 6 silhouettes of the person from inside the Sea Heaven Town flew towards the source of this energy shockwave. It seems after the experts who were inside the Sea Heaven Town discovered about this, all of them urgently rushed out to examine the situation and see what was going on. In the area of the explosion, after about 3 or 4 minutes, the energy shockwave slowly disappeared. And one could only see a huge crater with the radius of about 1 li in that place. In the middle of this huge crater, Ren Tianyu was standing while gasping for breath. In front of him, Li Jianrong was lying motionlessly on the ground, and next to the body of Li Jianrong, his huge dark god sword was stabbed on the ground. After regulating his breath, Ren Tianyu walked over to the side of Li Jianrong, then looking at his sluggish eyes, Ren Tianyu lightly said, "You lose." Hearing these 2 words, Li Jianrong, who was lying on the ground, immediately clutched his hands into a fist and tried to move his body. But he sensed that all the battle chi of his body were completely exhausted, and his body was also injured. And he recalled that White Tiger attack of Ren Tianyu had not only completely destroyed his Heaven Sword Cleave attack, after destroying it, that attack continued to advance towards himself and finally swallow him. After recalling this scene for a short while, he slowly loosened his fists, and he lightly whispered, "Yes, I lost the battle. Since it is like this, according to our bet, you." Just when Ren Tianyu wanted to invite Li Jianrong to join Akatsuki again, several energies body in the process of approaching them suddenly appeared in his mental perception, and very soon they would arrive in this location. Sensing this, Ren Tianyu frowned, and looked towards the sky. After that, 6 rays of light appeared in the sky in front of him, and these lights landed in the crater not too far away in front of him. Carefully looking, 4 of them were wearing warrior clothing, 1 was wearing magic robe, and final 1 was wearing illusion robe. All of them were saint-ranked experts. Among them 5 were middle-aged men and remaining was middle-aged beautiful woman. Who are you people? Just what happened here a moment ago? Seeing the heavy destruction around, and 2 youngsters who were riddled with scars in front of them, one of the men wearing warrior clothing asked with extreme shock. No need to talk about anything else. Even if he exhausted all of his strength, he would not be able to create a crater which was 1/3 in size of this crater, and that's without even mentioning that powerful energy shockwave. Even God-ranked experts very possibly may not be able to create that. From what they were seeing, they could determine that this crater and that energy shockwave of just a moment ago was created due to the after effect of the battle between these 2 youngsters who looked less than 20 years in age, but they firmly denied this choice, because they would never believe that these 2 youth who looked less than 20 years in age were already an expert of God rank or more. You don't need to know who we are, now there is only one thing you should do. Looking at those 6 saint-ranked experts, Ren Tianyu frowned, and said coldly, that is to leave this place right now. Hee, don't become angry like this, little brother, just tell big sister what happened here just a moment ago? After hearing the words of Ren Tianyu, that middle-aged woman wearing illusion robe exposed an enchanting smile, and spoke towards Ren Tianyu. But her pairs of beautiful eyes exposed a pallid light, and her body slowly emitted an invisible energy fluctuation which spread in all direction. The curiosity of humankind is too big, but also extremely stupid. Hearing the words of that middle-aged beautiful woman, furthermore sensing that invisible energy from her body, Ren Tianyu sighed. After that he stared towards those 6 experts with his Mangekyo Sharingan. No need to use that kind of silly tricks, this level of illusion is useless against me. You? When they saw that blood-colored pair of eyes of Ren Tianyu, the bodies of those saint-ranked experts quivered involuntarily, and suddenly felt extreme chill all over their body. They just wanted to move away from there, but they discovered that they were not able to move. And they sensed that they were slowly losing the control over their own body. Is this illusion? Feeling the unusual condition in their body, the mind of those 6 suddenly trembled with this question. Even after they tried their best, they were not able to break free from this illusion. Especially that middle-aged beautiful woman, as a saint-ranked illusionist, she had deeper understanding with regards to illusions, but even she was not able to break free from this illusion. Seeing that all 6 of them were motionless, Ren Tianyu bent and placed his right hand on the body of Li Jianrong, and said, "It's too noisy here, let's go to a quiet place to talk." Finished speaking, he released a large amount of eye power, and a spiral-shaped space ripple appeared, and along with this space ripple, Li Jianrong was sucked into his right eye. After sucking Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu stood up, and looked at those 6 individuals. All of those 6 individuals were extremely frightened, as they were powerless to move, but Ren Tianyu just spoke with a smile, "I'm in a very good mood today, so I will not kill you. I hope we are destined, goodbye." Finished speaking, his right hand slowly covered his head and then rest of his body, and along with this gesture, his body started to slowly disappear, starting with his head, and his whole body finally disappeared from that place, leaving behind those 6 saint-ranked experts who were continuously struggling to break the illusion. On the top of certain big mountain, Ren Tianyu slowly appeared from the spiral-shaped space ripple. Then after examining all around him, again another space ripple appeared in that place, and Li Jianrong slowly appeared from this space ripple created by his right eye. Firmly standing on the ground, Li Jianrong observed his surrounding, and asked, "Where are we?" "A quiet place for talking," answered Ren Tianyu with a smile. "Now can you tell me what you have decided? Are you joining my organization or not?" After hearing the question of Ren Tianyu, contrary to what Ren Tianyu had thought, Li Jianrong agreed without the slightest bit of hesitation, "I will join your organization." Although he heard the positive reply, Ren Tianyu nevertheless felt strange, so he frankly said, "I did not expect you to agree so quickly. As a matter of fact, I had already decided to join your organization when we had reached halfway to the fight. I have decided this because you are stronger than me among all the younger generation, and if I join your origination, I will have a strong rival to challenge." Li Jianrong answered. Welcome to Akatsuki organization. There will be only 10 members in this organization. And everyone will have their unique codenames. The codenames are Zero, Vermilion Bird, Void, Jade Maiden, North Dipper, South Dipper, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Santai, and Black Tortoise. Everyone will have different duty. Since this organization is created not too long ago, there is only me and you as its member. Oh, no, the seat of Void is also already taken. And he will join after 2 days. Ren Tianyu slowly introduced about the organization to Li Jianrong. "So that means, altogether there are only 3 members in our organization." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong slowly said, "Correct, although now there are only 3 members, hereafter we will slowly recruit new individuals until we assemble 10 people. The main purpose for the establishment of our Akatsuki organization is not to contend for the supremacy of this continent, or to involve in the disputes of other forces. There is only one objective, i.e. to become extremely strong. Not only me, but I want all the members of my origination to become extremely strong. And at the time when we have sufficient strength, everything this continent say to us will just be a joke. Since you have joined my organization, your codename is God of Slaughter, White Tiger. This is your ring, and this ring is the proof that you are the organization member. Do not lose this ring. Oh, and this ring also have another big use." Ren Tianyu took out a ring which had a white, carved on it, and gave it to Li Jianrong. After that he took out the cloak of Akatsuki, and also a bamboo hat with wind bells, and gave it to Li Jianrong. "This is the dress of our organization." Li Jianrong wore that ring on his hand. After that he wore that black cloak with red clouds printed on it which symbolized Akatsuki organization. Now he had formally joined Akatsuki origination, and took the White Tiger seat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, God's Domain. Chapter 134, God's Domain. Wearing the White Tiger ring, and putting on that black-colored robe with red clouds imprinted on them, henceforth, Li Jianrong formally became the member of Akatsuki organization, and accompanied Ren Tianyu in his expedition. Looking at the ring on the finger of Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong said, "So from now on should I call you Ren Tianyu or Zero? It doesn't matter what you call me. This is merely a codename, nothing more, so if you like you can call me Zero." Hearing Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu shrugged his shoulder and answered, "Then I will call you Zero." Li Jianrong said. Just then, Li Jianrong seems to thought about something, and said to Ren Tianyu, "Zero, I possess high saint-ranked power of blood lineage heaven sword, and I have already reached high sword god rank. So with the combination of both of these power, I don't need to fear anyone within the power level of God rank. But I was defeated by you. Now tell me, have you already broken through the limit of the body, and broke through the wall of God's domain, and entered the realm of low God?" "Low God? What is this rank?" Hearing the question of Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu was surprised and asked with great curiosity. It seems he had never heard about this realm. What? You actually don't know about low God? Could it be that you really don't know the matters of God's domain? Hearing the question of Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong was even more surprised than Ren Tianyu. He had never expected that Ren Tianyu didn't know about the matters of God's domain. But he reconsidered and gave up his thought that Ren Tianyu didn't know about the matters of God's domain, because the strength of Ren Tianyu had obviously far surpassed the God-ranked experts, so how could he not know the matters of God's domain? Are you kidding me? Do you think your father have free time to joke around with you? I really don't know low God or matters of God's domain you were speaking about. What are those things? Hearing the doubtful question of Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but cursed. Carefully looking at the expression of Ren Tianyu, Li Jianrong discovered that Ren Tianyu really was not telling a lie. After that he instantly shed tears inside his heart. There is no mistake, he really don't know about the matter of God's domain. But a person of younger generation who don't know anything about God's domain actually entered the realm of low God before me, who was said to be the most exceptional genius of Holy Sword Clan. There really is no justice. But Li Jianrong would never know that Ren Tianyu was actually cultivating chakra, and that was not their cultivation system. So there is no wall of God's domain and such restriction. Calming down his state of mind, Li Jianrong looked at the face of Ren Tianyu, which was filled with curiosity, and slowly explained, the initial stage of cultivation realm is generally divided from junior to God, these 9 big ranks. But regardless of whether it is warrior's battle chi or magician's magic power or illusionist's illusory power, when they reach the peak God rank, the energy within their body will encounter a barrier, and couldn't break through anymore. This barrier is wall of God's domain. When the cultivators reaches peak God rank, the energies inside their bodies basically reach the saturation state. For example, a water cup can only hold the amount of water according to its space, and after it is already filled, the extra amount of water will spill over. In the same way, if the energy inside the body exceeds the space inside one's body, then that person will explode and die. And there is only one method to solve this problem, i.e. to break through the limit of energy itself, and break the limit of this space, i.e. wall of God's domain, which I had stated just a moment ago. And let energy itself create a new energy vessel. But the energy barrier inside the body, i.e. wall of God's domain, in itself is incomparable hard, so it is extremely hard to break it. Not only it is extremely difficult to break it, it is also extremely dangerous. If not handled properly, you will only injure yourself. In the serious case of the injury, you will become a cripple. In the countless past years, many genius were stopped by this barrier. Even I do not have a 100% confidence to break through this wall of God's domain, and enter the realm of low God. After you break through this wall of God's domain, regardless of battle chi, magical power or illusory power, all the energies inside the body will gather together and form an energy crystal, which is called divinity crystal. And this divinity crystal will become the source of all the power of human body. After one's strength enter the low God rank, their strength will step into the boundary of God's domain. Boundary of God's domain is altogether divided into low God, mid God, high God, true God, God King, God Lord, and finally God Emperor. Every single one of these 7 big realms are further divided into low, mid, high and peak, these 4 sub-ranks. And I have also heard that there is still a realm above God Emperor rank, but I don't know whether that is true or not, because this is merely a myth. Hearing the explanation of Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu deeply pondered for a long time. He had never thought that there were still this many levels above God rank. It looks like his speculation was not wrong. The water of this world really was very deep. How do you know these things? Could it be that you have seen the experts of God realm? Ren Tianyu looked at Li Jianrong and asked. According to the way he had explained things, it seems he had seen the experts of God realm. Yes, I have indeed seen the experts of God realm, and that is not limited to small number. Even in my Holy Sword clan, their number of experts of God realm are not few. In fact, other ancient 100 clans also possess these experts. But these experts basically remains hidden and never shows their appearance. It is so because, in those years, during the catastrophe of Demon Clan invading, all of them received serious injuries. Until now they still have not fully recovered. Another reason is, this space of the Divine Wind continent. When ancient 100 clans were resisting against the invading Demon Clan, countless experts fought bravely against the experts of Demon Clan, and in those years, the Divine Wind continent was torn into pieces. Many land of this continent were destroyed, and countless lands were sunk into the sea. This caused the area of this continent to instantly reduce by about 1/3 of its original size. And even the space itself of the Divine Wind continent were also broken apart, and countless terrifying space storm appeared. After Demon Clan retreat back to their Devil Dom, those remaining experts used their own energy and combine it with the blood of those experts who had died or killed, to repair the space of Divine Wind continent, and they also repaired the space rifts, finally retaining our homeland. But even so, the space of the Divine Wind continent is extremely fragile. It basically couldn't endure the energy collision of those experts who are above God rank. So all the extremely powerful experts came to an agreement and ordered that the experts who exceed the level of God rank are not allowed to do as they please, otherwise all the peak experts will jointly chase to kill that person. Till now, many people have grown up in this divine wind continent, and there used to be many peoples who had entered the realm of God. Among them, some experts with high level of strength left this divine wind continent and go to other space. But even more experts chose to stay behind, because this divine wind continent is their home, so they would use their divine energy inside their body to support the space of divine wind continent, making it gradually recover. This is also the reason why extremely few experts were able to reach this realm of God's domain in these countless years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. After listening to the explanation of Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu pondered for a long time to digest all these new information. Inside his heart, Ren Tianyu extremely admired those experts of God realm of divine wind continent. First, when the demon clan had invaded, these experts had fought against them with their life on the line for the sake of their family, home, and friends. And they didn't hesitate even in their deathbed. Second, after the war had ended, divine wind continent could be said to be torn into pieces, space was filled with cracks in space storm, and the elements of divine wind continent were also significantly leaked out and had become very thin compared to before. At that time, these experts clearly had a chance to split the space and reach other space to find the better cultivation environment, but everyone gave up this chance. Instead of leaving divine wind continent, they used the energies within their body and spent thousands of years to repair the space of this divine wind continent, making it suitable for mankind to live again. After calming down his mind, Ren Tianyu suddenly thought about the Holy Sword clan that was stated by Li Jianrong just a moment before, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Then Li Jianrong simply explained a bit of the current circumstance of his Holy Sword clan, but Ren Tianyu had never thought that divine wind continent still had this kind of mystical clan. After talking with Li Jianrong for a long time, Ren Tianyu asked him what he was going to do next. And after knowing that Ren Tianyu was returning Supreme Light Academy, Li Jianrong said that he was interested to take a look at Supreme Light Academy. After deciding this, Ren Tianyu caught the body of Li Jianrong, then released eye power from his right eye, causing a spiral-shaped space ripple to appear. After that, both Ren Tianyu and Li Jianrong gradually disappeared from that nameless mountain top. At a secluded street of the Kalisi city, a spiral-shaped space ripple suddenly appeared, and from inside it both Ren Tianyu and Li Jianrong appeared in that place. After looking at the surrounding environment around them, Ren Tianyu said towards Li Jianrong, whose face was completely blank, "We are here. This is the imperial capital of Supreme Feilu Empire, Kalixi City. I have never thought that your space magic is actually this profound. In a blink of an eye, we have already traveled several thousand li of distance. It really is amazing." Looking around him, Li Jianrong sighed and spoke. In the present era, the space system magic were extremely rare, with the exception of using few space transfer formation which were left behind from ancient times. Basically only few peoples are able to experience this space movement. He. Ren Tianyu just laughed and didn't explain, nor told him that this was the jujitsu of his eyes. Even though they were already teammate, nevertheless Sharingan is the ultimate card of Ren Tianyu in this different world. So Ren Tianyu will absolutely never disclose the secrets of his eyes to anyone else. He wanted other to think that his eyes were merely a kind of common high-ranked blood lineage as much as possible. Let's go, the classes my friends are attending ought to be over at this time. So we will directly go to Supreme Light Academy. Looking at the time, Ren Tianyu estimated that Luo Tianqing and others should have already finished their classes. So he decided to directly take Li Jianrong to the academy. Ren Tianyu had already lived in this imperial capital Kalisi for several months, so Ren Tianyu was very familiar with all the roads and surroundings of this place. So it was very unlikely for him to get lost in this city. Arriving at the entrance of Supreme Light Academy, they saw two guards, and those two guards on the entrance were still the same guards whom Ren Tianyu had encountered when he had first entered the academy. "Hello, Tianyu, what are you doing here? Don't you have to carry out your trial by fire assignment? Or you have given up the assignment?" Seeing Ren Tianyu, one of the guard asked curiously. He clearly remembered that just about a week ago, Ren Tianyu had left the entrance of the academy to complete his trial by fire assignment. But now in about a week of time, he suddenly returned back. So he couldn't help but to think that Ren Tianyu had given up his task. But this was impossible, because he knew that Ren Tianyu was the champion of the ranking competition, so how could he give up his assignment? "Nonsense, I came back naturally means I have already completed my trial by fire assignment. How can a mere trial by fire assignment bar my way?" Ren Tianyu said in a bad mood. "What? You already completed your assignment, so fast?" Hearing Ren Tianyu, those two guards exclaimed. They had never thought that Ren Tianyu could complete the assignment this fast. He had used only a week to complete his assignment. No need to be surprised, I am still thinking that this was too slow. Hearing the surprise exclaimed of those two guards, Tian immediately raised his head and pretended to have the face of disdain and said, "Well, we are entering the academy. I also want to hand over the assignment item." "Wait, who is he? It seems he is not from our academy." Just then, the guard stopped Tian and pointing towards Li Jianrong, the guard asked, "He is my friend, I happened to meet him by coincidence when I was carrying out my trial by fire assignment. After he learned that I cultivate here, he came with me. By the way, can he stay with me for a while?" Hearing them, Tian gave the explanation which he had already prepared beforehand. Anyway, it was common for the parents and friends of the student to visit the academy, so saying this was not suspicious. Turned out to be so. Then you can enter now. Nevertheless, if you walk around after the school is closed, then we have to take strong measures. After hearing Tian, those guards let Li Jianrong pass, but they still reminded him about the rule. "Okay." Tian answered, then he took Li Jianrong and walked towards the direction of dormitories. He intended to search Luo Tianqing and others, and let them know that he is back, so as not to make them worry for him any longer. But when Tian was just halfway to dormitories, he unexpectedly met Yan Xinluo, the face-paralyzed man. When he saw Tian, Yan Xinluo was surprised. He had never thought that Tian would be this fast to complete the assignment and return back. As to why he determined that Tian had successfully completed the assignment, it was so because he had never thought that Tian would fail. This was the kind of faith between experts. "You are back," Yan Xinluo lightly said after looking at Tian. "Yes, because you said that after I complete my assignment, you will compete with me to decide whether you will join my organization or not, so I complete the assignment as soon as possible and returned back for that machine. How is it, can I still count on your words?" Tian faintly smiled, and replied to Yan Xinluo. "No need to fight," Yan Xinluo lightly said. After that, looking at the surprised face of Tian, he showed a smile in his indifference face and slowly added, "I agree to join your organization." "What? You actually agree without a fight?" Hearing Yan Xinluo, Tian couldn't believe what his ear was hearing. "What, you don't want it, then I will not join." Yan Xinluo uncharacteristically played a joke on Tian. "Don't, how can I not agree to that? Here, this is your ring, I'll personally wear it on you." Tian hurriedly answered, and hastily took out a ring of void from his space ring, then rushed to the side of Yan Xinluo, took his hand and wanted put on the ring personally on the finger of Yan Xinluo. "Get out of the way, I can do it myself." Seeing that Tian actually wanted to put on the ring on him, Yan Xinluo cursed. Okay, do it yourself." Tian gave Yan Xinluo a ring, and looked at Yan Xinliu until he put on the ring. From this onward, Akatsuki got its third member, Void. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Thunder from a Clear Sky. Chapter 136, Thunder from a Clear Sky. After Yan Xinluo put on the Ring of Void and officially become the member of Akatsuki, Tian felt as if a piece of stone was removed from his heart. Now Akatsuki formally have 3 members, although his organization still needed 7 more members to reach the full 10 members. Nevertheless, Tian believed that very soon he would be able to find suitable candidates to join his organization. After giving the ring to Yan Xinluo, Tian gave simple introduction about the rules and objectives of Akatsuki. In addition to that, he also gave the robe of Akatsuki and bamboo hat to him. "Oh, that's right, face-paralyzed man, what are you doing here?" Tian curiously asked to Yan Xinluo. "Going to have a meal, Just in time, we too just came back, and still haven't eaten anything. So let's go together to eat." "Okay." Hearing Tian, Yan Xinluo agreed. Then seeing Li Jianrong, who was carrying 3 swords and wearing the robe of Akatsuki behind Tian, he frowned and asked about him. Yan Xinluo could feel a powerful pressure from that guy, and especially that faintly discernible aura on his body. He felt that was not the aura of ordinary person. His name is Li Jianrong, and like you, he is also from Ancient 100 clan, member of Holy Sword clan. Furthermore, he is also the owner of our Akatsuki's White Tiger ring. Tian introduced Li Jianrong to Yan Xinluo with a smile. After that, he said to Li Jianrong, "White Tiger, just like I have already stated, he is Void. He is the member of Death God clan, and his name is Yan Xinluo." "Hello." Li Jianrong walked over, extended his right hand towards Yan Xinluo and greeted. "Hello, I didn't expect that your Holy Sword clan also come into this world." Yan Xinluo deeply looked at Li Jianrong and said with deep lamentation. No wonder he sensed a powerful aura from his body. He turned out to be the member of Holy Sword clan. At the same time, he also extended his own right hand and hold the hand of Li Jianrong. After both of them held the hand of each other, suddenly a powerful chi wave spread in all direction with both of them as a center. After that, both of them gradually released their battle chi, and flowed their battle chi towards their hand. After that, a terrifying energy overflowed outside, and apparently, both of them were increasing the power in their hand. At that time, two hands hold their hands of both of them. Well, we all are already the member of same organization, so we have plenty of time in the future to have a competition. And I think this is not the place for that. Tian gathered powerful chakra in his hands, and used the strange power of Tsunade to forcibly separate their hands. After their hands were separated by Tian, Yan Xinlua and Li Jianrong looked at each other with full of fighting intent. After that, the battle chi on their body started to slowly weaken and finally disappeared. Let's go. First we will go to dormitory to find my other friends, and then we will go to eat. Tian said towards both of them, and continued to walk towards the dormitory of Lan Yan and others. And Li Jianrong and Yan Xinlua naturally followed Tian. Finally they reached the dormitory of Lan Yan and others, and Tian met Lan Yan and others there. After meeting with Tian, they naturally were extremely happy, and was surprised that Tian had completed his task very quickly without any injuries. Towards this, Tian just laughed, and gave no explanation. He couldn't tell that he had used Kamui to travel, so he was able to save a lot of time. Next they went to the dormitory of the girls, and found Lan Xinming and others, and walked towards the entrance of academy. En route, Tian introduced Li Jianrong to them, and of course, he concealed the matter about the Akatsuki organization while introducing Li Jianrong to them. Arriving at Fragrance Heaven restaurant, Tian and others directly walked to the second floor. There they found an empty seat near the window, and all of them walked over and stayed next to each other. After that, Tian called waiter, and gave menu to Luo Tianqing and others to choose the dishes. And Tian directly ordered 30 bottles of Fragrance Heaven wine. Tian was already carving for this wine for a long time. Since the time he had drunk this wine at Eiffel Capital, he was always carving for this wine. And now he finally got time to fulfill his carving. Haha, Tian, why are you being so generous today? Ordering 30 bottles in one breath, are you not afraid of getting poor? Seeing that Tian had ordered 30 bottles of Fragrance Heaven wine at once, Li Feng said with a smile. Yes, that's right, Tian, you are rarely this generous. On the side, Luo Mengwu also covered her mouth and said with a smile. Hey, you are speaking as if I am usually very stingy. Tian gave a supercilious look and said. Is it not? Hearing Tian, Lan Xinming said, pretending to be full of curiosity. You? Looking at the appearance of Lan Xinming, Tian immediately became speechless. Ha ha. Seeing that Tian was speechless, Luo Tianqing and others immediately laughed heartily. While they were joking and drinking wine, and waiting for the meal they had ordered to come, very quickly Li Jianrong blended into this group. As for Yan Xinlua, no need to speak about this paralyzed face man. While chatting, Tian also talked about his journey. Naturally they cried out in alarm when they heard the adventure of Tian, and asked many questions. Tian didn't mention several things, and with the exception of those things, he explained other things in details. Very quickly the meals they had ordered arrived, and many staffs of Fragrance Heaven restaurants served the dishes in succession. After that, Tian stood up, raised his wine cup, looked towards Luo Tianqing and others and said, Tianqing, Luo, Mengwu, Longyu. You can say that you all are the first friend of Tian in this world. Before I met you all, I've been confused, also a bit overwhelmed, but after I met you all, I really felt very happy. I thank you very much for your help. I will not say my grateful words, all the words are inside this cup of wine, and I offer this wine to you all. Tian, you don't say that. In fact, after knowing you, we are also very happy. We're extremely happy to have a friend like you. Longyu and other hastily stood up, and Longyu seriously said to Tian. Tian, you don't need to say anything, let's just have a cup of wine, cheers. Luo Tianqing also raised his right hand which was holding the cup of wine towards Tian and said. Cheers. Lan Yan and others also lifted the cup of wine, even Long Luo, this little beauty also raised the cup of wine with her little hand. Cheers. Seeing that Lan Yan and others had lifted up the cup of wine, Tian suddenly felt a kind of excitement inside his heart which couldn't be described with words. He also raised his cup of wine with his hand and said loudly. Finished speaking, he take the initiative and drained the cup of wine in one gulp. Lan Yan and others also simultaneously drank their wine. Xinlua, Jianrong, I offer you this cup of wine, although we know each other for only short period of time, nevertheless Tian sincerely hope to keep going, and accomplish our common wish. After drinking first cup of wine, Tian poured another cup of wine by himself, and said to Li Jianrong and Yan Xinlua. We will absolutely accompany you until the end. Li Jianrong and Yan Xinlua also stood up and lifted their cup of wine and said to Tian. Okay, let's eat now. After drinking wine, Ren Tianyu sat down and said. After that, everyone started to eat. In just this fashion, Ren Tianyu and others ate their meal. Joking, chatting with one another, the atmosphere of dinner was very pleasant. But the following words of Lan Yan immediately struck the heart of Ren Tianyu just like a bolt of lightning. And his complexion had a huge change all of a sudden. Did you know? The eldest son of Shiman clan of Ailer Empire, Shiman Feng, and the daughter of Wang clan, Wang Yusin, are going to marry after 10 days. Pang! Just after Lan Yan had finished speaking, the cup of wine in the hand of Ren Tianyu fell on the floor and broke into pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137, Memory from the Depth of One's Soul. Chapter 137, Memory from the Depth of One's Soul. Ren Tianyu just blankly sat on the seat. He didn't even know that he had already dropped his wine cup. The last sentence, Shiman Feng and Wang Yusin are going to marry after 10 days of Lan Yan, kept on resounding in his brain. After hearing this sentence, the soul of Shiman Tianlong, which was already assimilated with Ren Tianyu, started to violently surge from the depth of his soul, and countless images started to appear in the brain of Ren Tianyu. Hey, idiot, take a look at this good thing I have brought for you. In a floral garden, a little girl of 6 or 7 years in age with a long hair wearing a white-colored princess dress, happily spoke towards a shabbily dressed pale and thin little boy. Little you, what is the good things you brought for me? Hearing the voice of this little girl, the pale and thin face of this little boy, who clearly looked like he was not in good shape, showed a smile, and with a tender feeling flashing in his eyes, he spoke towards this little girl. You see, I brought you some delicious cake. I hate to eat cake at noon, so I specially bought it for you. I know that you still haven't got anything to eat again, so quickly eat this without wasting any time. This little girl took out a white-colored handkerchief which was wrapped around something, then she slowly unfolded to reveal a delicate cake and handed it over to that little body. Thank you, little you. Taking the cake, this little boy expressed his thankfulness with a smile on his face. Then he directly wolfed down the cake, because he had not eaten anything for about 2 days already. If this little girl had not given him foods to eat time and again, then he would have already starved to death. Eat slowly, idiot. If this is delicious, then I will secretly bring you more next time. Seeing that this little boy was wolfing down hastily, and thinking about the circumstance of this little boy, this little girl revealed an expression of heartache in her face. Then she asked him to eat slowly. Haha, beat him to death, kill this bastard. In a remote corner, several little boys wearing magnificent clothes had surrounded the little boy of just a moment ago, and were continuously beating him up. After getting punched and kicked, very soon the body of this little boy was filled with many wounds. But this little boy was only protecting his head with his both hands, and firmly biting his teeth. He didn't even let out a single sound of pain. Because he knew that, the more he cried in pain, the happier these peoples would get. His eyes firmly stared at the faces of these peoples, as if he wanted to engrave the faces of these peoples in his mind, and his eyes clearly revealed an extremely strong hatred. You bastards! At this time, that little girl suddenly appeared, then scolded those peoples. Simultaneously released a cyan-colored magical power, and under the control of that little girl, it changed into a phoenix and blew away all those peoples who were in the process of beating that little boy. Let's go. We're going. Concubine seed, you wouldn't be so lucky next time. Those peoples quickly stood up from the ground, and started to run away, but they didn't forget threaten that little boy while fleeing. Idiot, are you okay? After seeing all those peoples had ran away, this little girl hastily ran and came over to the side of this already riddled with wounds little boy, and with a painful expression on her face, she hastily took out her pure white handkerchief, and started to clean all those bloods and mud mixed with dirt on that little boy. I'm fine, little you, I have already accustomed to these things. You don't need to worry about these things. That little boy grabbed the hands of that little girl, and calmly said. Just like he had said, he had already started to get accustomed to these things since he was 3 years old. Basically, these peoples would always surround and beat him whenever he encountered them. His body was already riddled with gaping wounds, so he didn't care about the addition of these new wounds. Compared to those thickly dotted numerous wounds in his body, these new wounds were extremely lacking. Woo, idiot, why are these bastards always beating you? Hearing the words of this little boy, this little girl felt pain deep inside, then she suddenly shed her tears and asked while crying. It doesn't matter, little you. Rest assured, these people will not be able to beat me to death. Seeing the crying face of that little girl, little boy immediately panicked, and in that panic, he used his dirty hand to wipe her tears. But who would have thought that when he had just touched her, he realized that his hand was dirty and suddenly don't know what to do next. Idiot! Feeling the hand of this little boy on her face, and seeing his strange face, this little girl suddenly turned her tears into laughter and lightly cursed with a smile. Inside the small forest, that little boy and little girl who had already reached 15 years in age were sitting under a tree, while firmly holding their hands together. The little boy raised his head and looked towards the azure sky, and spoke with a happiness in his face, "Little you, I believe you are an angel that is sent down by the God to save me. In this life, meeting you was the happiest moment of my life." "Hee, what are you saying, idiot? I am not an angel, I am only your little you throughout the whole life." Hearing what little boy had said, the little girl who had already grown up exposed an enchanting smile, and happily leaning on the embrace of that little boy, she replied, "And, you are my little you throughout the life. I will definitely marry you." Feeling the soft body of his beloved in his embrace, that little boy said with great determination. In the night of thunder and lightning, inside the huge forest, a figure was running in dismay, and the terrifying roar of magical beasts could be heard all around him. Upon looking closely at this figure, one would easily know that this figure actually was that little boy. Suddenly, this little boy tripped over the root of a tree, and fell down on the ground. Without any time to feel the pain, he immediately struggled to stand up, but just then, sounds came from behind him. He turned around and saw a person wearing a black clothing who was holding a thin sword was descending from the sky. After seeing this person who was wearing black clothes, he quickly retreated back due to fear, and very quickly his back crashed into the tree. Now he was in dead end. "Haha, Shiman Tianlong, where are you running now?" Seeing the fear on the face of that little boy, i.e. Shiman Tianlong, this person in black cloth suddenly said with a smile, "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" Seeing that person in black cloth, Shiman Tianlong asked, "Humph, could it be that you can't even guess who want to kill you? Concubine seed." Hearing the question of Shiman Tianlong, this person in black suddenly snorted coldly with disdain. Could it be? Hearing this words, concubine seed, Shiman Tianlong suddenly froze, and remembered that only the peoples of Shiman clan insulted him by saying this, and thinking how he was expelled from the clan, he immediately thought about a person who wanted him dead, and wanted to speak out the name of this person. But before he could finish speaking, a light flashed, and the voice of this little boy immediately stopped. And blood started to flow out from his mouth, and when he looked down, he saw that a thin sword had already pierced through his heart. "Little you, do not, in my next life, I'll definitely marry you." Sensing that his life force was gradually disappearing, suddenly the figure of that little girl suddenly appeared in his heart, then with extreme unwilling look in his face he slowly collapsed, and slowly closed his eyes. "Humph, you who do not have a strength, want to take the woman of eldest son, you naive thing." Seeing that Shiman Tianlong had died, that person in black clothing snorted coldly. After that he pulled out the thin sword from the body of Shiman Tianlong, and slowly floated away and disappeared. But that person in black clothing didn't know that, after he had left from this place, suddenly a purple-colored energy fell from the sky, and directly entered the body of Shiman Tianlong. And his punctured heart slowly started to heal. "Little you." At the Fragrance Heaven restaurant, the mouth of Ren Tianyu who was sitting blankly slowly moved and spoke these two words, also 2 teardrops slowly fell from his eyes. As a matter of fact, after the soul of Ren Tianyu had entered the body of Shiman Tianlong, the soul of Ren Tianyu was only able to successfully assimilate and absorb the soul power and memory of Shiman Tianlong with the help of the energy of system, otherwise the soul of Shiman Tianlong would have absorbed his soul and returned back to life. Although the strength of Shiman Tianlong was negligible in this world standard, nevertheless his power as an intermediate warrior was far more powerful compared to Ren Tianyu who was from the earth. And after absorbing the soul of Shiman Tianlong, strictly speaking, Ren Tianyu was Shiman Tianlong and Shiman Tianlong was Ren Tianyu, it's just that the soul of Ren Tianyu was in control, nothing more. So after hearing Wang Yusen and his personal enemy Shiman Feng was going to get married after few days, immediately he was unwilling to believe what he was hearing with his own ears, and from the depth of his soul, the memory of Wang Yusen slowly appeared in his mind unknowingly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, 10 days later, Akatsuki organization will arrive at Shiman clan. Chapter 138, 10 days later, Akatsuki organization will arrive at Shiman clan. What happened Tianyu? Seeing Ren Tianyu look somewhat unusual, Lan Yan and others immediately asked with curiosity. And they also revealed anxious expression on their faces, as they didn't know why the reaction of Ren Tianyu was like this after hearing the news. "It's nothing." Ren Tianyu waved his hand, indicating everything was fine, then taking a deep breath, he looked towards Lan Yan and asked, "Lan Yan, tell me everything about the matter of this Shiman Feng and Wang Yusen." Okay. Although he didn't understand why Ren Tianyu had such a big reaction after hearing this news and why he was asking more about it, nevertheless since Ren Tianyu asked, he started to tell them all the things he knew about this matter. This matter is like this, as far as I know Alar Empire's Shiman clan and Wang clan are always in friendly terms. And they always wanted to form an alliance by marriage from earlier times, thereby solidifying the friendship between their clans. Lan Yan cleared his throat and began to explain systematically. And Ren Tianyu just quietly sat on his seat without any expression on his face, and just silently listened to the explanation of Lan Yan. But both hands on the table that were tightly clasped showed that he was not that calm inside his heart. So after the decision, Shiman and Wang clan scheduled the wedding ceremony after 10 days at the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa of Shiman clan, which is located at the imperial capital of Alar Empire. At that time, basically all the powerful and big forces of Divine Wind Continent will send someone to join this wedding ceremony. Even our Lan clan will attend this. Quietly listening the narration of Lan Yan, everyone who were sitting there were able to clearly sense a powerful aura of Ren Tianyu which was gradually rising. Just when his aura was about to break out from his body, a hand pressed his shoulder, and feeling this hand in his shoulder, the mind of Ren Tianyu gradually sobered. A close call, I almost wanted to. Ren Tianyu sighed a breath of relief inside his heart. Just now he was infatuated to the point that he almost triggered the evil nature of Uchiha clan. After that he looked towards the owner of this hand, Li Jianrong. Thanks a lot. Just a moment ago you said that we are already friends, and friends don't say these kinds of words. Li Jianrong shrugged his shoulder and said to Ren Tianyu, and I think you have something to say to us. Yes, Tianyu, tell us frankly, is Shiman Feng your enemy? Just now when you hear the matter of Shiman Feng's marriage, your complexion directly become abnormal. Li Feng also asked worriedly. Yeah, Tianyu, if you need any help from us, you can just ask us without any hesitation. Although Shiman clan is powerful, nevertheless all of us not necessarily fear them. Luo Tianqing also opened his mouth. No need to talk about Li Jianrong and Yan Xinluo who had the identity of being from ancient 100 clan, even Luo clan of Luo Tianqing, and the imperial clan of Long Yu were comparable to Shiman clan in strength. And the Lan clan of Lan Yan was a business clan, so they have armed military whose power was perhaps almost comparable to Shiman clan, but if you talk about financial capacity, they are far more above Shiman clan. Li clan of Li Feng was an old illusion clan, whose strength was also nowhere that weak. Looking at the guys around him, Ren Tianyu felt warmth inside his heart. After that he slowly took a deep breath, and decided to tell them his matter, not for anything else, but because they were his friends. I actually had a name before, called Shiman Tianlong. But I was driven out from the Shiman clan, and then I was chased to kill by the peoples of Shiman clan. What? Hearing this information, everyone was completely stunned. They had considered countless possibilities, nevertheless they had never thought that Ren Tianyu may be someone from Shiman clan. Tianyu, how did this happen? Luo Tianqing was confused, he didn't understand the situation at the moment. So he asked Ren Tianyu. Fine, I will tell you all how did this happen from the beginning to end, this is also the biggest secret in my heart. Ren Tianyu looked at the faces of Lan Yan and others and slowly started to explain from the beginning. My original name is Shiman Tianlong, my father is clan head of Shiman clan, Shiman Badian, and my mother was actually a servant girl of the clan. Next Ren Tianyu told them all the experience of Shiman Tianlong and the Shiman clan from beginning to end. Finished listening the recount of Ren Tianyu, Luo Tianqing and others instantly became extremely angry. Those scums. Luo Tianqing who had extremely bad temper hit the top of the table and directly cursed. These people really are. Long Yu shook his head, not knowing what to say, then he turned his head towards Ren Tianyu and said, Tianyu, I don't care what you used to be, but I just know that you are my good friend Ren Tianyu. If you need my help just say directly, although even with my royal status, I cannot provide too big help, nevertheless I will definitely accomplish the things that I can do. Long Yu was correct, although royal clan held unfathomable strength, nevertheless he was only a single prince among the numerous princes of the empire, so thinking that he could do anything was not realistic. Yes, Tianyu, if you need any help from us, just let us know. Lan Yan and Lan Xinmeng simultaneously said to Ren Tianyu. Woo woo, big brother Tianyu, why did those bastards bully you like that? They are bad people, woo woo. After hearing the experiences of Ren Tianyu, Long Luoluo, this little beauty cried and leaned on the embrace of Ren Tianyu, and spoke. Do not look at me, just tell me what should we do next, AI, who told me to accept your white tiger ring? Li Jianrong looked at the white tiger ring that was given to him by Ren Tianyu, and said. And Yan Xinluo, although this fellow said nothing, nevertheless one could easily see the strong murderous look on his face. Luoluo, don't cry, look your big brother Tianyu is alright now. Ren Tianyu patted Long Luoluo who was in his embrace and comforted her. And, if those bastards bully big brother Tianyu again, then I will absolutely help you to beat them up. Long Luoluo said with the tears on her face. Haha, okay. Next time our Luoluo will help big brother Tianyu to beat those bastards. Ren Tianyu laughed and said, but inside his heart he though with full of killing intent, next time? Humph, they don't have a chance. Ren Tianyu had already decided that he will arrive at Shiman clan after 10 days. You can rest assured, I no longer care about these things, after all these things already passed, and now I am living happily. And after escaping from that mortal danger, I also awakened my power of blood lineage. Now I am no longer a waste of before, so you don't need to worry about me. Tianyu looked at them and slowly said. If it is like that, then it's okay. But Tianyu, if you ever need our help, do not hesitate, just ask us, we will definitely help you. Li Feng said to Tianyu. Thank a lot. After finishing dinner, they went separate ways. Tianyu, Li Jianrong and Yan Xinluo went towards Kalaj, and Lan Yan and others all returned to their respective house. 10 days later, you are going to take part in the wedding ceremony of Shiman clan. Walking on the street, Li Jianrong suddenly said to Tianyu, I can clearly sense that strong anger in your heart. Yes, I can also sense that your heart is not calm. Yan Xinluo also said to Tianyu. As a member of Death God clan, he was extremely sensitive in sensing fluctuation of soul. Fine, I will speak the truth. Hearing Li Jianrong and Yang Xinluo, Tianyu immediately knew that he could not hide things from them. So he said full of rage, right, I have already decided to go to Shiman clan after 10 days, however it is not to attend the wedding, rather to collect the debts. We will also go with you. Just then, Li Jianrong and Yan Xinluo simultaneously opened their mouth. But this is extremely dangerous for. Hearing Li Jianrong and Yan Xinluo, Tianyu was extremely moved inside his heart. Nevertheless, he didn't want to cause them any trouble, because he don't know whether he will success in doing what he wanted this time. Don't speak, did you forget, we belong to your Akatsuki organization, and you are our leader. And when the leader is in trouble, how could we just watch with folded arms? Li Jianrong interrupted Tianyu. Yes, do you think we will just watch with folded arms? Yan Xinluo also asked. Hearing the words of both Li Jianrong and Yan Xinluo, the hesitation in his heart slowly disappeared, and a powerful heroic spirit appeared on Tianyu and he said, fine, in that case, 10 days later, Akatsuki organization will arrive at Shiman clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Go to Babel Tower. Chapter 139, Go to Babel Tower. So what are we going to do now? Hearing Tianyu, Li Jianrong faintly smiled, and was relieved inside his heart, as there was at least 2 peoples accompanying Tianyu who were ready to help him at the time of his need. As a member of ancient 100 clans, he clearly understands that these types of big power of humankinds are not that easy to deal with. Before anything else, I still have a small matter that needs to be done. If there is nothing for you to do here, then you can hurry over to Alar Empire. And after I finish this small matter, I will also immediately hurry over there. When all is said and done, my speed is much faster than you. Tianyu said to both of them. Have a matter? What is that matter? Hearing Tianyu, Yan Xinluo said with a bit of surprise. He didn't understand what other matter was more important than going to Shiman clan. Li Jianrong also curiously looked towards Tianyu and wanted to know what this other matter was. Before going to Shiman clan, I want to go to Tower of Babel. Tianyu looked towards the direction of Academy, slightly sighed, and replied them. If he were to go to Shiman clan now, according to his temperament, he would definitely cause a great havoc in that place. And at that time, if he were to encounter those peoples who used to bully him, he would absolutely go on a killing spree. Let's say, luckily he was able to completely annihilate Shiman clan, or he was able to partially destroy Shiman clan. After that, he would definitely be chased to kill in this whole continent. And at that time, he absolutely couldn't come back to the academy, and he would not have another chance to go to Tower of Babel. As a result, Tianyu decided to explore Tower of Babel first, and after completing this matter, he would directly head to Shiman clan. Fine, I hope you rush over as soon as possible. We will make a move only after you arrive there. Listening to Tianyu, Li Jianrong nodded his head and said. He clearly knew that Tianyu could use space magic to travel, as he had personally experienced that mystical space magic of Tianyu. So he agreed to Tianyu. In that case, we will now hurry over to Alar Empire's Shiman clan. Then we will try to find out more about the current circumstances, and make our preparations. Yan Xinluo said to Tianyu. Okay, in that case, White Tiger and Void, both of you hurry over to Alar Empire. After I finish exploring Tower of Babel, I will also immediately hurry over there. Tianyu nodded his head, and agreed with Yan Xinluo. Well, then we are off. Li Jianrong nodded. After that, both Li Jianrong and Yan Xinluo disappeared from that location. Looking at place from where the duo had disappeared, the Sharingan unconsciously manifested itself. An extremely dense and powerful killing intent was clearly visible in them. Shiman clan, humph. Then next morning, inside the office of the Dean, Dean Longfeilu was sitting on the seat. And there were more than 10 people standing in front of him. Today these peoples were preparing to enter Tower of Babel, and Ren Tianyu was naturally among them. After returning to Supreme Light Academy yesterday, he directly went to South Yuan Hall and handed over the item of the trial by fire assignment. And naturally the person in charge of the South Yuan Hall exclaimed in admiration at the efficiency of Ren Tianyu. After completing the formalities of the assignment, he obtained the qualification to enter Tower of Babel. But Tower of Babel could only be opened at 10 o'clock every day, and the dean of the academy would personally lead them there. So Ren Tianyu was forced to wait for a day, and when he arrived at the office of dean, Ren Tianyu nevertheless became surprised. He saw several familiar persons among the group of people who were going to enter the Tower of Babel at this time. Feng Wu from Flame Phoenix Villa, and also Li Xinyun who had slapped him were among the group. When they saw Ren Tianyu, both of them were extremely surprised. Nevertheless the reaction of these two women had nothing in common with each other. Seeing Ren Tianyu, Feng Wu released faintly discernible fighting intent, and her eyes were also burning. She was clearly dissatisfied for losing a fight against him. As for Li Xinyun, her expression was even more complex. Last time he had held her in his embrace, and she had slapped him, and that slap was still fresh in his memory. Okay, everyone is here. Follow me, I will lead you to the Tower of Babel. Long Feilu saw that the time was almost there, and then looked at the peoples who would be entering Tower of Babel today. After that he got up and ordered Ren Tianyu and others to follow him and started to walk towards the interior of the room. Yes, interior of the room. Long Feilu walked to the corner of the room, and under the curious eyes of the students, he twisted a protruding stone block on the wall. Suddenly along with ka sound, the wall in front of him started to rise and expose a dim path. Follow me. Long Feilu notified, then took the lead and entered the dark path. Seeing this Ren Tianyu and others were dumbfounded, then everyone entered this dim path in succession following Long Feilu. Entering this dim path, they saw several small magic lamps on the walls, dimly illuminating this path. This dim path was very short. After walking about less than a minute, they reached the end of this path. And a narrow small chamber appeared in front of Ren Tianyu and others. There was nothing inside this chamber, with the exception of a magic formation on the ground of this chamber. A silver-white colored energy had sketched out this entire magic formation, and this formation was filled with mysterious aura. Space transmission formation? At this time, Feng Wu who was at the side of Ren Tianyu used her right hand to cover her sexy fiery hot red lips, and exclaimed in surprise. Never thought that the eyesight of this little girl is this good. Hearing the surprised voice of Feng Wu, Long Feilu was surprised that someone was able to recognize the space transmission formation which was basically already extinct from Divine Wind Continent. Only very few forces of this continent still have the space transmission formation. Yes, this is space transmission formation. We are going to use this magic formation to go to Tower of Babel. Hearing Long Feilu, every students were surprised, and all of them looked at this magic formation. For them this space transmission formation was just a myth, but today they have the chance to personally experience this space transmission formation, so everyone were extremely excited. Even though Ren Tianyu already had the Mangekyo of Obito, and could use space-time Jujutsu, nevertheless he couldn't help but was curious about this magic formation. So he carefully observed this magic formation with his Sharingan. Currently he could use space-time ninjutsu relying on the Mangekyo of Obito, but it was basically still impossible for him to use space-time ninjutsu without relying on his Jujutsu. So he thought that if he studied this magic formation, then perhaps this could help him to learn Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, or even develop his own space-time ninjutsu. But time do not wait for people. Very quickly Long Feilu notified all of them to stand above the magic formation. After that he prepared to activate the space transmission formation. Ren Tianyu had no choice but to reluctantly go and stand above the magic formation with other students. Seeing that all the students were standing above the magic formation, Long Feilu also entered the magic formation, and threw several magic cores inside the several small hole around the magic formation. After that he started to silently mutter magic incantation. Very quickly a silver-colored radiance rose from the magic formation and surrounded all of them. After that along with a swish sound, everyone disappeared from this chamber. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Tower of Babel. Chapter 140, Tower of Babel. Ren Tianyu only felt immense power around himself, and the scene around him suddenly blurred. And when the vision of his eyes recovered, he had already arrived at an unknown location. Ren Tianyu looked all around him, and discovered that there was no sun in the sky. The sky was hazy, and the surrounding environment was also filled with bleak and desolate atmosphere. And after he saw the scene in front of him, suddenly his eyes were filled with extreme surprise as if he had seen something unbelievable. And all those experts of the academy who were at the side of Ren Tianyu, all of them had their mouth wide open, and then inhaled in a mouthful of cold air. Even Feng Wu and Li Xinyun, these two beautiful women, were no exception. In front of them, everyone saw a towering vertical pedestal just like a pillar holding up the heaven, which was incomparably huge pagoda. This height of this pagoda was so high that even after using the eye power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Ren Tianyu couldn't see the peak of this pagoda. And in the sky above this pagoda, there was a huge space black hole, and this black hole stretched out just like an open mouth of huge ferocious beast of primeval times that wanted to devour everything around it. And it looked like the body of this pagoda tower had pierced through this huge black hole. The exterior of this tower was emitting a powerful golden light to withstand the powerful suction power of this black hole, and was standing firmly on the ground. As a result, even standing underneath this black hole, Ren Tianyu and others didn't sense anything. The body of this pagoda tower emitted majestic aura, and this aura spread in all direction. Sensing this majestic aura, Ren Tianyu and others felt as if they were suffocating, and they felt as if they would be pressured into smithereens at any time. Regardless of anyone at Divine Wind Continent, or at any clan of ancient 100 clans, who thought themselves to be extremely powerful experts, all of them would feel insignificant before this pagoda. Seeing this pagoda which looked like a pillar holding up the heaven in front of them, anyone would involuntarily have this feeling of themselves being insignificant. Even Ren Tianyu was no exception to this. Ren Tianyu was absolutely sure that, if this pagoda was to attack him, then with his current strength, even if he activated Susanoo or Kamui, both of them would be useless against it. Even in Naruto world, Susanoo was not unbreakable, and spacetime ninjutsu, Kamui was also not invincible. There is not any invincible moves in any world, so basically only one's strength is strongest. Is this the Tower of Babel? Looking at this giant pagoda in front of him, Ren Tianyu thought inside his heart. After that he looked at that huge space black hole, he again thought, then is this the space black hole cut open by Demon God? It seems, thanks to this Tower of Babel sealing this black hole, the Demon Clan didn't have the chance to re-attack and re-invade the Divine Wind Continent again? But how did this Tower of Babel formed? Based on the power of Tower, it seems it was not artificially manufactured. Looking at the simple and unadorned design, furthermore that powerful might, Ren Tianyu suspected that it was a naturally formed treasure. Okay, all of you wake up, I am going to explain several matters. You must firmly bear these things in mind. At this time, the voice of Long Feilu entered the ears of everyone, and everyone who were immersed in that powerful aura of Tower of Babel sobered up. Then everyone looked towards Long Feilu. You must bear all the things I am about to say in your mind. After entering the tower, everyone will be dispersed in the first floor of Tower of Babel. And inside the Tower of Babel, there is no magical beasts, rather blood beasts. These blood beasts are a special type of magical beasts of Tower of Babel. They do not have any intelligence, even the blood beasts who is already at the level of God rank is saying, they only have killing instinct, so you must be careful. But the blood core of blood beasts possess the ability of nourishing the body strength, so their blood core can greatly help you to increase your strength. The strongest experts of Supreme Light Academy have already unified the first floor of this Tower of Babel, and moreover divided it into 6 Dao domains. And the blood beast strength of each Dao domain is also different. The end of each Dao domain will have a small stone platform, and at that place you will find a place to insert a card. After inserting a card, the entrance to the second Dao domain will open, and at the same time that person also obtain the points. Now that he had spoken this much, Long Feilu took out several purple-colored cards, and handed it over to everyone. You have to try to get through each domain as soon as possible, because the points you get will be according to the time you have taken to pass through the barrier of one Dao domain to another. If your point is able to break through the top 10 of highest points ever achieved in Tower of Babel, then the Academy will give you a reward. And for great promotion, you must obtain at least have 30,000 points in Tower of Babel. Long Feilu explained the rule of Tower of Babel in detail, and after speaking this much, suddenly several small roundish beads appeared in the hand of Long Feilu, and he handed it over to everyone present. Keep this bead properly. This bead is a transfer bead. If you run into a mortal danger, just pinch this bead into pieces, then you will be transfer out. And everyone can stay inside Tower of Babel for only 8 days. After 8 days, the power of Tower of Babel will automatically transfer you out. Long Feilu gave them this roundish bead, so as to ensure their safety inside the Tower of Babel. He didn't want them to fall here, because these peoples were the rare genius of Supreme Light Academy, and also the backing force of most of these peoples were extremely big, and he don't want to provoke them for no apparent reason. I believe you all know the rules of Tower of Babel now. And the rumor that you are forbidden to mention anything about this space to another soul, otherwise only death awaits, is in fact true. It is so because this space conceals a big secret, so to maintain secrecy, a power of contract will enter the body of those who enter this Tower of Babel. If that person speak anything about what happened inside this space, then that person will immediately die. But as long as you say nothing, there will not be any effect. Having heard up to here, the body of Ren Tianyu immediately shook. After that his eyes showed that he had an understanding expression. No wonder not a single person speak about this matters, as it turned out that they were bound by this contract. It seems the peoples of Academy were also afraid that the information that this Tower of Babel is the sealing location of that space transfer formation which was used by Demon Clan to invade would leak out, and the remnant of Demon Clan would came here to try destroy this seal. Well, I will only say this much, now all of you can enter. Long Feilu said towards everyone while pointing at the entrance of the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Hearing this, all the students participants slowly walked towards the entrance of Tower of Babel, but just at time, the voice of Long Feilu entered their ears. Be sure to remember, do not enter the second floor of Tower of Babel. The transfer bead I gave you is useless in second floor, so don't enter second floor, otherwise you yourself will be responsible for the consequences. Hearing Long Feilu, the steps of Ren Tianyu suddenly halted. Afterwards with a smile on his face, he directly entered the entrance of the Tower of Babel. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, Surrounded, 2-in-1. Chapter 141, Surrounded, 2-in-1. The eyes were blurred for a moment, and when the vision of his eyes resumed, Ren Tianyu discovered that he was already in the middle of unfamiliar environment. After looking around, Ren Tianyu became even more careful. In this unfamiliar environment of this Tower of Babel, he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. After that, Ren Tianyu once again carefully examined the surroundings around him, and discovered that currently he was inside a huge forest. There were only tall and big trees all around him, and these trees were far more sturdy and tall compared to the trees of Magical Beasts Forest. The sky above was emitting a layer upon layer of soft white light, which illuminate this entire place. It seems currently I am in the middle of forest. After looking around him, Ren Tianyu thought inside his mind. Since it is like this, I should hurry and pass through the 6 Dao domain of this first floor, and enter second floor. This will be my first objective. From the person of Demon Clan who was caught by Ren Tianyu, he had learned that many experts of Demon Clans were sealed inside the Tower of Babel. But although those remnants of Demon Clan who were wandering Divine Wind Continent know this information, nevertheless they didn't know the specific location of this Tower of Babel. As a result, they were completely powerless to rescue these experts of Demon Clan. After getting this information, the voice of system was directly transmitted to the brain of Ren Tianyu, so Ren Tianyu had no other choice but to come to this Tower of Babel. Enter the Tower of Babel, and kill a member of Demon Clan who was sealed inside. Rewards, 20,000 system points, and Shikutten, Scorch Style, Kekei Genkai, Bloodline Limit. Unlimited time. Killing any member of Demon Clan is alright, but must be a sealed Demon Clan. It was because of this mission, Ren Tianyu was unable to hold back and wanted to enter Tower of Babel before anything else. Ren Tianyu had even delayed the matter of going to the Shiman clan due to this mission, and sent only White Tiger Envoy first. No need to speak about system points, this Shikutten, Scorch Style, Kekei Genkai, Bloodline Limit, would definitely help him greatly to enhance his strength. And from the information he got from that captured Demon Clan's member, Ren Tianyu knew that all of those sealed experts of Demon Clan were extremely strong. But after listening to the narration about experts of God Realm from Li Jianrong, Ren Tianyu had estimated that, basically the strength of those sealed experts of Demon Clan would be at the level of God Realm in minimum. So even Ren Tianyu himself didn't know whether he could deal with them. But the only good news was, all of them were in the state of sealed, and they were unable to bring out to play their whole strength. And these experts of Demon Clan were sealed on the basis of their strength, so Ren Tianyu estimated that the experts of Demon Clan sealed in the second floor of Tower of Babel were weakest among all the experts of Demon Clan sealed in this tower. As for the first floor, he estimated that all of them were already eradicated by the experts of the Academy. After all, the Academy treat this first floor as a refine with fire test location, so it was impossible to let such dangerous existence to exist in this place. Sorting out his train of thought, Ren Tianyu jumped on the tree in front of him, then quickly started to jump from one tree to another, and advanced towards the deeper part of Tower of Babel in a high speed. After advancing for more than 10 minutes, Ren Tianyu suddenly heard a sound from above him. Hearing this sound, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but to raise his head and look over. Then above his head, he saw a huge bird-type blood beast who was flying towards him by flapping its huge wings. And after it arrived above Ren Tianyu, it immediately waved its sharp-pointed claws towards his head. Humph! Seeing the sudden attack, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals. After that, when this huge claws hit the body of Ren Tianyu, along with a pang sound, a white smoke rose, and a small wooden log appeared in that place. And that wood was crushed by that claw attack. Not far away from that location, the figure of Ren Tianyu appeared. He had used Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, to dodge the sudden attack of this blood beast. After dodging this attack, Ren Tianyu instantly got ready to counterattack. As for why Ren Tianyu didn't use Kamui to dodge this attack? Nonsense. Do you think Kamui did not consume any blindness points, or do you think it is easy to restore the blindness point? Although the mission system is open now, nevertheless Ren Tianyu only had a pitiful number of system points. What's more, why use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken? When a simple Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, could easily solve the problem, why must one use Kamui, which consumes more chakra and also a blindness points? Ketan Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, and placed his right hand near his mouth, then spewed out a blazing huge fireball from his mouth towards that huge bird-like blood beast. The power of fire was far more powerful compared to before. Because he had advanced to Kage level, the proficient in power of all the ninjutsu had become very powerful. But this blood beast was also not that easy to deal with. When it saw a huge fireball advancing towards it, it flew in the air and madly flapped its huge wings. Then a fierce wind caused by its wings dispersed the fireball of Ren Tianyu. Humph! Seeing that his fireball was dispersed, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted. But after looking at this blood beast with his Sharingan, Ren Tianyu showed a smile. And he quickly made a series of hand seals. After seeing that the fireball which was advancing towards it was dispersed, this huge bird-type blood beast slowly stopped wildly flapping its wings. After that the fierce wind in front of it also slowly stopped. But just when it wanted to fly and attack Ren Tianyu again, an ear-piercing chirping sound of birds suddenly rang out. After that its eyes only saw a long and thin lightning light beam in front of it, and that lightning beam penetrated its body. At the tree in front of it, Ren Tianyu had stretched out his right hand which was covered with lightning light, and a long lightning light beam of about 5 meters was stretched out from his right hand. This was the ninjutsu of Ren Tianyu, named Chidori Iso, Chidori Laser Spear. Humph, got you, now you can go to the Death God to report. Seeing that his Chidori Iso, Chidori Laser Spear, had already penetrated the body of this blood beast, Ren Tianyu exposed a cruel smile on his face, then he waved his right. Along with the movement of his right hand, suddenly the Chidori Iso, Chidori Laser Spear, moved, and together with a large amount of blood from the body of this blood beast, the body of this blood beast was ruthlessly cut into half by Ren Tianyu using Chidori Iso, Chidori Laser Spear. Seeing that he had disposed the enemy, Ren Tianyu stopped his ninjutsu. After that the lighting light beam of Chidori Iso, Chidori Laser Spear, slowly dissipated. And the corpse which was cut into half of the blood beast also fell down from the sky. Falling on the ground, it created a big cloud of dust. Pung! Ren Tianyu firmly landed on the ground and walked over to the corpse. After that he indifferently looked at the cut into half corpse of the blood beast, and even after seeing that the blood was unceasingly flowing out from that corpse, Ren Tianyu didn't have the slightest ripple on his emotion. No, it's not like Ren Tianyu had no feelings, or he was cruel, it's just that in this people eat people society, it was important for a person to learn to become stony-hearted. If one's heart was not hard enough, then basically that person will not be able to survive in this people eat people society. This so-called blood core should be similar magic core of magical beasts, so just like in magical beast, this blood core ought to be in the head of this blood beast. Ren Tianyu muttered to himself. After that he pulled out his sword of Kusanagi and cut open the head of this blood beast. As expected, Ren Tianyu clearly sensed that his sword bumped with something hard. After that he skillfully exerted a force on his sword, and a blood-red crystal core suddenly flew out from the head towards Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu stretched his left hand and caught this crystal core, then he curiously looked at this blood-red colored blood core which was different from magic core. Can I absorb this blood core? Looking at this blood core, Ren Tianyu thought. Before he had many magic cores and he had tried to absorb it, but Ren Tianyu was disappointed, as no matter any method he used, he was absolutely unable to absorb the energy inside magic core. After thinking for a while, Ren Tianyu still decided to try to absorb the energy from blood core. He sheathed his sword of Kusanagi, sat cross-legged on the ground, then placing this blood core in the center of his both hands, he closed his eyes. After that he gathered the chakra in his both hands. When both of his hand lit up with his blue chakra, the blood-red energy inside that blood-red crystal core slowly spilled over, then changed into a blood-red thin stream and entered the body of Ren Tianyu from his hands which was covered with chakra. After this blood-red thin stream entered the body of Ren Tianyu, it slowly spread to the whole body of Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu could sense that countless cells inside his body were slowly absorbing these blood-red energy. After that Ren Tianyu clearly sensed a little bit of enhancement in his physical body. Although this enhancement was negligible, nevertheless it really increased the physical strength. And as if he had eaten a tonic, Ren Tianyu sensed that his whole body had become more active. Ren Tianyu had felt like that because blood core was blood essence of blood beast. This blood core was not like magic core which could increase battle chi, magical power core and illusory core. Absorbing this blood core would enhance the strength of one's flesh and blood, and also enhance the physique, so Ren Tianyu, who was cultivating chakra, was also able to absorb this blood core. And on the basis of actual use, this blood core was far more important than magic, magical power, and illusory cores, because only one's own body's strength is the most important. After opening his eyes, anyone could clearly see the excitement in his eyes. It seems the effect of this blood core is more useful towards Ren Tianyu compared to other people. It was so because, after he successfully enhanced his physique, then the effect of his taijutsu would also advance by leaps and bounds. What's more, even if he used several forbidden taijutsu, the backlash would likely to be greatly reduced. Although the effect of a single blood core could be overlooked, nevertheless there were countless blood beasts inside this Tower of Babel. If quality won't do, then he would use quantity to replace it. In this second, Ren Tianyu had an impulse to collect a large amount of blood core. This blood beast also gave him more system points. An ordinary blood beast gave him 60 system points. So for Ren Tianyu, who was worrying about the lack of system points, this was extremely good news. However, Ren Tianyu also did not forget his purpose for coming here, and furthermore there was still other important thing that was waiting for him to do. So how could these small temptation make him forget about his other great matters? Ren Tianyu stood up, patted the dust on his body, and got ready to move forward so as to not waste any more time. But just then, Ren Tianyu suddenly heard a loud commotion above his head. After that the ground started to violently vibrate, as if something huge was running towards him in a high speed. What's going on? Ren Tianyu knit his brows tightly, and he sensed something peculiar in his surroundings. After that his eyes immediately changed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and he carefully scanned his surroundings, and prepared himself for anything unexpected. At that time, the loud commotion above his head became even more powerful. Hearing this, the ears of Ren Tianyu were already buzzing. Ren Tianyu temporarily suppressed the agitation he was feeling inside his heart, then raised his head, and looked above him. Seeing the scene above him, Ren Tianyu was so shocked that the pupil of Ren Tianyu immediately contracted. Above his head, he saw countless bird-type blood beasts, which was of same species of the blood beast which he had killed just a moment ago. And these densely packed blood beasts were directly flying towards him, and they had completely filled the whole sky. F***K. Seeing the current circumstance, Ren Tianyu instantly felt pain in the ass, and his brain instantly muddled. What the hell is going on? Don't tell me that these blood beasts are coming here to avenge their fallen companion? Who said that these blood beasts do not have any intelligence? He didn't have any time to think more. Ren Tianyu immediately fled from this place as quickly as possible. And just after Ren Tianyu left, at the location where he was standing just a moment ago, countless ferocious birds dropped there, and along with the loud sound of explosion, countless smoke of dusts rose in the air, which quickly spread in all direction. And this dusts enclosed Ren Tianyu too. Inside the cloud of dusts, the vision of Ren Tianyu was completely blocked, and his vision range also became a lot smaller. At that time, Ren Tianyu suddenly sensed a huge fluctuation in front of him, and the dusts which had filled the air was completely cut open. Then he saw innumerable ferocious birds were rushing towards him. Not good. Ren Tianyu instantly used the power of his right eye, then countless ferocious birds penetrated through the body of Ren Tianyu. Sensing countless ferocious birds were penetrating through his body, Ren Tianyu quickly jumped and landed on the top of a tree next to him. Fu! Ren Tianyu exhaled a long breath. Then looking down, he saw countless ferocious birds were flying in a low altitude, and most of them were fiercely staring at a single location. And when Ren Tianyu scanned at the location where these ferocious birds were staring, suddenly his eyes flashed with understanding. At the location where he was standing before fleeing, there were several ferocious birds, and these ferocious birds were pecking at the corpse of the blood beast which Ren Tianyu had cut into half. After seeing this, Ren Tianyu clearly understood that these blood beasts were attracted by the blood and flesh of the blood beast which Ren Tianyu had killed just a moment ago. Just then, the ground around him started to shook even more violently, and the trees started fall one by one. And then Ren Tianyu clearly saw innumerable rhinoceros-like blood beasts with blood-red eyes advancing towards the direction of Ren Tianyu. Seeing those innumerable rhinoceros-like blood beasts on the ground and furthermore those flying ferocious bird in the sky, Ren Tianyu instantly had a headache. Your father's luck, just entered this place and already encountered this situation. Seeing the circumstance around him, Ren Tianyu sighed with feeling, but there was not any trace of fear in his face. But this circumstance was caused by the mistake of Ren Tianyu, as he should have guessed that these blood beasts were sensitive to bloods. Because it was common knowledge that the magical beasts would flock around at the place where they smell the fresh blood. Roar! The rhinoceros let out a loud roar, their nose released a dense air, and staring at Ren Tianyu who was standing at the top of tree with their red eyes, they rushed towards him. Seeing the movement of these rhinoceros-like blood beasts, the crowd of ferocious birds who were continuously circling in the sky also dived down towards the direction of Ren Tianyu. Humph! Seeing that the blood beasts were advancing towards him from both sky and land, the eyes of Ren Tianyu flashed with a pallid light, then he quickly made a series of hand seals. Katan Goka Mekyaku. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Ren Tianyu placed his hands near his mouth, and after taking a deep breath, he spew out an ultra-large-scale blazing flame from his mouth towards his front. After that, his front immediately changed into a sea of flames, and all the trees around him were also ignited by this flame, surrounding those blood beasts. Roar, roar, roar. The rhinoceros blood beasts on the ground who were surrounded by the fire, suddenly let out a loud roar. Many blood beasts were roasted alive by this flame, and the smell of burning meat spread in all direction. And many of the ferocious birds flying in the sky were also burned to death. But there were far too many blood beasts in this place, even though many of these blood beasts were killed by this flame, but that was only a single hair out of 9 ox hides. And also due to the continuous death of the blood beast, their blood chi quickly spread in all direction, which attracted even more blood beasts in this place. And due to this blood chi, the eyes of all the blood beasts had turned red and were in frenzy. Now these blood beasts were rushing towards Ren Tianyu by stepping the corpse of their own kind, and also jumping into the fire. Ferocious birds in the sky were also in frenzy, and they were violently flapping their huge wings, creating a hurricane. And due to this hurricane, the Goka Mekyaku, majestic destroyer flame, of Ren Tianyu started to disperse. And under their joint command, that hurricane advanced towards Ren Tianyu. Seeing this, Ren Tianyu immediately stopped Goka Mekyaku, majestic destroyer flame. After that, he immediately jumped back. Just after Ren Tianyu had just left, huge hurricane collided this huge tree. Along with Hong sound, this huge tree was instantly destroyed into pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, Big Move. Chapter 142, Big Move. Seeing that Ren Tianyu had dodged their hurricane attack, those ferocious birds gathered together and quickly advanced towards Ren Tianyu in groups. And seeing the flames in front of them were getting weaker, the rhinoceros blood beasts on the ground also quickly advanced towards Ren Tianyu. Seeing that blood beasts were advancing towards him from both air and ground, Ren Tianyu did not panic, but he quickly made a series of hand seals with both of his hands. Within 2 seconds, he completed making the required series of hand seals. Futon Atsugai. Wind style, pressure damage. Along with a rumbling sound, the body of Ren Tianyu released a powerful compressed hurricane towards the crowd of ferocious birds. This powerful gale blew off the big trees around him, and those ferocious bird blood beasts who were flying towards him were also blown off. And many of them were torn apart into pieces by this fierce wind. Just after he successfully used Atsugai, pressure damage, Ren Tianyu landed on the ground. Then looked towards innumerable rhinoceros blood beasts with red eyes who were advancing towards him while heavily trampling on the ground. The grounds were trembling as if huge cataract was advancing towards him. After landing on the ground, he quickly stirred the chakra inside his body, then the surface of the body was instantly covered by a layer of powerful lightning chakra, which slowly took the form of dazzling lightning armor. After that, his right leg heavily stepped above the ground, causing a huge crater to appear on the ground. Then Ren Tianyu turned into a blur of lightning and disappeared from that location. Immediately after disappearing by leaving an after image in his original location, the figure of Ren Tianyu could be seen advancing towards the crowds of rhinoceros blood beasts. Ren Tianyu had already jumped in the sky and was spinning towards the middle of crowds of rhinoceros blood beasts. Just when he was about to land on the ground, the lightning light around his right leg suddenly changed into a huge lightning battle axe, which straightly went down towards the ground. Jiriken Darapu. Guillotine drop. After the right leg of Ren Tianyu, which had changed into a huge lightning battle axe, dropped towards the ground, the rhinoceros blood beasts which was directly below Ren Tianyu was immediately cut into 2 halves, and its body changed into a mist of blood which fell on the ground around it. But Ren Tianyu had used large amount of chakra to use this big move of Reikage, so how could this ninjutsu have so little effect? After his right leg split apart this rhinoceros blood beast, his right leg heavily landed on the ground. Then his right leg emitted out the powerful lightning chakra, which took the shape of spider web and spread in all direction very quickly. Explode. After landing on the ground, Ren Tianyu raised his head, a pair of blood-red Sharingan showed a ruthless smiling expressing, then he lightly spoke a single word. Hong, Hong, Hong. Just after Ren Tianyu had spoken that single word, immediately the ground around sent out a series of loud explosion sounds. After that, the blood beasts surrounding him suddenly started to shriek miserably. And in the midst of this explosion, the limbs of countless rhinoceros blood beasts were blown into pieces, and were flying everywhere, and numerous bloods were splashing everywhere. Roar! Only the sound of roaring could be heard all around the surroundings. After seeing the death of their own kinds, those rhinoceros blood beasts roared even loudly, then as if they were injected with simulant they became even more violent. And in the sky, under the Atsugai, pressure damage, of Ren Tianyu, losing many of their kinds, those ferocious birds were also not calm. Staring at Ren Tianyu on the ground with their fierce eyes, they also prepare themselves to rush down towards Ren Tianyu. Not good, this time I'm in trouble. Standing in the middle of the slaughtered blood beast, Ren Tianyu looked all around him. Furthermore, from his mental perception he could clearly sense that there were even more blood beasts who were violently rushing towards him. Looking at this circumstances, it seems I have attracted almost all of the blood beasts from all around this first domain. And if this goes on, sooner or later I will be torn into pieces and then eaten by these beasts. And furthermore, I want to enter the second floor of this Tower of Babel, and I don't know where the member of Demon Clan are sealed. So now I don't have any time to waste in this place. When Ren Tianyu was fighting, his mental perception had always covered the range of 100 meters around him, so even the minute activity within this range would alert him. As a matter of fact, what Ren Tianyu didn't know was, precisely because of this action, he had caused almost all of the blood beasts of this first domain to gather in this place, and greatly reduced the quantity of blood beast in other areas of this domain. This let other participants to smoothly travel all the way without encountering any difficulty and obstacles. And they had easily passed through this first domain and entered the second domain already. If Ren Tianyu was to know that his current action had directly given a wedding dress to everyone else, then Ren Tianyu would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood. I must leave this place without wasting any more time. Looking at the continuously growing crowds of blood beasts, now he could see, not only these two types of blood beasts, but many other types of blood beasts too. Most of them were staring at Ren Tianyu with red eyes, and other low-level blood beasts were eating the corpse of the dead blood beasts. Roar, 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 those blood beasts roared, then they started to rush towards Ren Tianyu. Seeing that the blood beasts were rushing towards him from all direction, Ren Tianyu instantly became alert. In fact, he had thought to directly flee from this place using Kamui, but the time required to absorb himself with his Kamui of right eye was extremely slow. And in this current situation, he didn't have enough time to absorb himself with this speed. So Ren Tianyu had no other choice but to think of other way to flee from this place. When those blood beasts were about to arrive before Ren Tianyu, he heavily stepped on the ground with his right leg, then he jumped towards the sky. But those ferocious bird blood beasts were waiting for Ren Tianyu in the sky. They flapped their wings and violently advanced towards Ren Tianyu. I must use a big move, and open up a path. Seeing that he was surrounded from all sides, and furthermore seeing those ferocious birds flying towards him, the eyes of Ren Tianyu slowly changed. After that, a powerful eye power slowly sprang out from his eyes, and suddenly a purple-colored energy appeared above his body, which slowly condescended into a huge purple-colored energy skeletal that surrounded the whole body of Ren Tianyu. Annoying beasts, now it's time to die. Looking at the bird blood beasts which had already arrived in front of him, Ren Tianyu smiled with a disdain. After that, even more eye power sprang out very quickly from his eyes, and very soon a lofty skeleton demon god with a bottle gourd in its right hand, and shield in its left hand, whose whole body was emitting a purple-colored flame, appeared in the sky. Susanoo. Ren Tianyu looked towards the ferocious birds before his eyes, then a pallid light flashed in his eyes. After that, sword of Tatsuka suddenly appeared in the hand of Susanoo, and its long fiery blade advanced towards those herds of flying ferocious birds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Powerful Barrier. Chapter 143, Powerful Barrier. Ren Tianyu waved his right hand. Immediately the sword of Tatsuka on the right hand of Susanoo released a huge sword blade towards the herds of ferocious bird blood beasts. This sword blade directly cut open a path along with a large amount of blood mists. After that, Ren Tianyu landed on the top of a giant tree, and he no longer cared about the ferocious birds flying in the sky, rather looked towards the direction of first domain's end. Then he rushed towards the endless crowds of blood beasts in front of him. Throughout the journey, Ren Tianyu used his Susanoo to open his path, and numerous blood beasts were not able to resist the attack of sword of Tatsuka of Ren Tianyu's Susanoo. All of the blood beasts who were getting on the way of Ren Tianyu were cut into minced meat, and changed into system points which entered the body of Ren Tianyu. Although the blood core of these blood beasts were wasted here, but it was actually a helpless matter, mainly because there were too many blood beasts to pick them up. Moreover, even though he had continued to kill many of them, the number of them were not decreasing, instead it was increasing continuously. And after entering the Tower of Babel, Ren Tianyu had discovered that the ground of this place was extremely hard, so it was basically impossible for Ren Tianyu to create a large amount of sand in this place, unless he summoned Shikaku. But Ren Tianyu didn't plan to summon Shikaku here. After all, its ultra-large size body would definitely attract the attention of others. And after he had activated Susanoo, the chakra and system points inside his body was decreasing in a high speed, so basically Ren Tianyu was unable to have a protracted fight. Seeing that he had already shook off the chase of the ferocious birds and other blood beasts, Ren Tianyu immediately deactivated Susanoo. Then the purple-colored energy surrounding the Susanoo slowly weakened. After that the huge skeleton which was surrounding his body also completely disappeared. After that Ren Tianyu took out a ninja scroll from his space ring, and quickly untied and spread it. Then he took out writing brush and drew a picture in that scroll. After finishing drawing, he threw away the brush, and quickly made a series of hand seals with his hands. Ninpo Chojo Giga. Ninja Art Super Beast Scroll. After he successfully used his ninjutsu, the drawing of Ink Eagle spread open its wings and flew out from the scroll. Ren Tianyu jumped and landed on the back of this Ink Eagle. Then under the command of Ren Tianyu this Ink Eagle quickly flew towards the front while carrying Ren Tianyu on its back. After flying for about 20 minutes, Ren Tianyu finally threw off the crowds of blood beasts. Seeing that there were not any blood beasts behind him, Ren Tianyu was relieved. After that he jumped down from the back of Ink Eagle and got rid of his Choju Giga, Super Beast Scroll, ninjutsu, and landed on the top of a giant tree. Slowly breathing, Ren Tianyu cleaned up muds and bloodstains which had stuck on his body during the precious fight, because he didn't want to repeat the same tragedy of just a moment ago and again attract large crowd of the blood beasts. After that he sat down cross-legged on the top of the tree and began recovering his chakra. After about 2 hours, he completely recovered all the chakra he had used in a fight just a moment ago, and he also used system points to offset the blindness value of his eyes. Now his body was also already recovered to its peak condition, but the complexion of Ren Tianyu was not that good. I have never thought that I would waste almost half of the day in this first domain, and there are still other domains which are even more difficult than this one. Also I have to enter second floor by using the transfer passage at the end of 6th domain. Calculating the amount of time he had wasted in this first domain, the complexion of Ren Tianyu became ugly. He still had to go to the Shiman clan, so he cannot waste too much time here. But he don't know the space coordinate of second floor of Tower of Babel, so he couldn't use his Kamui to directly reach second floor of Tower of Babel. As a result he had no choice but to pass through all the domains of first floor to reach second floor. Forget it, now I can only advance ahead as fast as possible. Ren Tianyu lamented his helplessness. If there is no other good method, and there is not enough time, then at that time I would directly get out from here. No matter what, going to Shiman clan is a matter of prime importance, and I also want to ask her why she had decided to marry with Shiman Feng. But these blood beasts really gave a good amount of system points. Looking at the number of system points at the system interference inside his body, Ren Tianyu murmured to himself. After the fight of just a moment ago, the system points of Ren Tianyu was increased by 4,000 system points, which definitely was a good harvest. Ren Tianyu stood up, then he directly accelerated towards the end of first domain in a very high speed. Even with the speed of Ren Tianyu, it took about 30 minutes to reach the final part of the first domain. In front of Ren Tianyu, a huge transparent barrier appeared. According to Dean Longfelu's explanation, this barrier ought to be the divider which divides the first floor of Tower of Babel into 6 domain. Ren Tianyu couldn't estimate the specific amount of area covered by this barrier, however he was sure of one thing: with his current level of strength, he could not erect this powerful barrier. In the front position of the barrier, there was a miniature stone platform, and there was a simple narrow groove in the middle location of this stone platform. This was the place where he had to place the card which Longfellow had given them at the time when they entered this Tower of Babel. Ren Tianyu stepped forward, and he completely ignored this stone platform, rather firmly stared at this barrier. His eyes had already changed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and under his eye power he could clearly see that this barrier was filled with powerful transparent power which was dispersed over the entire barrier. After that Ren Tianyu stretched out his hand, and punched this barrier. Just when his hand come into contact with barrier, an extremely powerful repulsive force from the barrier directly sent Ren Tianyu flying backward. While still in the air, Ren Tianyu controlled his body, flipped several times in the air and landed on the ground. But even after he landed on the ground, that huge repulsive power from the barrier caused Ren Tianyu to stop his body only after he slid several meters behind. What is this barrier? Unexpectedly it is this intense. Looking at the barrier in front of him, Ren Tianyu was surprised. He had never expected that his power which was already at Kage level was actually resisted this easily by this barrier, and furthermore he was directly sent flying. So Ren Tianyu couldn't help but became surprised. This is nothing strange. This barrier is arranged by the joint effort and power of those hidden experts of Supreme Light Academy. So you are not capable enough to resist the power of this barrier. At that time, a faint female voice came from behind Ren Tianyu. When Ren Tianyu heard this voice, he was startled, and he quickly turned around. He had never thought that someone could actually sneak behind him without being discovered. But when Ren Tianyu saw the fine graceful figure coming out from behind the tree, his eyes suddenly shrunk, and had a surprised expression on his face, and he exclaimed, "Unexpectedly it's you, If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Surprised. Chapter 144, Surprised. Seeing the figure of a person slowly coming out from behind the woods, the eyes of Ren Tianyu showed surprised and complex expression. He had never thought that he would bump into this woman whom he was most unwilling to meet in this first domain. Looking at the figure wearing a white-colored plain skirt slowly coming out from the woods, who was emitting an illusory aura from her whole body, and who looked just like a celestial being who was above the material attractions of the mundane world, was unhurriedly walking towards Ren Tianyu. This woman naturally was someone Ren Tianyu had defeated in the competition of Supreme Light Academy, and was the woman who had slapped Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyun. What are you doing here? Looking at Li Xinyun, Ren Tianyu's head stated to hurt. When it comes to Ren Tianyu, the person he was most unwilling to meet was Li Xinyun, because regardless of what anyone says, at that time under the gaze of thousands of peoples, he had held her in his arms. And as a woman, one could say that it was extremely hard for her to accept the gaze of so many peoples at that time. As a result, he was slapped by her. Even though he got slapped, he didn't complain. After all, it was the consequence of his own mistake. Although Ren Tianyu acknowledged that he was not a good person, nevertheless he still must have minimum principles, otherwise there wouldn't be any difference between him and an evil person who do not shrink from any crime. Nothing, and it doesn't matter. The blood beasts of this first domain were running towards one direction, so without encountering any blood beasts to block my path, I easily arrived here. Li Xinyun looked at Ren Tianyu with her beautiful quick-witted eyes, which was extremely calm, and replied. After hearing Li Xinyun, Ren Tianyu instantly felt pain. He only need to think a bit, and he understood the reason why Li Xinyun didn't encounter any blood beasts on her way here. It was probably not limited to her, all the other peoples within the first domain also most likely encounter the same situation. They were able to travel this first domain without any hindrance, and directly entered second domain without any difficulty. Figured out this point, the corners of Ren Tianyu's mouth started to twitch continuously, and black lines started to appear on his forehead. After that he immediately cursed inside his heart, F***K, your father create confusion, and that became freeway for all of you. In that case, I bid you farewell. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Looking at the clam eyes of Li Xinyun, Ren Tianyu felt a strange pressure, so he prepared to leave quickly. But when Ren Tianyu turned around, and was just about to take a single step, the soft voice of Li Xinyun entered his ears. So you want to leave just like this? All the movements of Ren Tianyu instantly stopped at that moment. After that he turned around with a bitter smile on his face and looked at Li Xinyun and said, in the end, what do you want, Miss High and Mighty? Want to kill, want to cut to pieces, in any case you should speak the words. Don't look at me like that, it's going to make me crazy. Then I want your life, can you give it to me? Looking at Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyun softly said. Of course not, why are you so cruel like this, you actually want my life. Hearing Li Xinyun, Ren Tianyu exaggeratedly jumped up, and pretending to be surprised, he said. How about we talk over about this matter? You see, your face can be counted as not bad, your figure is just a so-so, and your temper is a bit too much. Forget about it, I eat this loss, I will reluctantly accept you, and make you my 8th wife. How about it, little girl? Looking at Li Xinyun, Ren Tianyu stroked his chin with his right hand, and while clicking his tongue, his eyes examined her body, then making a lewd appearance in his face, he said to her. But the following word of Li Xinyun made Ren Tianyu felt as if he was stroked by lightning. Okay. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyun indifferently agreed without a slightest bit of hesitation. Her answer was so straightforward that it seemed she was just discussing about a small matter. What? Are you really agreeing to this? Hearing the answer of Li Xinyun, Ren Tianyu could no longer put up the lewd appearance in his face. He just asked as if he had heard something unbelievable. Isn't that your real thought? Then I'll help you achieve your aim. Li Xinyun indifferently said. At the same time, Ren Tianyu saw that Li Xinyun made a surprise move. She reached out her tender right hand towards her own white belt on her waist. After that she placed her hand on the knots of her belt, and slowly started to unfasten it. What do you think you are doing? Seeing the movement of Li Xinyun, the complexion of Ren Tianyu immediately changed, then he roared towards her. Didn't you say you want me? So I am going to help you achieve your aim. The complexion of Li Xinyun was still calm, there wasn't any fluctuation on her emotion too. Her right hand had already unfastened her belt and was already beginning to undo her own clothing. Stop. Seeing this, Ren Tianyu didn't stay still any longer. In a flash he arrived in front of her, and directly grabbed her right arm with his right hand, stopping her movement. Then he roared towards her, you stupid woman, what are you trying to do? I admit the matter of last time was my fault, but I did not mean to offend you. Just speak what you want me to do in order to make up my mistake, don't be like this, you should understand to you cherish yourself. If you are like this then, I will definitely look down upon you. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyun finally revealed a trace of smile on her indifferent face. After that she looked at Ren Tianyu. Her quick-witted beautiful eyes showed a smiling expression, and she said, "You are actually anxious for me? What do you mean?" Hearing Li Xinyun, Ren Tianyu asked question with confusion. He was thoroughly confused engaging with this woman. He really didn't know what this woman was thinking inside their heart. The saying a woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the ocean, this really was not a wrong saying. The heart of women were truly extremely deep. "I just want to examine how your heart was." Li Xinyun revealed a beautiful smile on her face, and separated her right arm from Ren Tianyu, then slowly fastened the already unfastened belt. After that, Li Xinyun stared at the eyes of Ren Tianyu and said, "I was gambling to see whether you truly were a lecher or not. If lost then it was nothing, but if won then I will be able to slowly retake my everything. Now I understand it a little bit better, I really was confused by your action just a moment ago." Ren Tianyu rubbed his forehead where he was feeling pain. He was still confused, and was unable to understand what she was saying. "Just a moment ago you said that you will do anything that I asked, as long as I forgive you. Does that promise still counts?" Li Xinyun raised her pretty face and stared at Ren Tianyu, and asked. "As long as it doesn't go against my principle, and under the premise that it is within my ability, I will do it." Thinking for a bit, Ren Tianyu answered her. "Good, then I want to enter your Akatsuki organization. Afterwards I want you to help me kill one of the 4 leader of magic domain, Earth leader Ling Yanxi." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyun said to Ren Tianyu with extreme hatred in her eyes. "What?" Hearing Li Xinyun, the complexion of Ren Tianyu instantly became extremely unsightly. It was not because of the matter of killing that person, rather she actually knew about the matter of his Akatsuki organization. With the exception of himself, White Tiger and Void, no one else knew about his organization. And Ren Tianyu would never believe that any one of them would disclose the information about his organization to other people. But now Li Xinyun had directly said that she wanted to enter his Akatsuki organization, so a suspicion started to appear in his heart. "Speak, how did you know about my organization?" The body of Ren Tianyu suddenly emitted a powerful aura and directly locked onto her, then his eyes changed into Mangekyo Sharingan. If she were to show any sign of fleeing, then at that time he would instantly kill her. "You don't have react like this. Actually I unintentionally heard about your organization. Do you still remember the time you met with Yin Xinlua when you were walking with that person who was carrying 3 swords? Seeing the powerful aura from Ren Tianyu, the complexion of Li Xinyun immediately changed. After that she forcefully calmed down her state of mind and said to Ren Tianyu. "As a matter of fact at that time I was also at the meadow next to the garden. So I heard everything about it. Impossible, at that time, I had already scanned the surroundings around me with my mental perception, and I didn't discover anyone. So it is impossible for anyone to eavesdrop." Hearing Li Xinyun, the first thought of Ren Tianyu was she was lying. So he opened his mouth to refute, but when he was refuting, a thought flashed in his brain, then he stopped his words. "Why aren't you continuing?" Looking at Ren Tianyu who had stopped his words, Li Xinyun revealed a smile on her face and asked Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu didn't speak anymore, he just remembered how Li Xinyun had appeared behind him just a moment ago, and at that time, how he was unable to detect her with his mental perception, and felt as if she had suddenly appeared in that place. But at that time he was flustered so he had automatically ignored this matter, but now when he heard her, Ren Tianyu immediately thought about this matter. Could it be that she really was there at that time? But how was she able to perfectly conceal herself from mental perception of me, White Tiger and Void? At most she is at Saint rank and strength, so how was she able to accomplish this matter? Thinking this, Ren Tianyu was full of uncertainties, so he asked her, "How were you able to successfully conceal yourself from the mental perception of us 3 without getting discovered at that time?" "This is my special ability." Li Xinyun slowly answered the question of Ren Tianyu, because she knew that if she didn't answer, it was impossible to achieve her purpose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, Jade Maiden of Akatsuki. Chapter 145, Jade Maiden of Akatsuki. As a matter of fact, this is my special ability. Looking at Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyun slowly explained, and this ability originates from my blood lineage. My blood lineage is called Illusory World Flowing Heart, which is low saint ranked blood lineage. Illusory World Flowing Heart blood lineage? What is this blood lineage? Hearing Li Xinyun, Ren Tianyu asked. Although he had already guessed that this special ability of Li Xinyun was her power of blood lineage, nevertheless he really didn't understand what type of blood lineage this Illusory World Flowing Heart blood lineage was. My blood lineage do not increase my strength, and in fact, its ability is also very simple. It just gives me the ability to perfectly blend my body with the surrounding environment. Furthermore, I can use the power of my blood lineage to extract the general scene of the events which had occurred up to 1 hour before of that surroundings. But dang! According to you, this ability of your blood lineage is very simple? Hearing the indifferent voice of Li Xinyan, Ren Tianyu instantly cursed, then looking at the calm beautiful face of Li Xinyan, he roared. Although Ren Tianyu had always thought that the power of blood lineage of Li Xinyan was not that simple, nevertheless he had never thought that it would be this abnormal. And although this blood lineage didn't give any increase in her own strength, nevertheless Ren Tianyu was jealous over this ability. First of all, one could completely blend one's body with the surroundings with this ability, and this ability could also thoroughly merge even the aura of a person with the surroundings. Due to this, even if a person was at your side, as long as you don't want it, that person couldn't discover you. This was also the reason why Ren Tianyu was unable to discover Li Xinyan at that time, even though she was just few meters away from him. Due to this, Ren Tianyu was extremely envious of this ability. One could say that this kind of ability was extremely needed as a ninja. Ren Tianyu remembered that, in Naruto world, with the exception of the second Tsuchikage of Hidden Stone Village, no one else possessed the kind of ability to completely camouflage oneself from being detected by the mental perception ability. This shows that this kind of ability was extremely rare. Next ability of her blood lineage was the ability to know what had happened at a place up to 1 hour before. Currently Ren Tianyu was also unable to evaluate this ability, because this ability could be the absolute weapon for investigation. Just think about it yourself, you are able to know anything that had happened in a place up to 1 hour before. Even Ren Tianyu was appalled, because with this ability one could say that there would be no secret in front of her. Because this blood lineage didn't increase the strength of user, this illusory world flowing heart blood lineage was ranked as only low saint rank blood lineage. Ren Tianyu used his greatest amount of effort to suppress the agitation in his heart, but the next sentence of Li Xinyan almost made him puke a mouthful of blood. Oh, that's right, I forget to tell you another thing. I can transfer this blending to the surrounding ability to the body of other people's too. As long as they are by my side, I could make them undiscoverable by other people. Puff. Hearing this sentence, Ren Tianyu could no longer suppress his agitation, he just opened his mouth and puked a mouthful of blood. After that he continuously thought inside his heart, I have Sharingan, I am not jealous, I have Sharingan, I am not jealous. Hoo. Ren Tianyu took several heavy breaths, and was finally able to suppress the agitation and excitement inside his heart. After that, looking at the smiling face of Li Xinyan, Ren Tianyu coughed few times, and pretend to be calm. Cough, normally with your strength level of only low saint rank, you are not eligible to join my Akatsuki. Ren Tianyu slowly said. Is that so? Hearing the words of Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyan smiled and used her two beautiful eyes to firmly stare at Ren Tianyu. Very soon Ren Tianyu hastily continued with red complexion, however your power of blood lineage is pretty good, and our organization still lacks intelligence gathering and investigating personnel. And you are not bad for this position, so making an exception I will let you join. Okay. After Ren Tianyu finished speaking, Li Xinyan replied and then extended her delicate jade hand towards Ren Tianyu. What? Ren Tianyu was puzzled seeing the action of Li Xinyan, so he asked. Stupid, of course Ring. I had clearly heard your every words before. So are you not giving me a ring of organization? Li Xinyan rolled her eyes and said happily. Oh. Ren Tianyu hastily looked at several rings inside his space rings, thought for a bit, and gave the Jade Maiden Ring of Akatsuki to her. Take this ring, this is the Jade Maiden Ring of our Akatsuki organization. Do not lose this ring has a big use later. Ren Tianyu handed Jade Maiden Ring of Akatsuki to Li Xinyan, and spoke to her. Currently Ren Tianyu still hadn't awakened Rinnegan, so he was still powerless to use Gentishin no Jutsu, Astral Projection Jutsu, but he would definitely awaken Rinnegan at some point in the future. After that he took out the robe of Akatsuki from his space ring and handed over to her. This is yours, this cloth is the exclusive dress of our organization. Oh, this is the clothing of our organization. Taking the black robe with clouds imprinted on it from Ren Tianyu, she looked at the robe on the body of Ren Tianyu and said, really embarrassing, but forget about it, who asked me to join your organization? Finished speaking, she wore this robe. You? Hearing Li Xinyan, the corner of Ren Tianyu's mouth instantly twitched several times, still he took several deep breaths and calmed himself down. Oh, that right, just a moment ago you said that you want me to help you to kill one of the 4 leader or something. Who is this person and why do you want my help? Normally you should have asked your illusory shrine for this, no. This time Ren Tianyu suddenly thought about the request of Li Xinyan to kill one of the 4 leader of magic domain. After that he couldn't help but ask the reason for this. When Li Xinyan heard about this matter, deep hatred flashed in her eyes. Ren Tianyu clearly felt that this hatred was not small, it was comparable to his hatred towards Shiman clan. You are actually this relaxed, don't tell me you are not scared that I may ask you to kill someone extraordinarily powerful? Looking at Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyan asked curiously. Speaking frankly, even if he is extremely powerful, I am not afraid. Even if I am powerless to kill him now, nevertheless is not necessarily be the same case in the future. Sooner or later I will stand at the pinnacle of this world. Hearing Li Xinyan, Ren Tianyu didn't feel any pressure. Just like he said, with Naruto's system, sooner or later he would stand at the pinnacle of this world. After he exchange highest level eyes, and exchange all the tail beasts and revive 10-tailed beasts, then at that time who would be able to stop his path? You look very confident. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyan didn't retort. She just narrated about the person of magic domain she wanted to kill. I want you to kill a person called Ling Yanqi. He is one of the leader of magic domain. He is the Earth system magician who have already reached the later stage of God rank. He is very strong. As for what's the hatred between me and him, you don't need to know about it, you just need to tell me whether you can kill him or not. Li Xinyan said to Ren Tianyu. Humph, just later stage of God rank, I don't need to make a move, even White Tiger can kill him. As for the hatred between him and you, I am not interested. I am just curious that, you are from the Illusory Shrine, but why aren't you trying to kill him yourself with the help of your Illusory Shrine's experts, but requested me to do so? You are thinking too highly of me, although I am disciple of Illusory Shrine, nevertheless I am not worthy enough for the high-level experts of Illusory Shrine to offend someone for me. And there is only negligible difference in strength between Illusory Shrine and Magic Domain, and they don't want to risk their own life fighting against the expert of later stage God rank for nobody like me. Although my teacher Yun Mei are considered to help me by eliminating Ling Yanqi, nevertheless you should know that illusionists are at disadvantages in a battle against magicians. It could be said that illusionists are in extreme disadvantage when battling against magicians, after all illusionists focus on spirit, and magicians naturally possess high spiritual power, so the effect of the illusion would be greatly lowered, and also it is extremely likely for magicians to see through the illusions. So Ren Tianyu was not suspicious about the explanation of Li Xinyan. Fine, since it is like this, I promise you, after we get out from this Tower of Babel, I'll help you to kill this man, but you have to wait until I finish my one matter first. After thinking for a bit, Ren Tianyu agreed to the request of Li Xinyan. After all, merely killing a later stage god-ranked magic god to get such outstanding intelligence gathering and investigating personnel was extremely cost-effective. Oh, what is that important matter you have to do first after you get out from here? After hearing Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyan asked. Now you have already joined Akatsuki organization, let me tell you that I will believe in you, it's just that I hope you keep it a secret, and pledge that you will never betray this organization in your whole life. Ren Tianyu stared at Li Xinyan and said slowly. Rest assured, Li Xinyan will never betray you or the organization. As long as you help me to kill Ling Yanqi, I will absolutely make a great effort to complete any commands that organization issue. Li Xinyan seriously said to Ren Tianyu. Fine, I will let you know about my matter. After 9 days, Akatsuki organization will arrive at Ailer Empire, and during the wedding ceremony of eldest son Shiman Feng of Shiman clan, will destroy Shiman clan. Ren Tianyu told his plan to Li Xinyan. What? Destroy Shiman clan? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyan felt as if a bomb was detonated inside her mind, and looking at Ren Tianyu with she couldn't believe what she was hearing expression, she asked Ren Tianyu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, Clearance. Chapter 146, Clearance. When Ren Tianyu said that he wanted to destroy Shiman clan, Li Xinyan instantly thought that Ren Tianyu was out of his mind, as he was actually thinking about destroying one of the 4 super big clan, Shiman clan of the Empire. As a member of Illusory Shrine, which was one of the super big power of Divine Wind Continent, she clearly understood the strengths of these so-called superpowers were not as simple as it seems on the surface. The actual strength of these superpowers were very deep. For example, about the strength of her Illusory Shrine, everyone only knew the Hall Master and his 5 powerful subordinates, these 6 god-ranked illusion gods, but she clearly knew that there were still many god-ranked hidden experts inside Illusory Shrine. Are you crazy, actually thinking of attacking Shiman clan? Li Xinyan stared at Ren Tianyu as if she was staring at a big idiot, and she couldn't even guess why he wanted to attack Shiman clan. Crazy? Maybe. Hearing Li Xinyan, Ren Tianyu didn't retort. In the eyes of other people, his action of trying to touch Shiman clan, this type of behemoth clan with only 3 peoples, was only courting to death, but was it really like that? Although I don't know whether I can completely destroy Shiman clan or not at this time, but I am confident in destroying at least 2/3 of its force. Are you really that confident? After hearing the resolute and decisive voice of Ren Tianyu, Li Xinyun lightly asked with curiosity. She didn't know what was giving him this much confidence, although she clearly knew that the strength of Ren Tianyu was not weak, and the other two members of organization were from ancient 100 clans, and their strength were also not weak, but one could say that this level of strength was merely a joke against Shiman clan. This is not confidence, rather already planned fact of the future. Ren Tianyu lightly smiled. Then he lifted his head, and looked towards the sky. His eyes seemed to penetrate the boundless void, and directly looked at situation of Shiman clan of Alar Empire, which was thousands of miles away. And now I only need to make this future fact a present. If that is the case, I will also lend you a hand after we get out from here. When the time comes, I will also hurry to Alar Empire. Thinking a bit, Li Xinyun also decided to go to Alar Empire. You also want to go? Hearing Li Xinyun, Ren Tianyu suddenly paused. He had never intended to let her join this fray, so he said, "What sort of joke is this? With your strength of only low illusion saint, going to Shiman clan is just courting death. No matter what you say, I am also a member of our organization. Since this is the first action of our organization, how can I not participate in this?" Li Xinyun didn't care about the dangers Ren Tianyu told her. Because the only reason she was living in this world was to kill Ling Yanqi, but she clearly understood that it was impossible to fulfill this aim relying on illusory shrine, and she didn't know how long it would take for herself to become powerful enough to kill him, because when her strength increases, the strength of Ling Yanqi may also increase at that time. And now Ren Tianyu gave her a hope to achieve her aim of killing him, so she would naturally help Ren Tianyu to complete his task. And I do not believe that you will not take care of my safety. Fine. Since it is like this, after you leave this place, directly hurry over to the imperial capital of Alar Empire. And go to the second floor of Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant of that city. White Tiger, Void and I arranged to meet at that place. And after you reach there, meet with White Tiger and Void, and show them your clothing and the ring. After they see your clothing and ring, they will recognize you as a member of Akatsuki. Thinking a bit, Ren Tianyu agreed to Li Xinyun. When all was said and done, her ability may come in handy at that time. Okay, I'll get out from here now. After hearing Ren Tianyu, a small transparent bead appeared in her right hand. This was the transfer bead to get out from this place, which was to be used when one's life was in danger. Are you going out now? Could it be that you don't intend to continue the test? You should know that the blood core of the blood beats of this Tower of Babel is very useful to increase your strength. And did you complete your test assignment? If you fail this time, then you have to wait for a year to come here again. Seeing a transfer bead on her hand, Ren Tianyu asked whether she intended to abandon her test assignment. If one fails the test assignment of Tower of Babel, one needs to wait for a year and again had to complete Refine with Fire assignment, to get the chance to enter this Tower of Babel again. It is so because, although the cultivation environment of the academy was high-end, but it was also impossible for academy to provide unlimited supply, otherwise the academy would not be able to maintain the cost. Since I have already found a way to get my revenge, as far as I'm concerned this test is of no point for me. So I don't want to delay, and hurry over to Alar Empire without wasting any time. Now I am more worried about whether I can cross Too Big Empire within 9 days or not. Li Xinyun was actually frank about it, because she had come to study at the academy to quickly increase her strength so that she could get her revenge by killing Ling Yanqi, but now Ren Tianyu had agreed to help her, so she didn't intend to waste her time in this place. Hearing Li Xinyun, Ren Tianyu was a bit curious about the hatred between her and this Ling Yanqi. In the end, what kind of hatred was able to make one give up so many things and made them wanted to take the revenge by any means possible? But since Li Xinyun was unwilling to speak about it, he had also no intention of asking, because he knew that even if he asked about it, it was extremely less likely to get an answer. Besides, he was also not interested to know all the matters of other people's. If that is the case, then it's fine, just hurry over to Alar Empire. I will also immediately rush over there after I handle the matter of this place. Okay, then I'll leave first. Li Xinyun agreed, then she crushed the transfer bead on her hand. After that, a soft silver-colored radiance suddenly wrapped the body of Li Xinyun and she disappeared from that place. It seems I need to speed up the things here, I have wasted too much time here. Seeing that Li Xinyun had already disappeared, Ren Tianyu murmured to himself, then he directly walked over to the small stone platform. After that, he took out a card and inserted that card inside the groove of that small stone platform. Suddenly golden-colored radiances flashed from the stone platform, and 3,000 points were added to his card. After that, an entrance was opened on the barrier in front of him. Ren Tianyu stepped forward, and entered the entrance of this barrier, and along with the white light, he disappeared from the first domain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, Second Floor. Next 35 to 40 chapters are 50% longer than the normal chapters, among them some are 150% longer, and only 2 to 3 chapters are of normal length. So I am going to decrease the regular chapters to 3 chapters per week. No change in sponsored chapter amount. But until these next 35 to 40 chapters, if there is at least 2 sponsored chapters per week, there will be additional 1 chapter for that week. That means sponsor 2 chapter and get 1 chapter free, something like that. Thanks. In a different world with the Naruto system, Chapter 147, Second Floor. 6 days later, within the 6th domain of Tower of Babel's first floor, a huge transfer magic door suddenly appeared, and from inside this magic door, a figure of a person walked out. This person was wearing a black robe with red clouds imprinted in it, and both of his eyeballs were blood red in color. This person was Ren Tianyu. After stepping into second domain, Ren Tianyu picked up his pace and rushed towards the 6th domain of first floor. But even with the speed and strength of Ren Tianyu, it still took him 6 days to break through the obstacles of the domains and finally arrived at the end of first floor's 6th domain, where the portal to second floor was located. One may well say that Ren Tianyu had suffered greatly in these 6 domains. Frankly speaking, the second domain was not that bad, but from third domain, the misfortune of Ren Tianyu started, even to the extent that he suspected whether the designer of these domain were mad or something. Third domain in itself was nothing special, rather in front of the entrance of the barrier of third domain there was a powerful repulsion space cave, and all the peoples who wanted to proceed to the barrier entrance of third domain must pass through this cave. And within the cave, there was zero gravity space. This space didn't have any gravitational force, so after entering this cave, everything would be in the state of weightlessness and just float around in this space. But if that was the only case, then it was nothing, but the crux point was at the cave walls within this space, there were countless small-sized holes. These holes emitted powerful repulsion force, and all the people entered inside this space were blown away randomly in any direction, causing them to bump everywhere. When Ren Tianyu had finally successfully passed through this cave, his body was already filled with blue-green colored bruises. Ren Tianyu doubted that whether those magicians and illusionists with their small and weak body could pass through this cave or not. As for fourth domain, it was even more straightforward. This domain was a huge tropical rainforest. In this domain, Ren Tianyu encountered large number of blood beasts of various types. It was far higher than the number of blood beasts he encountered in first domain. And here Ren Tianyu again met the same tragedy of first domain. Countless blood beasts chased after him, which was extremely troublesome for Ren Tianyu, and furthermore the area of this fourth domain was too big. After he had finally escaped from the chase of these large amount of blood beasts, he was already near his deathbed due to exhaustion. Fifth domain was even more direct, as whole fifth domain was volcano zone, everywhere was eruption of magma. And in this domain, Ren Tianyu didn't dare to use Choju Giga, Super Beast Scroll, to fly, because if one of the erupted magma accidentally hit the ink beast, then Ren Tianyu would definitely suffer tragedy. But even like that, when Ren Tianyu very cautiously walked past the volcano zone of fifth domain, his still nearly got roasted. Even after passing through fifth domain, he could still smell the fragrance of roasted meat from his body. And sixth domain was endless desert zone. Ren Tianyu tasted bitter suffering in this place too. On one hand he had to be careful for quicksand, and on the other hand he also had to be careful for those sandstorms. Currently Ren Tianyu was still not strong enough to ignore the forces of nature. Now Ren Tianyu had finally passed through all these obstacles, and reached the end of the sixth domain, and was in front of the second floor transfer gate. Now there was only 3 days left for the wedding of Shiman Feng. In other words, Ren Tianyu must find and kill a sealed demon clan member in the second floor within this remaining 3 days. Ren Tianyu stepped forward and entered the transfer gate in front of him, and along with the soft white-colored light, he disappeared from this first floor of Tower of Babel and entered the second floor of Tower of Babel, where the Dean of Supreme Light Academy warned to not enter repeatedly. Ren Tianyu appeared at a grassland while feeling a bit of dizziness. He was surrounded by green grassland in all direction, and far away he could faintly see a series of mountain ranges. Is this the second floor of Tower of Babel? Ren Tianyu scanned the environment all around him and thought. Ren Tianyu clearly sensed that the element power in this floor was denser by many times more compared to first floor. Those demon clans ought to be sealed in those mountain ranges. Just at that time, a pallid light suddenly flashed in his eyes, then he quickly pulled out his sword of Kusanagi from his waist with his right hand. After that, along with Puchi sound, the sword of Ren Tianyu suddenly flashed with bloodlight, then the cut into two body of cyan-colored small snake fell down on the grassland. The two pieces of the body of small snake struggled for a bit, then its last bit of life energy dissipated, stopped moving, and completely died. It seems this grassland is much more dangerous. Ren Tianyu looked at the dead snake-type blood beast. If his Sharingan had not seen it, then it was likely for its surprise attack to success. First I should go to the mountain ranges and look. I must not waste any time here. Looking at the mountain ranges far away, a spiral-shaped space ripple suddenly appeared from his right eye. After that the body of Ren Tianyu slowly disappeared from that grassland. In one of the mountain range of second floor, a spiral-shaped space ripple suddenly appeared, then the figure of Ren Tianyu appeared in that place from inside that space ripple. After that he carefully scanned all around him, then after he discovered a huge tree at his side, the eyes of Ren Tianyu lit up. After that he took out a kunai from his space ring and walked towards that huge tree, then he drew an arrow sign on the tree, first marked this place, and slowly start to search from the place. In just this fashion, Ren Tianyu made this place as a starting point and slowly walked towards the peak of this mountain while carefully searching too. Every once in a while, he would make a mark in the surroundings areas, because there were too many mountain ranges in the second floor, and Ren Tianyu feared that he may search the same place again and waste his time, so he placed the mark every now and then. But the unexpected thing was, Ren Tianyu had failed to find any clues even after searching for a whole day, not to mention Demon Clan. He didn't even see the hair of Demon Clan. And currently Ren Tianyu was searching the third mountain range of second floor, but still he didn't find any clues. This won't do. If I keep on searching like this, then even after 2 days I may not necessarily find them. I must change my approach. On the peak of the mountain, Ren Tianyu had just searched the suspicious-looking cave, but found nothing, so he was disappointed and muttered to himself. Oh, that's right, why am I so stupid like this? I have completely forgotten about the shadow clone jutsu. Suddenly Ren Tianyu hit his own head, jumped up and excitedly said. If he used shadow clone jutsu, then with a large amount of shadow clones he could be able to find the sealed demon clan in the remaining period of time, afterwards quickly killing it is enough. But just as he was about to use shadow clone jutsu, suddenly a loud explosion sound came from the mountain far away, and he could see a huge fire at that place. What's going on? Looking at the distant mountain, Ren Tianyu was confused. Could it be? Ren Tianyu immediately thought about sealed demon clan, and he immediately became excited. And decided to go and look whether it was sealed demon clan or not. After deciding this, along with the spiral-shaped space ripple, Ren Tianyu disappeared from that mountain peak. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148, Demon Clan appears. Chapter 148, Demon Clan appears. Along with the spiral-shaped space ripple, Ren Tianyu appeared at the mountain where the explosion had occurred just a moment ago. After that he raised his head and looked over, and saw a huge flame inside the ravine which was few 100 meters away from his current location. And he could faintly hear a roaring sound from inside it. Just at that time, a loud sound of phoenix cry came out from within that huge fire, then a huge golden-winged phoenix flew out from inside that huge flame. And he could see a figure of a woman standing at the back of this phoenix, but it seems the condition of her was not that good. How could it be her? Seeing this familiar phoenix, Ren Tianyu immediately guessed who that woman was, and sure enough, carefully looking, the woman standing at the back of the phoenix was Fengwu, whom he had fought in ranking competition of Supreme Light Academy. Fengwu had never thought that she would actually encounter this terrifying demon in the second floor of Tower of Babel, just a single strike, and that was enough to severely injure both herself and her little gold, so she had no choice but to escape in a panic. Now Fengwu began to regret not listening to the repetitive warning of Dean Longfeilu. Originally she had passed through the 6th domain of first floor with great difficulty. After passing through, she saw a portal at the end of 6th domain, and then thought about the repetitive warning of Dean to not enter the second floor, but the curiosity inside her heart prevailed, so she stepped into the portal and arrived at second floor. After arriving at second floor, relying on her Phoenix God blood lineage and her battle companion Golden Winged Phoenix, she didn't encounter any dangers all along the road. But after she landed on this mountain, at this mountain she discovered a peculiar cave within the ravine. Becoming curious, she walked towards that cave, but who would have thought that when she had barely entered this cave, an incomparably powerful black-colored magical power gushed out from inside the cave and attacked her. Fortunately Little Gold timely laid out Phoenix God's shield, but even after that, she and Little Gold, both of them were severely injured instantly by this single attack. After that she was forced to hastily use a move to temporarily obstruct the steps of that mysterious enemy, and simultaneously had to use her power of blood lineage to command Little Gold to flee from that place without losing any time. Because she had entered second floor, the transfer bead given to her by Dean Longfeilu was also completely useless. But just at that time, a cold voice was transmitted out from inside the fire of the ravine. Humph, want to run? It's not that easy. Leave behind your life. Shortly afterwards, more than 10 huge black-colored fireballs flew towards Fengwu. Scorching Phoenix Slash. Seeing that more than 10 fireballs were advancing towards her, the beautiful eyes of Fengwu firmly shrunk. Then she waved her phoenix sword with her right hand, and sent out a huge golden flame energy slash towards those huge black flame balls. But the unexpected thing for Fengwu was that her attack was not even able to create a small ripple and was directly swallowed by these flame balls. What? Seeing that her attack didn't even have a slightest effect, Fengwu was extremely surprised. She was perfectly clear about the heat of her scorching phoenix slash attack, but now that attack was directly swallowed and was not even able to create a smallest effect. So seeing these flame balls still advancing towards her, she gave up all her hopes. But just at that time, she suddenly heard a voice, Doton Doria Johiki. Earth-style rampart of flowing soil. Shortly afterwards she heard a caca cracking sound, and a huge earthen wall which was just like a city wall suddenly grew from the ground in front of her, and this wall blocked all those fireballs advancing towards her. A series of hong, 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 loud explosion sound rang out. Although this earthen wall bombed for a while and countless pieces of earth fell down, nevertheless it successfully blocked all those black-colored flame balls. Who saved me? Looking at the earthen wall in front of her, Feng Wu thought inside her heart, and she felt that the voice she had heard just a moment ago was a bit familiar. Just then heard that same voice again. Hey, why did you come here? Feng Wu looked towards the source of the voice, i.e. at the top of that earthen wall. There she saw a spiral-shaped space ripple, and a man wearing a black robe with red-colored clouds printed on it came out from inside that space ripple. Why is it you? Seeing that person, Feng Wu, who was standing on the back of Golden-Winged Phoenix, exclaimed in surprise. Hey, it's me, didn't expect us to meet here, beauty. Standing at the top of the earthen wall, Ren Tianyu looked at Feng Wu, who was standing at the back of Phoenix, and laughing mischievously he said. After seeing that person was Feng Wu, Ren Tianyu was extremely surprised knowing that she had also came to second floor. But seeing that she was unable to defend against the attack advancing towards herself, he immediately used high-level defensive earth-style ninjutsu to block this attack, and successfully rescued her. Humph. Hearing the flirtatious voice of Ren Tianyu, Feng Wu suddenly recalled the defeat she had suffered in the match against him, so she just coldly snorted, then she turned around and didn't even look at Ren Tianyu. In Chinese there was a proverb, the only woman in the villain is also difficult to keep. Just now he had rescued Feng Wu but he still received such cold shoulder, so Ren Tianyu was awkward in touching his nose. He thought inside his heart, our forefathers truly didn't deceive us. Just at that time, Ren Tianyu suddenly sensed a peculiar sensation from the ravine behind him, so he turned around and looked back. At that time, a black-colored magic fog suddenly gushed out from the middle of the ravine and spread all over the place, filling the whole ravine. And then it felt like these magic fog would rush out from this ravine and advance towards Ren Tianyu, so he slowly joined both his hand, and when he was about to make his move, a strange change suddenly occurred. A gold-colored energy barrier suddenly flashed and appeared in the sky. This huge barrier surrounded the whole ravine, and this barrier firmly blocked this magic fog from leaving this ravine. This is... Seal? Seeing this huge barrier, Ren Tianyu's eyes shone brightly. Now he was 100% sure that the sealed demon clan he was persistently searching for was here. After that, Ren Tianyu started to become excited, and a strong fighting intent emerged out from his body. Roar, hateful Tower of Babel, hateful seal, sealing I, your father for several thousand years, and for several thousand year, I, your father have never got the chance to see the sun. All of you hateful mankind and you broken tower, just you wait, when our demon god arrive here again in this world, before all other he will destroy this world boundary magic treasure, Tower of Babel. Along with the loud roar, a lofty figure who was about 2 meters tall appeared from inside the magic fog. One could see a purple-colored lines all over the skin of this person. There were 2 long sharp horns on its head, and he was holding a huge heavy spear in his hand. Hey, I, your father, finally find you. Finally I am able to complete my mission. Seeing that monstrous demon clan in the middle of the seal, Ren Tianyu twisted his neck and a clear kacha cracking sound rang out, then he excitedly spoke. Hey, you should properly hide somewhere far away. Although this fellow is bounded within this ravine by the seal for the time being, nevertheless his attacks can still penetrate through the seal. Turning towards Feng Wu, he said. Then what about you? Hearing the warning of Ren Tianyu, the body of Feng Wu slightly quivered, then she turned towards Ren Tianyu and said, but her voice was little unnatural. I naturally finish off this fellow, besides I was searching for him for a long time. Hearing Feng Wu, Ren Tianyu looked towards the direction of that demon clan, and slowly said with a cold smile. Are you out of your mind? He is from the demon clan who had invaded Divine Wind Continent in those years. All of them are monstrous, fierce, cruel and extremely evil things. Do you want to die? Hearing Ren Tianyu, the face of Feng Wu immediately showed a worried expression, and then impatiently growled towards Ren Tianyu. Are you concerned about me, beauty? Hearing Feng Wu, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled, turned around, stared at her and said. You little show-off, who is concerned about you, because you have saved my life just a moment ago, so I don't want you to die. Hearing Ren Tianyu, furthermore seeing that Ren Tianyu was directly staring at her, the face of Feng Wu suddenly became red, and hastily argued. But because she was too anxious, this affected the internal injury of her body, so she suddenly groaned, and a small stream of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Okay, you might as well take the time and heal yourself. Seeing the blood of Feng Wu, Ren Tianyu advised her. Afterwards he prepared himself to enter the ravine. No, I can't watch you die. Seeing that Ren Tianyu was intending to take action, Feng Wu suddenly got anxious inside her heart, then she hastily commanded Golden Winged Phoenix to immediately rush towards Ren Tianyu. Humph, truly fussy. Hearing Fengwu, and hearing the movement sound behind him, Ren Tianyu immediately turned around, caught her arm with his right hand and right eye instantly changed into Mangekyo Sharingan. You might as well give me a break, I will let you out after I finish off this fellow. Finished speaking, under the surprised expression of both Fengwu and Golden Winged Phoenix, a powerful light power suddenly gushed out from his right eye, and a spiral-shaped space ripple appeared all of a sudden, and this space ripple directly sucked in both Fengwu and her Golden Winged Phoenix. Ah, Fengwu cried out in alarm, but was directly sucked in with his Kamui. After absorbing Fengwu to his Kamui space, Ren Tianyu turned around and looked towards the ravine where the expert of Demon Clan was located. After that heavily trampling on the earthen wall with his right leg, he jumped directly towards the ravine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, Diversion.